Tibers, the night skyscraper, the levitating garden. This is where the events of this story begin to unfold. This is exactly where the ranger was rushing to complete another quest in the game and defeat the location's boss. Avoiding yet another lightning strike, the ranger continued on his way toward the boss, who was already visible ahead of him. Meanwhile, perched on the clouds in the sky, the garden's guardian, Cumulonimbus, was directing more and more lightning bolts at the ranger. But the ranger didn't give up. Getting close enough, he fired a shot from his pistol, managing to graze the garden guardian's hair. Noticing that her hairstyle was ruined, Cumulonimbus screamed, while the ranger was already behind her and continued firing. But suddenly he noticed many magic circles beneath him and all around, and thought anxiously, "Oh no, lightning all over the place." At that moment, having unleashed countless bolts of lightning at her enemy, the garden's guardian shouted, "Turn to ash!" Having delivered the fatal blow and seeing only the ranger's hat where he had been, the guardian laughed maliciously, until suddenly she heard something good happening nearby. Quickly glancing toward the source of the sound, Cumulonimbus saw the ranger at her feet, aiming his weapon directly at her. Pulling the trigger of his pistol, the ranger said adios to bid farewell to his opponent, but his sudden attack failed. Just as the bullet was about to hit its target, Cumulonimbus managed to protect herself with lightning. The ranger jumped back and thought, damn, she's even shooting lightning from her own body. Without taking his eyes off the garden's guardian, whom he had failed to defeat, the ranger suddenly heard a voice behind him say, "Let me help you, ranger." Turning around, the ranger saw a man holding his hat in his hands and asking for help, after which he exclaimed, "Did you forget or something? Even if I die, don't interfere, but at least tell me the reason. It's sickening to be idle like this." With a sly smile and putting his hat back on his head, the ranger said, "Happiness and ignorance." The next moment, shifting his gaze to the garden's guardian, the assistant said, "This pose, no, I'll help after all." To which she replied, "Oh, well, like peas against a wall." Preparing for a powerful attack by the uninvited guests in her garden, Cumulonimbus exclaimed with a laugh, "I wonder if you're capable of dodging the thunder-roaring dragon." Immediately after her words, Cumulonimbus unleashed the thunder-roaring dragon toward the two boys. Confused by what he saw, the ranger shouted, "What is that?" To which the roaring, thunder-breathing dragon replied, "Cumulonimbus's strongest technique. We'll lure them out one by one." Hearing his assistant's shout, the ranger yelled, "No, don't call for help. I'll handle this myself." To which came the reply, "I'll take the black one." Realizing once again that he would have to fight alone, the ranger shouted after his fleeing assistant, "Shut up and get out of here!" To which he heard a scattering sound. Having failed to achieve his goal, the ranger, forgetting about the dragon approaching him, shouted, "You sick bastard, I'm telling you to stop." He hadn't even finished his sentence when time around the ranger froze, and a magical circle resembling a clock appeared beneath his feet. Caught in the gears that bound his body, the ranger cried out in fear, "No one helped me, I didn't ask anyone." The next moment, turning his gaze to his assistant nearby, the ranger added, "I told him to stop, but he ignored me." Continuing to beg for forgiveness for the situation that had occurred, the ranger cried out, "Please let me go, don't do this. You saw it yourself, it's not my fault. No, don't go, give me one last chance." As time resumed its usual rhythm, the assistant looked back and exclaimed, "I'm glad we came together. It would have been much more dangerous without me. I agree, ranger." But as he looked back, the assistant saw a thunderbolt strike the ranger, knocking him off his feet right before his eyes. Then, rushing to his partner, the boy shouted, "Ranger, what are you doing? Come on, get up." Opening his eyes, the ranger, not hearing his assistant's words, said angrily, "No, for everything to end like this. So senselessly, Chinsen." Feeling his end approaching, the ranger added furiously, "You damn troll, you have no idea how far I've come, and how much I've suffered at the hands of that damn Necker. You worthless piece of shit, you've ruined everything." Hearing these unpleasant words directed at him, the player said indignantly, "What kind of fool bombs me when he couldn't even dodge it himself?" The online action game Dungeon and Fighter, abbreviated as DNF, takes place in the world of Arad, where adventurers on this vast continent constantly risk their lives. Some do it to level up, while others do it for the money. However, among the ordinary players, there are those who stand out from the crowd with their costumes. But the ones who stand out the most are those who risk their lives for the sake of the game. Hearing Sir Matang Chin's song, "Is that you?" Behind him, the guy glanced back. Turning around, Matak Chinson saw the ranger behind him, who, holding a hat on his head, reached out his hand and said, "Please help me. Arad is in danger of being destroyed." Having caught the boy's attention, the ranger exclaimed, "We must defeat Iris, who has already awakened." To which he replied, "You need a helper." Hearing Matak Chinson's question, the ranger held out his hand again and said, "No, just tell me about the possible dangers that will lie in wait for me along the way. I'll defeat Iris on my own, for until my very death, I am destined to fight alone." Continuing to watch his computer monitor, Park Chin-song said, "Wow, this guy plays the loner role perfectly. Instead of saying, defeat the boss, he says, overcome Iris. That's cool." Enjoying the gameplay, Park Chin-song thought to himself, "You'd think I'm looking at a real character from DNF. I don't fully get the joke of role-playing, but I'm very grateful to all of them." Continuing to rejoice that he had the chance to host a great stream, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "After all, I'm the one risking my life for views." Park Chin-sung, 29 years old, is an experienced DNF player and streamer, known for his introductory game videos. Glancing at his stream's chat and reading the comments, the streamer said, "He reached out to me because he knows I teach people. Want to join my stream? Good. A ranger in honor of Arad." After failing the mission and recalling everything that was hurled at him afterward, Park Jin-sung thought he was occasionally spouting all sorts of nonsense. But it seemed to me that he just wanted to get some attention on the stream due to a lack of it, until this happened. Seeing in the chat, "No, it's not over yet, you damn troll. You have no idea how much I've been through and how much I've suffered. You useless piece of shit, you ruined everything." Park Chin-sung jumped up from his seat, turned off the computer, and shouted, "What the?" Seeing that he had accidentally pulled the cable out of the socket, the guy exclaimed in panic, "Oh no, I'll be in trouble. I won't have anything to upload to YouTube if all the files get deleted." After turning on the computer and seeing that the data was still there, Chinsun sighed with relief and said, "God, just bring me back for a few coins. What's the point of all this? They'll try anything to get attention." He screamed as if he'd really died. After setting up the computer and dragging the mouse cursor to the game, Park Chin-sung quickly clicked on the shortcut, and then something strange happened. The screen suddenly began to crackle and a rift appeared in reality. Seeing it, the boy exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? What's happening to my room?" At that very moment, a goddess appeared in Park Chin-sung's room and said, "You came into contact with the blade and destroyed it." Hearing the accusation directed at him, Madak Chinsun exclaimed in surprise, "The blade you're talking about. You destroyed it, didn't you? But more importantly, who are you? Where am I? I was just in my room." Ignoring the boy's question, the goddess poked him with her finger, knocked him off his feet, and said, "You must take responsibility for what you've done." No sooner had the goddess finished speaking than Matak Chinsun was transported into the game world, falling from a considerable height to the ground. After making a hard landing and leaving a large puddle behind him, Park Chin-sung began to cough, then accidentally noticed his hands and exclaimed, "What's going on?" As he began to examine his limbs more closely, Park Chin-sung exclaimed in surprise, "What are these, my hands?" When suddenly something flickered nearby. The very next moment, a powerful explosion rang out where Park Chin-sung had been standing, and he barely managed to dodge it. Then, from the towering flames and smoke, goblins began to emerge, their numbers growing by the second. Following the onslaught of monsters, the forest's guardian appeared and angrily shouted, "Who are you to dare destroy my precious forest? Do you wish to die?" Hearing this remark, Park Chin-sung cried out, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but your fire caused much more damage." To which the woman waved her staff and angrily shouted, "Silence! You will pay for this!" Seeing that a horde of monsters was rushing toward him on her command, Park Chin-sung jumped to his feet and, as he began to run, thought, "What the hell is going on?" But as he fled, he didn't notice a small stone in his path, tripped over it, and tumbled forward. Finding himself on the ground and having lost the distance between himself and the monsters, Park Chin-sung exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell is going on here?" Rushing after Park Chin-sung, who had hidden somewhere in the forest guardian shouted, "Find him! He couldn't have run far!" Continuing to hide behind a tree trunk and breathing heavily from the fast sprint, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "Fiery Binosh, goblins, and Tao." As he pondered the situation he found himself in, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "These are all monsters from DNF, and judging by my appearance, I've undoubtedly become a Dark Knight." Looking back over his shoulder to make sure once more that he was truly in another world, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Did I really end up in Dungeon and Fighter? I just wanted to play. How do I get back now?" Suddenly, Park Jin-sung heard a loud rumble nearby. It was a magic spell that had struck Tao in the back. Then, peeking out from his hiding spot, Park Jin-sung noticed a bloodstained Phantom Knight nearby, accompanied by his assistant. Having defeated Tao, the bloodstained Phantom Knight approached and said, as expected, "It's you, Binosh." To which he replied, "How did you get here?" At the same time, without taking his eyes off the character who had captured everyone's attention, Park Jin-sung thought, "I'm absolutely certain this is the Phantom Knight class from DNF." The next moment, shifting his gaze to his companion, Park Jin-sung added to himself, "And standing beside him is one of the NPCs, Saria Kerman." After getting into a conversation with the forest guardian, Saria asked, "You must have a reason. Please tell us. We can help." Hearing the NPC girl's words, Park Jin-sung, without leaving his hiding spot, thought, "Oh, this line. They're talking about the burning forest. That's one of the earliest quests." Continuing his thoughts, he mentally added, "Wait, if this is a story dialogue, then it means someone is currently playing the Phantom Knight, which means he's a real person." Assuming a fighting stance, the Phantom Knight immediately sprang into action and headed toward the fiery Binosh to defeat her. Noticing the enemy approaching, Fire Binosh managed to dodge at the last moment and avoid the deadly attack. And without delay, she fired several fireballs at the attacker's heels to avenge the sudden assault. Meanwhile, spinning in midair, the Phantom Knight aimed at the fiery Binosh and prepared to unleash an ashen slash. As a result of the strike, the blood-soaked Binosh leapt into the air and prepared to launch a counterattack, but the Phantom Knight was already closing in on her. Quickly closing the distance, the Phantom Knight prevented Binosh from attacking and defeated the woman with a swing of his blade and a swift slash. At the same time, peering out from his hiding place, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, wow, he's strong, or rather impressive. A real battle is no comparison to computer screens. Also, seeing the body of the fiery Binoche that had just fallen to the ground, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, they finished her off in a rather brutal way. Everything feels completely different. The next moment, the fiery Binoche suddenly stood up and said heavily, I thought so. Shout had a reason to let you pass. Hearing this, Park Jin-sung thought, she's still alive. Peering from behind a tree and listening to Fire Binoche speak about the Great Fire from 10 years ago, the tragedy of the forest, Park Jin-sung thought in shock. She's finishing her lines while coughing up blood. Immediately after shifting his gaze to the Phantom Knight and Seria, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, now is not the time to stand there like a statue. That's the Phantom Knight. If he's a player, a living person, he might be able to help. Finishing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung sprang to his feet and shouted, Mr. Phantom Knight, hey, wait up! But just as he was about to emerge from his hiding place, his body was suddenly bound by chains, his mouth sealed shut, while the fiery Binoche addressed the travelers. I cannot extinguish the flames for the sake of Kara's child. Falling to the ground after being suddenly bound, Park Jin-sung thought in surprise, huh? Why can't I move or speak? At the same time, clearing the way ahead, the fiery Binoche said, you may pass if you wish to lose your lives. Hearing this, Park Jin-sung thought, damn, they say that line when entering the next dungeon. Hearing footsteps and a joyful exclamation from Seria, who, following the Phantom Knight, cried out, thank you, Binoche. Park Jin-sung thought to himself, hey, wait, stop. As soon as the shackles on Park Jin-sung's body disappeared, he stood up and, following the Phantom Knight, shouted a curse. I let them slip away. What was that I? Maybe it was that very thing that kept me from speaking to the Phantom Knight. The next moment, unable to restrain himself, Park Jin-sung stopped and shouted, I don't know what kind of scoundrel is stopping me, but do you think you'll succeed? Do you think I'll give up? After some time spent in the forest, exhausted by the constant chase, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, I can't do this. Leaning against tree trunks after wandering fruitlessly through the forest, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, dark, damp, and terrifying. The Shadowland of Thunder has always been so eerie. But after gathering his wits, Park Jin-sung thought confidently, the training dungeon, clearing it takes no more than 10 minutes. I need to hurry. If the Phantom Knight emerges from it, then He hadn't finished his thought when he heard a groan behind him. Turning around, he saw a horde of monsters heading straight for him. Seriously frightened, Park Jin-sung grabbed his sword and shouted, you dead ones, that is, zombies, get away from me. I have a weapon. He hadn't even finished his sentence when one of the undead struck out, but hit a tree next to Park Jin-sung, who shut his eyes and screamed in fear. The next moment, hearing the creak of the tree as the monster tore at it with its claws, Park Jin-sung turned his head toward the ghoul, which was staring straight at him. Immediately dashing away from the monster, Park Jin-sung cried out in fear. On the screen, everything looked completely different. They were terrifying, gigantic, and creepy. As he continued to flee from the monsters that wouldn't let him get away, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, damn it, they're just ordinary mobs, but they're not just some puny grunts. Hearing a girl's screams nearby, Park Jin-sung glanced in that direction and thought, Seria is screaming. That means the Phantom Knight must be there. Immediately changing his course, Park Jin-sung headed toward the screams and, spotting a player nearby, shouted, I found you, Phantom Knight. After spotting Seria, who was encased in a block of ice, Park Jin-sung noticed Gulgi, the boss of the Shadowland of Thunder, standing nearby. Then, placing his hand on the Phantom Knight's shoulder, Park Jin-sung said awkwardly, whoa, so you're taking on the boss, man. We can talk. Noticing that the boss had gone on the offensive while the Phantom Knight hadn't even batted an eyelid, Park Jin-sung called out, hey man. Unable to get through to the guy, Park Jin-sung jumped aside to avoid Gulgi's ice attack, which struck the Phantom Knight. Looking back and seeing that the player was encased in a block of ice, Park Jin-sung exclaimed in confusion, the Phantom Knight? At the same time, noticing that the location's boss was trying to interfere with their battle, he summoned ice zombies while preparing for his next strike and said, don't interfere. But Park Jin-sung's only hope for salvation was the Phantom Knight encased in the ice block, and he tapped on it, shouting, hey man, come on, get out of there. Is he AFK or something? Not willing to just stand by and watch, one of the boss's summoned minions lunged at Park Jin-sung and struck him. Jumping back and seeing the monster slash on himself, Park Jin-sung cried out in pain, oh my god! At that very moment, the monster attacked again and was about to deliver another blow, but Park Jin-sung managed to block it with his sword. As he continued to fend off the monster's onslaught, Park Jin-sung thought fearfully, this is going to hurt. I'm done for. I don't want to die here. Realizing the situation was dire, Park Jin-sung swung his sword, slicing the monster in two, and cried out in fear, get lost, you devil! The next moment, hearing the enemy's groan, Park Jin-sung suddenly turned around, and realizing he had managed to defeat the monster, froze in surprise for a moment. Standing still and looking at his sword, Park Jin-sung said, ah, so that means my body, just as Gulgish sent more of his minions after the boy. Realizing one truth, Park Jin-sung recalled the vast number of techniques he'd mastered over the past 10 years, thinking, the skills I've observed over these 10 years are firmly embedded in my memory. Then, charging through the monsters, he thought to himself, I just need to think about them, and my body will obey me. Having dealt with all the small fry and prepared to destroy the boss, Park Jin-sung said, Hey, skeleton, you should pray before you die. As he charged at the enemy, Park Jin-sung noticed that icy spears had been fired at him, and using an uppercut, he sliced them apart. Breaking through the icy spears fired at him, Park Jin-sung mentally commanded, normal attack, quick slash, and normal attack again, after which he found himself right in front of Gulgish. Noticing a perfect opportunity to attack, the Shadow Dungeon boss used ice magic to conjure an ice block right where Park Jin-sung was standing. But the moment he let his guard down, Park Jin-sung was behind him and launched his attack. With just a single strike, Park Jin-sung split Gulgish in two and stopped a few meters away from him. The next moment, reflecting on his skills, Park Jin-sung said, if you use skills in sequence, they cancel out the current attack, and you immediately transition to the animation of the next skill. This way, you can literally teleport over short distances. Having dealt with the boss of the initial dungeon, Park Jin-sung joyfully declared, the skill combo system, Time Rupture, the basic gameplay technique for the Dark Knight. Crawling toward his magic circle, the wounded Gulgish groaned heavily. The magic circle must be restored. But before he could reach the designated spot, Park Jin-sung struck him with a few more blows of his sword and said, and now vanish! Have you already forgotten how difficult it is to finish off a ghoul? When Gulgish was finally defeated, the ice block in which Saria was encased shattered, and the girl was free once more. Also, recalling the words of the monster he had just defeated, Park Jin-sung rubbed his neck and said, oh my, the event breakthrough of Gulgi's dungeon has started. It seems I accidentally completed the Phantom Knight's quest. Later, noticing Gulgi's card behind him, Park Jin-sung picked it up and said in surprise, huh, what's this? The next moment, the card suddenly began to crackle, and the very same goddess appeared before Park Jin-sung. Seeing her, the boy thought to himself, no, not again. Holding the card of the defeated monster in her hand, the goddess said, impressive. A human summoned from another dimension. You have taken your first step on the path to becoming a guardian of the flames. Hearing the goddess's words, Park Jin-sung, without taking his eyes off her, thought, Namir. I'm sure that during our first meeting, I didn't have time to get a good look at her, the goddess of wisdom, Namir. As he pondered the figure standing before him, Park Jin-sung mentally added, a deity. No, it would be more accurate to say an enlightened being capable of traveling through worlds. Namir? Finishing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung exclaimed, but you're just a game character, just a part of the game. How were you able to summon someone like me from the real world? Upon receiving Park Jin-sung's question, the goddess replied, I have been watching you, one who could become a sharp blade capable of completing the mission. He who has dedicated his life to a rod can become the true blade of this world, and you must not stop at the blade. Hearing the goddess's strange explanation, Park Jin-sung thought discontentedly, what nonsense is this? I asked a perfectly normal question, and she just let it go in one ear and out the other. The next moment, recalling the game's mechanics, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, wait a minute, but in the game, the term blade has the same meaning as adventurer, and the people who control these adventurers are the players. Continuing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung rested his hand on his chin and thought to himself, she summoned me here so that I could become an adventurer. Suddenly, upon hearing the goddess say, you, Park Jin-sung stretched out his hand and exclaimed, no, I understand what you want from me, but I refuse. Why should I help you? Send me home. Hearing the young man's remark, Namir began to form a spear of memories in her hand and said, because the responsibility for this lies on your shoulders. After hearing the remark from the enlightened one, Park Jin-sung shouted, responsibility? What the hell are you talking about? But before he could finish, the spear was already in his forehead. At that very moment, Park Jin-sung saw all the moments of the situation, the ranger's assistance and his cries about not wanting help in the battle against the boss. After which he thought, I've ruined everything. Showing Park Jin-sung the reason for his becoming a blade, Namir said, the blade you destroyed was a person from your dimension. Continuing to tell Park Jin-sung about his predecessor, the goddess added, he dared to go against the blade's fate, which is why the Lords of Time were forced to intervene, smoothing out all the rough edges, and all because of you. Realizing everything that had happened, Park Jin-sung said fearfully, that ranger was a human, just like me, a living person. Then I really did finish him off. Later, the goddess said, a corruption is spreading throughout Arad. This corruption has interfered with the course of the trials, distorting the path of the blade. Continuing to explain the reason for summoning the players to the world of Arad, Namir added, and if this continues, Arad faces the same altered future. Without taking her eyes off the boy who had been summoned to this world, the goddess added, become my blacksmith's tool and guide the blades onto the righteous path. Hearing the goddess's words, Park Jin-sung said in surprise, the righteous path, and then added in his mind, blacksmith's tool. Continuing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung added in his mind, When the player deals with Gulgish, Saria must clear the magic circle. That's the correct outcome of the training. But since the Phantom Knight cannot move, Saria is immobilized along with him. Continuing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung added in his mind, perhaps it was just a coincidence, but if it weren't for me, Saria might have died. Finishing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung said, I see. So if Saria doesn't survive, the next quest, even the entire story that follows, will be without the characters who are supposed to complete it. A bug, that's what she meant by corruption, and the instrument will be whoever left all these bugs behind. Hearing Park Jin-sung's assumption, Namir said, correct, that is the instrument's job. Now that you understand, go on. No sooner had Namir said this than Park Jin-sung, flying downward, cried out in alarm. Wait a minute! Watching the boy fly down, the goddess said one last thing. Help the blades. Hurry and find their source. As he continued to fall, clinging to a piece of debris, Park Jin-sung cried out in fear, why do you think I agree? I haven't decided anything yet. To which she replied, as soon as you fulfill your duty, I will return you to where you came from. Hearing this promise from the goddess, Park Jin-sung exclaimed, listen, but my character isn't really capable of anything. What do you think I can do? Give me at least some kind of powerful ability or something. Hearing the player's request, Namir said, I cannot grant you abilities capable of altering reality, but I can give you one item, so choose wisely. Looking at the choices the goddess had given him, Park Jin-sung drooled and thought, rare avatars and epic gear, there's even a master level one. But despite the wide variety of choices he had, Park Jin-sung said, no, wait, give me the Eternal Royal Contract. Hearing her blade's wish, the goddess selected the desired skill from the list of available options and said, as you wish. After granting Park Jin-sung the skill, she added, now wait, this won't be anything like infinite stamina or anything of the sort. Hearing further requests from her blade, the goddess said with a smile, oh my, indeed, for an instrument like you, I will free you from physiological difficulties and the stress they may cause. Hearing exactly what the goddess had bestowed upon him, Pate Chinson exclaimed, no, not that. After which he said, listen, I will no longer turn to you in times of need. Find me yourself. Continuing the final conversation of this meeting, Namir added, and you will no longer be able to meet me in the spatial corridor. You will only be able to meet a part of me. I will be watching you closely. After another hard landing, Park Jin-sung grumbled, here we go again. And as he got up, he heard lags and glitches behind him. Coming to her senses and noticing the hero nearby, Saria walked toward him and exclaimed, adventurer, are you all right? At the same time, watching the two characters from a distance, Park Jin-sung thought, that Phantom Knight is still trying to finish the event. He's glitching, and that's why he's standing rooted to the spot. Hiding behind branches so as not to be noticed, and hearing, look, the magic circle, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, and this is the time to be hallucinating? I'll follow them, but I'm better than they are. After a while, when the Phantom Knight arrived at the settlement, Park Jin-sung, who had continued to hide, said, this place is an elven outpost. Emerging from his hiding spot and following behind, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, it's still very strange to think that I've ended up in the NDF world, and all these cursed tools too. The next moment, recalling the incident with the ranger he had accidentally killed, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, but one thing is clear. I need to prevent such incidents from happening. Having finally come to terms with his mission, Park Jin-sung moved forward with a smile and thought, I'll become your tool or whatever. Here in Arad, I'll survive. Stopping in the forest and opening the system window, Park Jin-sung said, the purpose of the blacksmith's tool Namir mentioned is to help players get rid of curses. To do this, I need to head to the village where the next quest takes place. Continuing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung added to himself, on the way, I tried to figure out the mechanics and managed to learn a few things. Looking at the list of available items, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, first of all, I have an inventory. Strange, I thought I'd thrown that sword away. Putting the fruits he found in the forest into his inventory, Park Jin-sung added, Nemir returned it to me. Wow, how kind of her. Having finished gathering the fruits, Park Jin-sung said, so it looks like that's everything. And the stats, or rather, the status window. Continuing to examine the system window that had popped up, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, the minimap and auction aren't working, so it looks like only 2 windows are available for now, and even those don't display much. By the way, shouldn't I be checking my HP or MP? The next moment, seeing his reputation, which was very low, Park Jin-sung added disappointedly, second, what was I expecting? I'm a total loser. Recalling how Nemir had told him in the spatial corridor, you will only be able to meet a part of me, Park Jin-sung thought to himself. Archimedes' spatial corridor? Only by finding it will I be able to return home. Continuing his musings, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, to enter any dungeon, you need to raise your reputation level. To enter Archimedes' spatial corridor, you'll need 38,095 reputation points. Looking at his reputation stats, Park Jin-sung said, but I only have 6 reputation points. I'll have to go a long way. Setting off on his journey and finding himself with a torch in the dark forest, Park Jin-sung thought that a much bigger problem was that Namir wasn't actually what it appeared to be. Exhausted by thirst and the long journey, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, even if I manage to reach the spatial corridor, will she really just let me go home? Taking a break, Park Jin-sung built a fire and, taking a bite of the fruit he had gathered earlier, said, "It seems there's no need for food. I feel neither hunger nor fullness. Freedom from physical hardship, that's what Namir meant by that." Plunging back into thought, Park Jin-sung added in his mind, "According to Namir, if I don't help her, the curse will destroy a raid. But in the game, her true goal is the rebirth of the creator god and the creation of the world of Cisnova." After running through the goddess's possible plans in his head, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, in that case, helping Namir is tantamount to destroying Arod. Finishing the fruit and tossing the core into the fire, Park Jin-sung exclaimed in frustration, "Ugh, this is just a game to me. I just need to go home." The next day, upon arriving at his destination, Park Jin-sung thought confidently, "This is exactly how I'll survive, and for that, I'm heading to Hendon Meyer. Hendon Meyer, the capital of the Duchy of Bel Meyer." At the checkpoint, upon reaching the gates, Park Jin-sung found himself in line and exclaimed, "Goodness, how many days did that journey take?" When it was his turn, Park Jin-sung sighed and thought to himself, in the game, this would have taken no more than 10 seconds, and then heard someone say, "Stop." Hearing the warning, Park Jin-sung immediately opened his eyes and saw 2 guards staring intently at him. Later, near the gate, Park Jin-sung said disappointedly, "The entrance tax? I completely forgot about that damn thing." Having accidentally overheard the young man's grumbling nearby, Linus asked, "Do you need the tax to get to Hendon Meyer?" Hearing this, Park Jin-sung exclaimed in surprise, "Linus." Hearing his name from the mouth of a boy to whom he hadn't yet introduced himself, the blacksmith asked in surprise, "Do we know each other?" Then Park Jin-sung thought happily, "Oh, of course we do. I'd completely forgotten about him. This NPC is collecting the entrance tax." Finishing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung exclaimed, "Linus, could you run and get some money to pay the duty?" Hearing this, Linus asked, "Why would I do that all of a sudden?" Still puzzled, Linus added, "Why should I give money to some random traveler?" Hearing this, Park Jin-sung thought, "Damn, I jumped the gun. He's offering money as a reward for saving Serie. What should I do? I definitely need to win his trust somehow." The next moment, forcing a few tears out, Park Jin-sung suddenly cried out. Hearing this, Linus asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Getting into character, Park Jin-sung said, "A friend of mine suffers from phantom limb syndrome, just like me. He swears he can see ghosts, but his symptoms are getting worse. No medicine helps anymore. He's completely lost his mind and has even started developing Kaza syndrome. Those who suffer from this ailment often attack those around them. I heard about a famous alchemist living in Hendon Meyer and thought he might be able to ease the poor man's suffering." Falling to his knees and covering his face with his hands, Park Jin-sung added, "Oh my god, and I completely forgot about the tax. Please, if I don't do anything, that ghostly hand will finally devour my friend. If things go this way, I don't even know what to do with myself." Having played his part, Park Jin-sung took his hands away from his face and thought discontentedly, "Damn, my special tactic of playing on emotions isn't working." No sooner had Park Jin-sung thought this than he noticed a tear fall to the ground. Then, raising his head, he saw Linus, who cried out, "Oh no, sand got in my eyes." Immediately after his excuse, throwing supplies and money in Park Jin-sung's direction, Linus added, "If anyone takes the toll, food, travel money, and the 2-handed Yaiba sword forged in my smithy, I won't even notice." Grabbing all the gifts handed to him by the blacksmith, Park Jin-sung joyfully called after him, "Thank you, Mr. Linus." Receiving the boy's thanks, Linus looked back, gave a thumbs up, and said, "I hope you can save your friend." A short while later, after waiting in line again to enter the duchy, Park Jin-sung, breathing heavily, exclaimed, "Finally, I'm back! Thank God I've filled out the official profile for my license." Continuing his musings, Park Jin-sung said, "Wait, I took advantage of someone's trauma for my own gain. That didn't turn out so well." After which the next voice rang out. Approaching the guards and showing his pass, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Why is my conscience suddenly waking up? It was just an NPC. I don't need to get drawn into the game world. I don't need to." Once inside the duchy, Park Jin-sung froze in place and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, it's Hendon Meyer. How realistically cool is this place?" As he made his way toward the crowd, Park Jin-sung heard, "Come on over, come on in. Only great deals here, everything fresh straight from the port." Suddenly, not far from him, Park Jin-sung heard a woman's voice say, "Only those who can challenge themselves will win," and he understood. Then, turning his head toward the familiar voice, Park Jin-sung exclaimed in surprise, "Chobung!" Hearing the stranger call her name, Chobung asked, "Do you know who I am?" To which Park Jin-sung replied, "The very winner of the tournament, that's right." Noticing a connection with the stranger, Chobung said, "You look pretty strong. How about a good match where we go head-to-head?" To which Park Jin-sung awkwardly replied, "Head-to-head? Why not?" At that very moment, Park Jin-sung heard loud laughter behind him, after which someone said, "What the hell is he doing here? Just standing there talking to himself. He's crazy." Hearing the mockery directed at him, Park Jin-sung looked back and thought with alarm, "God forbid everything I said was sent to the chat." Realizing his mistake, Park Jin-sung immediately bolted away from Chobung, exclaiming, "Damn, how stupid!" To which the girl, holding out her hand, cried out, "I'm sorry, what?" Continuing to run as fast as he could, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Oh no, I completely forgot. The ranger did exactly the same thing. Why didn't I think of that? Why?" Hearing loud laughter and shouts of "Idiot! Look at him!" Echoing behind him, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Stop laughing, damn it. Why do I have to put up with this?" After a while, finally stopping to catch his breath, Park Jin-sung said, "Oh no, I ran too long. I hope no one followed me." After catching his breath a bit, Park Jin-sung said, "It's time to stop talking to myself," then looked back and saw the Moonlight Tavern there. Delighted by this discovery, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "How could I have forgotten about it? I used to come here often during the Sky Castle quest. Since I haven't leveled up yet, there must be a lot of players doing this quest. I think I can pick up some rumors and get some information at the tavern." Upon entering, Park Jin-sung immediately drew a lot of attention and thought to himself, "Maybe I should just get out of here." But gathering his courage, he thought confidently, "Not a single step back." Park Jin-sung was greeted by the staff, who then said, "Welcome." Glancing at the girl behind the bar, Park Jin-sung exclaimed in fright, "You scared me." After which the girl asked, "How can I help you?" To which he replied, "A glass of milk, please." After placing his order, Park Jin-sung immediately leaned toward the girl and said, "Actually, I'd like to find out about everything suspicious and strange that's happening within the walls of this tavern." To which the girl replied discontentedly, "Well, of course, there's one right in front of me." The next moment, lost in thought, the bartender said, "Suspicious or strange? Interesting." Then opened a chest and added, "And you should have just said so." Impressed by the object shown to him, Park Jin-sung exclaimed, "That's certainly interesting, but I'm talking about something else. How much does it cost?" After that, a "good afternoon" rang out from behind. Later, Saria approached the bar with a player and said, "I'm the tavern owner. My name is Saria." Hearing this, Park Jin-sung thought, "Saria, this dialogue? They're passing through the Sky Castle." Continuing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung focused his attention on the female warrior and thought, "So she's a player completing a quest. A female warrior of the fighter class." Suddenly hearing a voice from behind, "Hey, fighter, move it already." Park Jin-sung thought, "I've heard that voice somewhere before." Just then, another person entered the tavern and said, "That's why I hate newbies. All they do is ask questions and let the answers go in one ear and out the other. Seriously, do you think you know everything? Hey, show some respect. That's the captain's order." Recognizing the voice of the one who had just entered the tavern, Park Jin-sung looked back and thought, "That can't be. How did the Order of the Iron Wolf get here?" The Order of the Iron Wolf is a knightly order that serves the royal family of the Delos Empire. Right now, they're supposed to be investigating the Sky Tower. Continuing to look at the three people who had arrived at the tavern, Park Jin-sung added that for this reason, the players would have to carry out their mission in the tower side by side with the knights of this order. But how had they ended up in the tavern? Recalling the characters who had visited the tavern, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Fiona and Dan, the characters you meet in the Heavenly Tower's Puppet Museum." The next moment, shifting his gaze to another girl, Park Jin-sung added in his mind, "And we might run into Lenny and the Lobby of the Darkness, but none of them should show up." Listening to the conversation between Saria and Shusia, from which came the words, "Sorry, we don't have enough magic stones." And "No, look, I think we could," Park Jin-sung added in his mind. Judging by their conversation, the player had already cleared out the museum and the lobby. In other words, this trio should no longer appear in their story. Continuing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung, without taking his eyes off the trio, added silently, "But if they came here with the player, what is this if not a curse?" Having finished all her business and heading off with the Dark Wolf Squad, Saria exclaimed, "Thank you, Miss Shusia." After which Lenny muttered discontentedly, "Finally finished, thank God." Thinking, "I need to follow them." Park Jin-sung arrived at the Sky Tower where, looking out at the group of people, he heard, "Hurry up, Captain. You're already up there. And why did you need these researchers anyway?" Without taking his eyes off the group of characters, Park Jin-sung added in his mind, "But which of the knights is affected by the curse? In any case, I'll have to stop them." Just as Park Jin-sung was about to follow the group of characters, he heard a voice nearby, "Show your entry pass or else." Realizing he didn't have a pass to get inside the tower, Park Jin-sung grabbed his head and shouted, "Damn it!" Hurrying toward Roger Levin, where he might be able to get what he needed, Park Jin-sung thought, "I need a pass." The NPC who issues passes to the tower and then called out, "Roger!" Hearing why the young man had come to her, Roger's assistant said, "Mr. Roger is currently away. I'm sorry, but I don't have the authority to issue passes." Seeing Park Jin-sung fall to his knees before her, Roger's assistant awkwardly added, "Please forgive me." Pounding his fist on the ground in frustration, Park Jin-sung exclaimed, "How is this even possible? How can the person who issues passes leave his shop? How am I supposed to get into the Sky Tower now?" Still reeling from his failure, Park Jin-sung suddenly heard a man's voice nearby say, "Hey, kid." Upon arriving back at the Sky Tower, Park Jin-sung stood behind and watched as the young man resolved the issues, after which the guard said, "Roger Levin's pass has been verified." Handing the pass to the player named Guessing, the guard added, "You may proceed." Hearing this, Park Jin-sung snatched the pass from the guard's hands and, following Guessing, exclaimed, "Really? Then I'll go." And indeed, it's enough for me just to be in a group with someone who has a pass. Smiling happily, Park Jin-sung turned his gaze to the assistant and said, "Man, thank you so much. You really saved me." Hearing that someone had just spoken to him, Guessing turned to look at Park Jin-sung and exclaimed, "I've been watching you. You're a real man. You really give it your all in the game. Your roleplay really lifts my spirits. It's so funny." Receiving the mixed praise from the guy, Park Chin-sung said, "It's not roleplay, I always talk like this." To which he replied, "Are you serious? You talk like that in real life?" Still laughing, Guessing stepped forward and shouted, "What a weirdo. Come on, Behemoth. I'll clear this for you since you made me laugh so much." To which Park Jin-sung exclaimed, "What? I've been playing this game for years just to get you to carry me." Immediately after realizing the risk involved, Park Jin-sung thought, flustered, "No, this is help, and I can't accept it." The next moment, starting to wave his arms frantically, Park Jin-sung shouted, No, I don't have a single team. I've got urgent business. Let's do this some other time." Hearing this and seeing that the team had disbanded, the player reached out her hand toward the monitor and shouted, "Hey, wait." Then, sighing, she added, "He ran off. How sadly funny." Resting her head on her hand, the girl smiled slyly at the monitor and added, "I wonder why his in-game name wasn't visible." Finding himself in the Sky Tower, Park Jin-sung sighed heavily and said, "Whatever that guy's nickname was, I guess I'll have to stay away from him." Climbing the stairs inside the tower, Park Jin-sung added, "In any case, here I am in the Sky Tower. It's high up, and where did those three go? I've wasted too much time. I need to deal with the damage quickly." No sooner had Park Jin-sung finished his thoughts than Fiona ran past him, shouting, "How annoying! You could have easily dodged that." Lenny and Dan were running right behind her. Continuing to follow the leader, Dan exclaimed, "I'm fine. I was just trying to protect the explorers as ordered." To which Lenny retorted indignantly, "Stop spitting blood all over the place. You're not in a position to worry about them." Watching the Dark Wolf squad, Park Chin-sun thought, "Low-level knights, did they really leave the player behind? These characters are affected by the curse." Pondering who had been affected by the curse, Park Chin-sun said, "Could it be that they aren't the ones infected?" The next moment, picturing the leader of the Dark Wolf squad in his mind, Park Jin-sung added, "And the person giving orders to these three and the rest of the order is Captain Wang Walshad." After these thoughts, Park Jin-sung wondered, what will happen if a soldier encounters the captain? What if he spreads the curse to the other knights? Gaining speed and ignoring his surroundings, Park Jin-sung shouted, "We need to hurry!" No sooner had Park Jin-sung shouted about hurrying than a small dragon attacked him from behind, grazing his face and leaving a scratch. At that very moment, Park Jin-sung quickly drew his sword from his inventory and finished off the attacker with a single swing. But the enemy wasn't alone. There were quite a few monsters, and they had all already noticed the guest who had arrived at the Sky Tower. Blocking the approach of one enemy with his sword, Park Jin-sung thought, "Damn, I let my guard down." After dealing with another little dragon and noticing even more monsters heading toward him, Park Jin-sung thought, "Damn, I'd forgotten I'm in the middle of a dungeon." Gripping his sword tightly, Park Jin-sung began battling the enemies charging at him, fending off their onslaught. But after a few minutes, starting to run again, Park Jin-sung thought, "Damn, there's no time to fight back. There are too many of them." While fleeing, noticing that a man-eating lizard was catching up to him, Park Jin-sung used his Dark Strike skill, but the attack failed. Falling near a statue, Park Jin-sung thought, "Damn, my mana ran out too soon. I came here needing to recharge a bit, but then I suddenly noticed something." Realizing where he was, Park Jin-sung instantly jumped to his feet and managed to escape the range of the fire-breathing statue. Glancing back at the statue that had just defeated his attackers, Park Jin-sung thought, "The statue was definitely right here, that's the trick," recalling the end of the statue gallery. Hurrying to the place he'd just remembered, Park Jin-sung spotted the magic circle and joyfully exclaimed, "My memory hasn't failed me, the magic circle of full recovery." Having fully recovered and replenished his mana and health, Park Jin-sung destroyed all the nearby monsters and, noticing a strange effect, realized he had leveled up. Having boosted his abilities in the Sky Tower and prepared to continue his mission, he confidently exclaimed, "All right, let's go." Continuing the battle, Park Jin-sung destroyed his enemies one by one using his skills. And then Park Jin-sung unleashed a triple strike that culminated in a triple attack, taking out a couple more monsters. Having dealt with them, Park Jin-sung, unable to hide his joy, thought, "I feel like the main character of a manhwa." The next moment, recalling his choice, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "It wasn't for nothing that I chose the royal contract," and shouted, "Fall in line, scoundrels." Hearing a shout nearby and seeing the dungeon boss before him, Park Jin-sung said, "So you couldn't appear earlier? Back then, my level was lower." After receiving the remark from the guest, the boss of the Draconid nest, Lachius, said, "I've spotted a stranger defiling the Sky Tower. All Draconids, begin the purge." Hearing the order from their boss, all the monsters rushed into battle against Park Jin-sung. Just as another enemy was about to attack, Park Jin-sung used a portal to dodge the strike and appeared behind the Draconid, confidently shouting, "You're too slow!" Behind the enemy's back, Park Jin-sung suddenly cut himself off because he hadn't accounted for certain factors and got stuck in the wall. Seeing that the stranger had just screwed up big time, the Draconid wasted no time in landing a direct strike on Park Jin-sung. Continuing the battle with the tower's monsters, Park Jin-sung, while chasing the little dragons, shouted, "Mosquitoes perish!" and attempted a jumping strike, but failed. After the failed attack, the little dragon flew up to him and, without slowing down, landed a blow to his jaw. The Dark Knight's skill combo system allows you to skip skill cooldowns, but at the same time, skills must be used in a strict sequence. In fact, a competent choice of skill combinations is what distinguishes a good Dark Knight from an amateur. After a failed attack on the flying enemies, Park Jin-sung chased after the cackling monsters, swinging his sword and shouting angrily, "Come on, you scoundrels!" Dark slash, round attack. Gritting his teeth after yet another failure, Park Jin-sung thought, "Damn it, I chose the wrong order. I've already wasted the skill twice." Noticing an enemy approaching from behind and blocking the attack, Park Jin-sung thought, "During a game I could just laugh it off, but right now, my life is on the line." The next moment, a spear flew through the monster's body. The dungeon boss had intended to finish off the stranger through his minion. Having failed, Lachius tore the Draconid apart and lunged at Park Jin-sung with loud shouts, but fell victim to Park Jin-sung's Great Wave attack. Seeing that his attack had done no damage to his opponent, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Damn it, he's still as tough as a rock. I can't just take him down that easily." After a while of fierce combat, having taken damage and charging at Lachius once more, Park Jin-sung unleashed a painful, lightning-fast slash. But his attack ended in failure, after which Lachius knocked Park Jin-sung to the ground, and casting a condescending glance at him, asked, "Are you done?" To which the third one replied. Enraged at the stranger who had ignored his question, the dungeon boss lunged at him and shouted angrily, "What are you mumbling about?" Rising to his feet and lunging toward the Draconid, Park Jin-sung unleashed a fourth strike in midair. Blocking Park Jin-sung's strike, Lachius wondered where this pressure was coming from, and where he'd even found the strength. Continuing to press his opponent, Park Jin-sung said, "The true essence of the combo system lies not in dodging attacks, but in the explosive striking power of the combo." Having dealt significant damage to Lachius and moving in to finish him off, Park Jin-sung shouted, "Aura, fifth strike!" The more skills in a combo, the greater the damage dealt. The damage of the fifth skill is twice that of a normal attack. Approaching the Dragon King, Park Jin-sung used the Great Wave skill. After obliterating the tower and the Dragon King in a single attack, Park Jin-sung, losing consciousness, muttered, "The dragon's nest has been cleared." Soon, knights gathered at the commotion and one of them shouted, "What's all that noise? It's coming from here. There's a pile of bodies here, and what's this?" Noticing Park Jin-sung among the Dragonkin corpses, a subject shouted, "Vice Captain, there's a man there!" Lying on the ground after a grueling battle, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Man, that was tough. I needed to find someone who could go through all that in my place." The next moment, feeling the effects of recovery on his body and seeing the status window, Park Jin-sung thought, "Thank God my health has been restored." Regaining his strength and getting to his feet, Park Jin-sung exclaimed joyfully, "Great! Time to collect the loot and move on." Looking around at the defeated monsters lying on the floor, Park Jin-sung thought, "But why didn't anything drop from them?" At that very moment, a man appeared behind him, pressed his spear against Park Jin-sung's neck, and asked, "You said loot, so are you claiming you killed all these monsters?" Turning his gaze back and pondering that voice, Park Jin-sung heard, "State your name and how you ended up in the Sky Tower." After which, noticing who was standing behind him, he said, "Hartz von Kruger." When the knights surrounded Park Jin-sung on all sides, Hartz von Kruger said, "State your name and tell me what you're doing here as well as how you know me." Having received a question from a man who had been spoken of rather poorly in the game, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "How could I not know you? Because of your bad behavior, you're the only character whose personality has been changed in the entire history of DNF." Still having received no answer to his question, the vice commander of the Dark Wolves said, "What's the matter? Did you swallow your tongue?" To which the vice captain replied, "You're the deputy captain of the Iron Wolves, aren't you? How could I not recognize you?" After answering one question, Park Jin-sung heard, "Well, how did you end up here?" To which he replied, "I got a pass from Roger Levin." Upon learning how the guy had gotten into the tower, the vice commander said, "Roger Levin, you say? Hand it over. I'll take a look at it." To which Park Jin-sung replied, "I don't have it." Keeping his hands raised, Park Jin-sung nervously added, "Well, it's with my friend." Then Hartz asked, "Which friend? And where is your friend?" To which he replied, "Probably downstairs, maybe." Realizing where he could find the information he needed, Hartz von Kruger said, "All right, lead the way. I'll let you go as soon as I verify your identity and pass." Hearing this, Park Jin-sung thought, "I'm screwed." Leading the boy down the tower, the vice captain added, "If you're lying, be prepared for the consequences." Hearing this, Jin-sung thought, "Damn it, of all the possible characters, I had to run into him." Also, recalling the moment he met the player at the tavern, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "I don't have time. She's already visited the tavern and entered the Sky Tower, which means, according to the plot, the lobby of darkness has already been cleared." Continuing his thoughts on what was happening in the tower, Park Jin-sung added in his mind, "Next up is the Castellan's room. On her way there, the fighter will team up with NPCs who will help her in the battle that's coming." Recalling this moment in the game, Park Jin-sung mentally added that Captain von Walshud would be among them. Stopping in his tracks, Park Jin-sung thought, "I'm just wasting time here with this nonsense. The player must already be at the top of the tower. The encounter is about to happen. What if Wong really is infected?" He then lunged at the knight with his weapon. Seeing that the prisoner had suddenly begun to resist, the deputy commander thought in surprise, "Another blade? Where did he get that from?" The next moment, grabbing his spear and thrusting it into the open space, Hartz von Kruger shouted, You! But hit Pak Chin Song's portal and thought, he just vanished. Looking around and noticing the fugitive behind him, Hartz von Kruger shouted, "Cheap tricks! Come here and fight like a man!" Hearing the provocation from his opponent's lips, Park Chin Song shouted, "Yeah, sure, I need to get out of here as fast as I can." Following Park Chin-sun, the deputy commander's men shouted, "Stop right now!" Continuing to flee from his pursuers, Park Chin-sun, holding a sword in his hands, thought, "Good thing I didn't throw away my training sword. Honestly, I don't really feel like fighting the entire knightly order right now. Where did that come from?" The next moment, Park Jin-sung saw a spear behind him, which he managed to dodge at the last moment and throw a bomb at it. Caught in the blast wave of the bomb, Hartz von Kruger and his men covered their faces with their hands and lost sight of the boy. When the explosion subsided, the vice captain of the Steel Wolves shouted angrily, "You damn sneaky little bastard!" At that very moment, as the smoke from the explosion cleared, Hartz von Kruger saw Park Chin-sung in front of him, pouring oil on the ground while holding another bomb in his other hand. Realizing what was about to happen, Hartz pointed his finger at Park Chin-sung and said, "Don't you dare tell me." Before he could finish, Park Chin-sung threw the bomb, set the oil ablaze, and ran off, shouting over his shoulder, "You crazy terrorist, say goodbye to your life the moment I catch you." Fleeing from his pursuers with a smile on his face, Park Chin-sung shouted, "Don't worry about the explosion, it's more noise than damage. Back in my day, the oil and bomb combo was a classic." Thinking of Miss Shuzia from the tavern, Park Chin-sung smiled and said, "I never would have thought that the tavern's consumables would come in handy. Thanks, Shuzia." After climbing the stairs for a while, Park Chin-sung noticed the sunset through the window and, clicking his tongue in annoyance, said, "The sun's already setting. And where the hell is that fighter?" No sooner had he said this than, a few seconds later, he caught up with the group consisting of the player and the NPC. At that very moment, Seria looked back and, seeing Pa Chin-sun nearby, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, another explorer." Hearing who Seria had just mentioned, Agonzo cast a displeased glance behind him and said, "That researcher, you'd better hurry to the safe zone, quick." To which came the reply, "Everything's fine, Mr. Agonzo." After hearing the NPC's words, Park Chin-sung thought, "So it's Agonzo." The next moment, he looked back at Van Walshad, who said, "If you valued your life, you wouldn't have come to this place. Hey, researcher, I don't care what you're doing here, just don't get in my way, okay?" Seeing the leader of the Dark Wolf Squad before the battle, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "Van Walshad," and then shouted, "Found you!" At that very moment, behind Park Chin-sung, the menacing voice of Hartz von Kruger rang out, shouting, "Gotcha!" After which the boy turned around and jumped back in fright. Gritting his teeth at the sight of the fugitive, Hartz von Kruger angrily shouted, "You bastard, you dare throw bombs right in my face? I'll admit you've got some guts." Hearing his subordinate's words, Van Walshad turned back and asked, "What happened, Hartz? What's the matter?" Hearing the question from his leader, Hartz shouted irritably, "Captain, grab that scoundrel!" At that very moment, Park Chin-sun saw that Van Walshad and Aganso had drawn their swords and were heading toward him and thought, "Damn it, there's nowhere to run." Surrounding Park Chin-sun on all sides and cutting off any escape route, Hartz von Kruger shouted angrily, "I hope you're ready." Without a moment's hesitation, Park Chin-sun pointed toward the window and shouted, "Oh, a naked man is flying by! He's going to piss on us all!" Which drew the attention of everyone present. Peering out the window, Van Walshad said, "But there's no one there." Yet Park Chin-sung had already leaped out the window and, flying downward, shouted, "Oh no!" As he fell, Park Chin-sung drew his sword and hooked it onto the building's wall, slowing his descent. Having descended low enough and spotting an entrance, Park Chin-sung flew into one of the lower floors of the tower. Finding himself back inside the tower, Park Chin-sung, breathing heavily, thought, "The curse was close. It's lucky the corruption hasn't spread yet. We need to hurry." Thinking of Wang Walshad, with whom the entire squad was heading, Park Chin-sung added in his mind that whatever their goal was, they needed to sort everything out before they reached the next dungeon. At the same time, as they headed to the next floor, Seria looked back and asked curiously, "Who was that?" To which she heard in reply, "No idea, this place is full of weirdos." Immediately after his remark, looking back at himself and reaching out to his companions, Wang Walshad said, "Forget it. I'm already tired enough. Why don't we rest on the next floor?" Hurrying after the rest of the NPCs and the player, Park Chin-sung thought, breathing heavily, "By the time you get up there, we might as well move the horses, wherever the fighter is. Just don't tell me they're already in the next dungeon." No sooner had Park Chin-sung thought this than a voice rang out from the adjacent room. "Van, stop!" which greatly alarmed the young man. Instantly darting toward the source of the voice, Park Chin-sung saw Van Walshad nearby, who was swinging his sword, and thought, "Damn, I'm too late." But things weren't at all what they seemed at first glance. Rubbing his shoulders, Aganzo Van Walshad said, "Hang in there a little longer. If you run off right away, your muscles might strain." To which he heard, "Stop. Please, be gentler." After dashing around the corner into the room, Park Chin-sung fell onto the stairs so he wouldn't be noticed, after which a voice called out, "Let me stretch you out." To which the fighter replied, "No." Realizing that everything was still normal for now, Park Chin-sung clenched his hand into a fist and thought, "It seems nothing has happened yet. I'll keep watching you until you reveal your true nature." After observing Wang Walshid for some time, Park Chin-sun thought, no, he's not trying to harm others and he doesn't even control the knights. Looking at the subject of his observation with displeasure, Park Chin-sun added angrily in his mind, actually, he's completely normal. After finishing his rest, Agonso said, let's split up. It'll be easier to find the owner that way. Van and I will explore this area. Hearing his companion's words, Van Walshid approached the player and stopped a few centimeters away from her. Despite the tense atmosphere as perceived by Park Chin-sung, Van Walshid placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and said, see you later, adventurer. When the characters parted ways, Park Chin-sung followed Agenso and Van Walshid, thinking to himself, see, I knew it. He looks suspicious, but he's not doing anything. He's just reciting a line from the game. Gritting his teeth after yet another refutation of his suspicions, Park Chin-sung thought, maybe Wang isn't infected, but if it's not Wang and not some other low-ranking knight, then who is it? Continuing his musings, Park Chin-sun visualized the tavern and thought, based on my gaming experience, I concluded that the infected were the knights who appeared in the tavern. But come to think of it, as long as you're inside, it's impossible to see what's outside. Maybe the game skipped something and they weren't infected after all. Soon, a whole horde of monsters that lived on the floor appeared before Wang Walshid and Aganso. Seeing them, the leader of the Steel Wolf squad shouted at the owner of the place, you have absolutely no manners. You dared to send some punks to meet the guests. Hey, call your boss. Watching Wang Walshid and Agonso battle the monsters upstairs, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, that's the boss. As he continued his musings, Park Chin-sun suddenly recalled a moment from the battle with the enemy and thought to himself, when I defeated Gulgi, the map appeared. Does that mean the map only appears after defeating an infected one? As he pondered, Park Chin-sun added in his mind, but according to the plot, Wang shouldn't die here. If something like that happens, the course of the story will change drastically, and it will be no better than a real disaster. Perhaps the true infected one is the dungeon boss. If so, then everything will fall into place. After defeating yet another monster on the floor, Wang Walshid asked impatiently, so where is that scoundrel Hearts? To which Aganzo replied, he's probably still chasing after the blonde guy. As soon as we catch him, we'll throw him behind bars right away. Overhearing the conversation between the two warriors, the NPC Park Chin-sun thought, the problem is because of what happened with Hearts. Van and all the other knights are looking for me. I need to help them somehow and defeat the boss. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the VBB, he had just dealt with the enemies who were attacking him and his ally. Seeing that the problem had been resolved, Sharon said in awe, I've always admired your skills, to which she heard in reply, don't joke like that with an old man. Sheathing his sword, VBB added, we've come far enough. How much further to the top floor? To which he heard, judging by how thick the magic is above us, we're almost there. Suddenly sensing another presence nearby, VBB said to the girl beside him, Sharan, could you step aside? Receiving the request from her companion, Sharan, without hesitation, complied with the old man's request, after which he immediately launched an attack. Adjusting her hat from the shockwave that followed the sword swing, Sharan exclaimed, VBV? What did you just say? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Without taking his eyes off Park Chin-sung, whom he had sensed and attacked, VBV added, it seemed to me that it was a monster. Having finished explaining the reason for the attack, VBB thought, even considering that I was holding back, one would have to be very experienced to parry such an attack. Yet he had not yet fully mastered the pulsation emanating from the phantom hand. At the same time, with sweat on his face after parrying WBV's sudden attack, Park Jin-sung thought, damn that old man, I almost died. Realizing it wasn't a monster, Sharon exclaimed, Adventurer, why are you chasing us? To which Park Jin-sung replied, Sharon, WBV, I have a request for you. Hearing Sharon say, it seems he knows us, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, you know him, VBB? Sharon, the Dark Fairy, a sorceress who leads the Mages Guild and the School of Magic. VBB, the legendary Phantom Knight who hides his true identity and leads the Hall of Phantom Swords. Continuing his thoughts, Park Chin-sun added in his mind, based on their default settings, these NPCs will reunite with the captain and fight on the final floor. If they can confirm my identity, the knights won't harm me. He then said, I can go up with you as your ally. Hearing the young man's request, Sharan asked in surprise, a comrade? We've only just met. Why do we need that? Hearing the expected response, Park Chin-sung thought, I knew it. With a proposal like this, they would have turned me down anyway, but I have no other choice. However, if I can gain their trust in the long run, it will only be for the better, and there is only one way. When it came time to gain the trust of the two NPCs, Park Chin-sung exclaimed, I need you, Great Warrior Wonkin. Hearing the boy just call her Grandpa, Sharan exclaimed in surprise, that can't be. Smiling slyly at Sharan's reaction, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, well, how about that? No one but me knows your real name. But Grandpa still didn't understand what that meant and asked in surprise, what are you talking about? What surprised you, Sharan? Then, raising his index finger, Park Chin-sung exclaimed, it's someone's name, but of course not yours, to which Sharan replied, What are you getting at? Having gotten the name wrong, Park Jin-sung recalled a story from the plot where it was written that the one who maintained peace between the two states was the great warrior Wonkan. The WBV decided to stop in the Kingdom of Mare. He destroyed countless soldiers and, to atone for his sins, gouged out his own eyes and shed bloody tears, after which he thought, damn, he doesn't know him. That name is written in his biography. Also recalling some changes in the game, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, I want this part, and they removed it during the update. But it can't be that they also changed the character's settings. So what now? At that moment, Sharon, VBB, and Park Jin-sung, who was pondering, thinking, and recalling the story, began to be surrounded by monsters. Noticing them, VBB said, looks like we have guests. In that case, continuing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung wondered why he was using those initials. Great fighter, work, willful master of the orchestra, a name somewhat similar to DNF, after which he spoke, grandson of the Tower of Despair. Hearing Park Jin-sung's last words, Sharon looked back at herself and said, hey, you seem like an interesting young man, but we're in a hurry right now, so why don't you... But Sharon hadn't finished her sentence before she was interrupted by VBB, who unleashed his entire aura and instantly destroyed the monsters. Having dealt with one problem, the grandson of the Tower of Despair turned to Park Jin-sung and said, listen here, Blondie, who are you? Hearing the question from VBB, Park Jin-sung, breaking out in a cold sweat, thought, I guessed right, I just said it at random. Swallowing hard after hearing the question, Park Jin-sung exclaimed, Jin-sung, call me Jin-sung. Stepping closer to the WBV, Park Jin-sung smiled happily and said, you're much more impressive in person. After which he thought, I've never seen the WBV look so serious before. Upon learning the name of the young man who had just revealed a certain truth about him, WBV asked, Jin-sun, so what do you want? To which he replied, all I want is to climb to the top of the heavenly tower as your disciple, WBV. While WBV was talking with Park Jin-sun about becoming a disciple, he said, well, I just need you to tell everyone that we're working together. Hartz von Kruger continued to actively search for Park Jin-sun. Hearing WBV say, well, okay, let's go, Park Jin-sun followed along thinking he agreed a little too easily. As he continued walking up the stairs with the boss, Park Jin-sun heard Sharon's voice behind him saying, excuse me, Mr. Jin-sun. Catching the young man's attention, Sharon took him by the arm and added from a distance, I hadn't noticed how beautiful your eyes are. Our guild has some wonderful teas. Why don't we get to know each other better over a cup? Hearing the girl's request, Park Jin-sung immediately pulled his arm out of Sharon's embrace and said, I'm sorry, but I have no desire to talk about the Tower of Despair. Did you really think I'd fall for that? Seeing that Park Jin-sung was walking away from her, Sharon exclaimed, wait, okay, let's make a deal. Maybe you'll sell me the information. Hearing this tempting offer, he was forced to refuse. Having received another refusal to her proposal, Sharon exclaimed, goodness, what's so secret in your head? Hearing this, Park Jin-sung, hiding behind his collar, thought, I can't tell her. I've spent so much time on the DNF fan site waiting for the new storyline. Sighing in disappointment, Sharon said, fine, forget it. Just know what you're missing out on. Do you even understand the benefits of connections with the Magic Guild? Passes, tickets for Magada's airship, and even the chance to get magical ingredients. Just imagine. Hearing this remark, Park Jin-sung thought about the items from the Magic Guild, then asked Sharon, do you happen to have any fragments of the colorless cube? The girl handed him the ingredients and asked, fragments of the cube, like these? Feeling Park Jin-sung take the magical items from her hands, the girl exclaimed in annoyance, what are you doing? I'll chop off your hands. Give them back. After which VBV shouted, enough chatter, we're here. Hearing VBB's words, Park Jin-sung looked ahead and said, this is the boss's room. After which Sharon, indignantly pointing her finger at the guy, exclaimed, I'll remember this, so you'll be to blame. Soon after, Saria, the player Agonso, and Van Walshad entered the boss's room, where they noticed two more strangers. Quickly approaching them, Saria greeted them and heard, call me VBB, to which she replied, and my name is Saria. After which Van asked, so where do we go now? No sooner had he said this than something began to shine brightly right in front of him. Shielding his eyes from the glare, Van Walshad exclaimed, whoa, what kind of light is that? The next moment, as he fell to the ground, Van Walshad noticed that the attack that had been heading his way had just been blocked by someone, saving him. After saving his companion, Agonso asked, Van, are you okay? To which he replied, hey, that was easy. Immediately after these words, the ruler's palace boss, Sieghart, spoke. I am Sieghart, Lord of Light. Who dares to enter the tower in honor of the Dragon Lord? As Lord of Light and guardian of this place, I command you to leave. Ignoring the boss's dialogue on the top floor, the female warrior rushed into battle against Sieghart. Seeing this, Saria exclaimed, Lady Adventurer. Also seeing that the adventurer had already headed into battle, Agonso noticed Van's actions and said, where are you rushing off to, my friend? To which he replied, let's go keep her company. The next moment, a familiar voice rang out in the room, exclaiming, I can help you. Hearing it and turning around, Hartz von Kruger said, "It's that same guy, the blonde terrorist." Determined to take revenge for everything that had happened earlier, Hartz shouted angrily, "How dare you show your face here? I'll tear you to pieces." But his path was blocked by the hand of the VBB, who shouted, "Stop!" Seeing that he had been stopped, Hartz shouted, "Don't you dare stop me!" To which he heard, "I can't let you do that, Chinson, he's my student." Continuing to explain his reasons, VBV added, "It seems there's been a misunderstanding here. Why don't we discuss this a little later? But if you're not willing to talk, don't blame me for what happens." Outraged by the old man's remark, Hartz snapped, "But..." Before he could finish, Van shouted, "Lieutenant, enough with the complaints." The next moment, drawing his subordinate's attention to the horde of enemies surrounding them, Wang Walshid added, "If you want to get out of here alive, let's put our differences aside. They're coming." Joining the battle against the monsters alongside the other NPCs, Pak Chin Song thought to himself, "Why did I volunteer for a boss fight? I was just planning to observe why there are so many of them here." Shifting his gaze toward where the player was facing off against Zighart, Pak Chin Song thought to himself, "This scene is designed so that you'll fight the boss alone. These red crystals mark the entrance to the boss room, separating it from the side room. It seems the players can't see what's happening here." In an instant, the player dealt a devastating seismic blow to Zighart, shattering his skull, and all the monsters froze instantly. Seeing that the enemies had stopped, Van Walsh had said in surprise, "They've frozen." After which Agonzo added, "It's because their leader was defeated." Then Van added, "We've managed it." But despite the NPC's encouraging words, Zighart recovered and, rejoining the battle, declared, "My master ordered me to protect this place, and I will burn anyone who stands in my way." Seeing that the boss had just recovered, the vice captain shot a displeased glance at the leader and said, "That bastard jinxed us." To which Van Walshad replied, "I'm sorry." Hearing his comrades exchange, Agonzo exclaimed, "So it turns out he's immortal." Hearing this, Park Chin-sung thought, "Everything's fine with the first stage." Continuing his thoughts, Park Chin-sun added in his mind, "Now we need to find out that the source of Zighart's power is the floating castle. After that, we'll destroy the magic circle and the monsters guarding it. And only then, upon returning to the tower, will we begin the second stage of the battle with Zighart." Hearing Sharon shout, "We're retreating," and head for the exit, Park Chin-sung followed and thought, "Great, everything's going according to plan." Following the storyline, the player reached the floating castle, destroyed the enemies there, and sealed the magic circle. Having resolved the side issues, Saria said, "Thank you for everything." Seeing this, Park Chin-sung thought, "Looks like we've cleared the Sky Tower. While I wait for the cutscene to end, I'll have some fun with the other characters." Heading toward the exit after defeating the boss, Saria added, "I hope no problems arise with the large magic circle." At that very moment, upon entering the boss's room, Park Chin-sung looked at the boss's remains and thought, "Where's the map?" Looking out the window, Wang Walshad, Sharon, and the player saw a crybird hit the barrier, get fried, and plummet rapidly downward. After seeing this, Sharon exclaimed in surprise, "This is just unbelievable, so we won't be able to climb any higher, but what is this?" At the same time, standing behind a wall not far from them, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, "The group of adventurers confirmed that the Apostles' traces are hidden beneath a large magical matrix. Well, yes, no signs of corruption." Then, heading down the tower, Park Chin-sung mused, "The Heavenly Tower has been completely cleared, but why is there no map? Did I make a mistake somewhere, or did I miss something?" After descending a few floors, Park Jin-sung bumped into Lenny nearby, who was shouting, "Commander, where are you?" Pausing his thoughts and looking up, Park Jin-sung pointed at the girl and exclaimed in confusion, "What?" Hearing the guy's exclamation, Lenny looked back and saw Park Jin-sung behind her, who thought in confusion, "Lenny." Continuing to point his finger in the girl's direction, Park Jin-sung exclaimed, "Why did you come back here?" To which Lenny, sighing, turned up her nose and exclaimed, "Why? The commander's right-hand man must always be by his side. Besides, even though I haven't been recognized yet, if I work hard, I'll get a promotion." Immediately after her speech, Lenny turned her head to the side and, clicking her tongue in displeasure, added, "We should have agreed on this from the very beginning. It's all because of that idiot Dan." Hearing this, Pak Shin-sung thought, "She carried out the wounded and came right back." Soon after, a voice rang out from the floor above. It was Wang Walshad, asking, "Can you do something with this matrix, just like you stopped Zighart before?" Hearing him, Lenny exclaimed, "Commander, I think he's upstairs." Noticing the girl's intentions, Park Chin-sung stretched out his arm to block Lenny's path and shouted, "Wait a minute, stop." Stopping in front of Park Chin-sung, Lenny exclaimed, "What's the matter? Why won't you let me through?" Upon hearing this question, Park Chin-sung, picturing the situation upstairs, thought, "She's running off right now. A conversation is taking place. Your appearance will cause trouble." The next moment, shifting his gaze to the girl who had exclaimed, "Why are you staring?" Park Chin-sung added in his mind, "I understand. This is what needs to be done. I can't let Lenny interfere with the conversation. Lenny means trouble." Continuing to block the way, Lenny kept saying, "Let me through," to which the commander replied, "Right now, we're discussing important details of the plan. Let's wait here for now." He then thought, "No wonder I didn't find any anomalies in the tower. I wonder if they'll give me a map if I take Lenny to the first floor." After that, he said, "So now is the time." Meanwhile, having finished discussing the plan, Van Walshid said, "Let's hurry back." We need to report on a whole bunch of things. To which WB Vi remarked, wait, there's a vibration in the air. Something enormous. Feeling the airship flying straight toward the Sky Tower, VBS added, and it's flying toward us at incredible speed. Hearing the words of the Sky Tower's grandson, Van Walshad looked out the window and, seeing the falling airship there, exclaimed the same thing. Also, peering out the window and seeing the danger behind it, Lenny cried out in fear, the airship! Hearing this, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, the final event has begun, painting a rough picture of the events in his mind. Park Chin-on thought, technically, the NPS Ophelia's rescue capsule will crash right in front of the adventurers, and the next chapter of the story will begin. Finishing his thoughts, Park Chin-sung said, well, now is not the time to think about him. We need to hurry down. To which Lenny exclaimed, but it's going to crash right now. Hearing the girl's cries, Park Chin-sung placed his hand on Lenny's shoulder and said, that's exactly how it's supposed to happen. Don't worry. To which the girl exclaimed irritably, what nonsense. We have to warn the commander about the evacuation. Trying to keep the girl close to him, Park Chin-sung said, I'm telling you we're safe. To which Lenny, breaking free, shouted, what are you talking about? Get out of my way, you psycho. Then the guy added, I'm telling you, you can't go there. Hearing the girl exclaim, a blimp is flying toward us. Park Jin-sung said, it's fine. It's not heading toward us anyway. The next moment, seeing the look of shock on Lenny's face, Park Jin-sung looked back and saw that the blimp was flying straight toward them, and he exclaimed in confusion, what? Realizing that the situation had changed drastically, Park Jin-sung thought in confusion, why did the airship suddenly take this route? That means this is the true cause of the damage to the Sky Tower. Realizing what his job entailed, Park Jin-sung instantly pulled a weapon from his inventory and thought, I don't need to stop Lenny, but to prevent what might happen to her. It's too late to run away. There's only one option left. Blow up the airship. Technically, this is the NPC Ophelia's escape pod. It will crash right in front of the adventurers, and the next chapter of the story will begin. At that very moment, a thought flashed through Chin-sung's mind about the correct sequence of all these events. Lenny must not die right here. And at the same time, the airship needs to crash right in front of the adventurers for the sake of the story's continuation, if that's even possible. The next moment, seeing in the chat that you're giving up, Chin-sung, exhausted and feeling it was a complete waste of time, barely restrained his anger and, at the moment of impact, pushed the airship away from the Sky Tower. Using a trick to prevent the airship from falling, Park Chin-sung shouted, surrender! I, Park Chin-sung, will surrender in the Sky Tower? Don't make me laugh. I'll handle everything. At the same time, seeing what had just happened, Lenny thought in confusion, the airship stopped? No, it bounced off. What on earth happened? Finishing her thoughts, Lenny asked, what did you just throw? And in Park Chin-sung's inventory was a Heavenly Tower fruit, a rare, ordinary, strange fruit that instead of dealing damage, repels everything within a small radius when it bursts. Be careful, it works on allies too. Chasing after the airship and hurling Heavenly Tower fruits at it, Park Chin-sung shouted, where do you think you're going? Hearing some strange sounds coming from below, Van Walsh had said in surprise, what's that sound from below? Some kind of explosion. The next moment, sticking their heads out of the tower, Aganzo and Wang Walshad saw the airship flying toward them. At the same time, Park Chin-sung, climbing the stairs, was tossing the airship higher and higher, thinking, I'll manage at this pace. And Lenny, who had stayed behind, looking out from the tower at the airship, exclaimed in amazement, what on earth is he doing? It can't be. He's trying to lift the airship all the way to the very top. As he continued to throw fruit from the Sky Tower, Park Chin-sung noticed that his supplies in the storage room had run out, and he had nothing left to keep tossing it upward. Peering into the storage room to confirm his suspicions, he exclaimed in confusion, damn it, they really are gone. Noticing that the airship was beginning to slow down, Lenny, who was standing below, thought to herself, it's losing lift. It's falling again. The next moment, Lenny saw that Park Chin-sung had jumped out the window and was heading after the airship, to which she shouted, hey, what are you doing? Having figured out the colorless cube, Park Chin-sung mustered 200% of his strength and rushed after the airship, using the dark explosion skill. As a result of the final jolt, the airship flew straight to the floor where the adventurers were. At that moment, seeing the airship approaching them, Van Walshad rushed away from the window and shouted, get down! The next moment, a falling airship appeared on their floor, crashing in the spot planned by the plot, and someone shouted, whoa! And Park Chin-sung, seeing the Dornier card before him, joyfully exclaimed, I knew it! The curse is gone, but his joy vanished the very same moment he began to fall after completing the task, and he cried out, but what will happen to me? As he fell, Park Chin-sung screamed loudly and waved his arms, but suddenly felt someone grab his hand and pull him inside the tower. Looking up, he saw Lenny standing before him, who had saved him, and she said, well, now we're even. After everything was over, glancing at the hilt of his sword, Park Chin-sung thought, I didn't expect such a strong reaction. Peering into his inventory, Park Shin-sung, heading out on errands, thought to himself, one sword broke. Well, the quality was so-so anyway. The one I got from Linus I took along with my stuff and gold. That's a bummer too. Also, glancing at his status window and seeing the 23rd level of adventurer reputation there, Park Chin-sung recalled the moment of the mission with Dornier and thought that leveling up and learning Dark Explosion was a good idea. Recalling the moment this skill was activated, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, however, to use such skills, I need cube fragments. Continuing his thoughts, Park Chin-sung added in his mind, in short, they're called CCF skills. Considering how many I need to learn, I'll have to stock up on consumables, and in that case, upon arriving at the Belmare Principality of the Mages Guild, Park Shin-song placed his hand on his neck and said, it seems I have no choice. One day earlier at the entrance to the Sky Tower, having completed the mission with Dorne, Park Shin-song said discontentedly, what do you mean? Pointing her finger at the boy, Lenny exclaimed confidently, I'll say it again. You stopped the destruction to save your own life, but I saved you purely out of good intentions. You owe me, and on top of that, I worked overtime. There was no order to save you. After listening to the girl's remarks, Park Chin-song said in surprise, listen, does the captain know that you snuck into the Sky Tower illegally? Hearing Park Chin-song's question, Lenny exclaimed in a fluster, shut up. If you say a word, I'll definitely kill you, and then puffed out her cheeks. After getting a little angry at the guy, Lenny smacked Park Shin-song on the head and, starting to run away, shouted, 6 o'clock on Saturday at the West Coast port, and if you pay me back with bad food, I'll bury you right there. Watching the girl who had just run away and hit him for no reason, Park Shin-song, holding his hand to his forehead, said, what the... and then heard Van Walshed's laughter from behind him, who asked, see you after the dungeon? Turning back after hearing the question, Park Shin-song saw an angry Hartz von Kruger and Wang Walshad, who added, you're really having a blast, aren't you? After hearing the man's question, Park Shin-song said, Captain, first mate, to which came the reply, goodness, relax, we have to say goodbye. After the captain spoke, Hartz von Kruger joined the conversation and said in a sinister tone, exactly. Tears are already welling up at the thought that we won't meet again, and I really wanted to leave your little head somewhere nearby. To which Park Jin-sung just laughed nervously. When everyone had said what they wanted to say, Van Walshot, walking away, said one last thing. Chin-sun, I truly hope we'll see each other again. Watching the men walk away, Park Jin-sung thought, Van Walshot's curse didn't affect him, but given this whole situation, he might turn out to be much more dangerous. I need to stay away from him. Having finished his thoughts, Park Shin-sun was about to leave, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw the face of VBS in front of him, who snorted in displeasure. Clutching his heart after such an encounter, Park Shin-sun cried out in fright, Yikes, you scared me! To which the grandson of the Tower of Despair exclaimed, Great job, kid! Receiving the praise, Park Jin-sung said, Thank you for being so understanding. To which the reply came, No problem. You had your reasons, but we still have one unfinished business, don't we? Standing aside, Sharan simply listened to the conversation, in which the Tower of Despair exclaimed, Oh, of course, I'm so sorry. I'll keep my mouth shut until the day I die. I won't let it slip even in hell. To which VBV replied, Interesting. Well, fine, so be it. I'll believe you. Having convinced the Tower of Despair's grandson that he would keep the secret, Park Shin-song bowed in farewell, and the old man went on his way. Left alone with Park Shin-song, Sharan asked, Did he want me to hear this too? Right. Well, anyway, I'm not really that interested anymore. By the way, it was you who changed the ship's course. Continuing her conversation with Park Chin-song, Sharan added, But you could have blown everything up and escaped, and yet you brought him right to us. Recalling the moment when the pilot stepped out of the airship, Sharan added, It's as if we were meant to meet the one who was inside. After expressing her thoughts on the situation, Sharan smiled gently and added, It's okay, I'm just thinking out loud. If you want to trade, come see me anytime at the Mages Guild. Finishing his recollections of the previous day, Park Chin-sun arrived at his destination, looked around and said, So this is the Mages Guild? I didn't realize it was this big. Recalling how the building looked from the outside in the game, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, I thought it would be a small shop. Continuing his musings, Park Jin-sung imagined the situation that had arisen and thought to himself, Interesting. It doesn't matter that I'll be dealing directly with Sharan. She needs information. Resting his hand on his chin, Park Jin-sung added in his mind, Damn it, Namir, I'm not allowed to talk about this. So what should I offer her? Without gold or weapons, all I can offer her is... After that, he heard laughter behind him. Turning around, Park Chin-sun saw Sharan standing behind him with her assistant, who said, You arrived earlier than expected. Well, are you ready to talk now? Hearing this, she added, Oh, this one. Sensing Park Shin-sung's confusion, Sharan said, That's right, it's Iris. Iris, say hello. To which came the reply, No need. I know him. Receiving this answer from her subject, Sharan asked in surprise, How do you know him? Meanwhile, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, Iris is the seer of the Mages Guild. Without taking his eyes off the girl, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, She knows me, but how? How could that be? Seeing the young man approach her, Iris said, Jin-sung. To which she replied, Allow me, Iris. You have seen my future, so you know what my role is. After receiving the question from the guild guest, Iris turned her back to Park Chin-sung and said, "The winds whisper that you prefer to think deeply about certain things, but everything has long been decided." Hearing the fortune teller's reply, Park Chin-sung clenched his hand into a fist and said, "Everything is decided," after which he joyfully exclaimed a phrase from the game in his head. Suppressing his sly smile after hearing the reply, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "I hope I don't stand out too much." The next moment, Sharan gave a thoughtful chuckle. Hearing this, Park Chin-sung asked in surprise, "What is it?" Hearing the boy's question, Sharan said, "I only mentioned her name. How did you know she can see the future? First the VBB, then the airship, and now Iris. Who are you anyway?" After receiving the question from the leader of the Wizards Guild, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Oh shit, this is bad. I'm screwed." Eventually, unable to come up with anything better, Park Jin-sung approached the girl and said, "Well, it looks like it's time for me to reveal my true identity to you, Sharan." Having captured the girl's full attention, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "There it is. This is the kind of information I can sell." And then said, "I can also see the future." A few days later, the Mages Guild, having noticed Loriana's disappearance, sent a girl to Sharan who exclaimed, "Leader, we have a big problem." Hearing her subjects' cries, Sharan said, "What happened? Catch your breath first." To which the girl replied, "She's gone." After catching her breath a bit from running, the girl looked at the scene of the disappearance and cried out, "Loriana is gone." Upon learning the reason for her subjects' distress, Sharan said in surprise, "My goodness, Loriana, you're sure about that?" Then the subject held out her hand with the magical item toward the leader and exclaimed, "Look, the light of the magical stone she left behind has completely gone out. Just yesterday it was in perfect working order, but today it doesn't respond to any of my calls." After listening to her subject's report, Sharan said, "I see. Go check the surrounding area for now." To which the subject replied, "Yes, ma'am." As soon as the subject left the office, Pa Chinson entered and said, "So I was right. Loriana Cornaro, 18 years old, a genius of her family, graduated from the School of Magic with honors. The girl is better known for her arrogance than her skills. I saw it all. They'll find her safely, I'm sure." After listening to Park Chin-sung's monologue, the leader of the Magic Guild thought, "It seemed to me that he had gone mad when he spoke of Loriana's disappearance. But suddenly, this is his doing. The situation is radically different from when he revealed the true name of the VBB and learned about Iris." Without taking her eyes off the boy who had warned of future events, Sharan added in her mind, "But the airship, does he really see the future?" Barely holding back his sly smile, Park Chin-sun thought, "Loriana's disappearance is happening right after the incident at the Sky Tower. What a stroke of luck. All the stars have aligned to showcase my vanishing skills. There's no need to even worry about that part of the plot." The next moment, shifting his gaze to the nervous Sharon, Park Chin-sung added in his mind, "But it seems she still doesn't believe me. Well, in that case..." Finishing his thoughts and heading for the exit, Park Chin-sung said, "Well, it's time for me to go. By the way, you'll be meeting Kargon soon." Hearing this, Sharon exclaimed, "Kargon, the Dark Elf?" As she continued to ask about the meeting, Sharon added, "Kargon?" To which Pa Chinson, recalling an event in the game involving a sign that read, "Margot Express Delivery and Tour Services," replied, "You can get more detailed information at Kargon's shop in the harbor." Finishing his recap of the game's plot and calculating the time, Pak Chinson added, "You'll need Margot soon." Upon arriving at the harbor, Pak Chinson thought to himself as he walked, "Sharon almost believed me. By continuing to defend the city and the guild, I'll be able to earn even more trust. It's interesting. Most problems can be solved before they somehow affect the adventurers." Continuing his musings on rewards, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "On top of that, I'll get equipment as a reward. And what if I ask for gold and potions?" Suppressing a smile at the impropriety of his actions, Park Chin-sung thought, "Well, since I'm cheating anyway, I might as well keep going in the same vein. After all, my words aren't even lies." Not paying attention to the road, Park Chin-sung accidentally bumped into someone with his shoulder and, gasping, thought to himself, "Oh no, I got carried away talking to myself." After bumping into Chin-sung in the game, Guessing said in surprise, "Is this how all players behave these days? Stop, Dark Knight." Recognizing the guy she'd bumped into, Guessing exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you're the Dark Knight from the Sky Tower." Also recognizing the person he'd bumped into, Park Chin-sung, rushing to run away, shouted, "No!" but heard in his wake, "That's right, hi, long time no see." Starting to catch up to the fleeing man, Guessing shouted, "Are you still playing? Why is your level so low? Do you want me to be your carry?" Suddenly noticing something interesting, Guessing stopped in his tracks and shouted, "Chin-sun!" Hearing his name, Park Chin-sun grabbed his head and cried out in embarrassment. Seeing the guy's reaction, Guessing poked Chin-sun with his finger and said with a laugh, "Are you serious? I'm just writing in private. Why are you so scared?" To which he replied, "What the hell are you doing?" The next moment, realizing something interesting, Park Chin-sun asked, "Wait, but how do you know my name?" Upon receiving the question from the guy, Guessing exclaimed, "Oh my god, your real name is written in your username?" After that, Park Chin-sung threw his head back and thought, "What a fool Chin-sung is. Since when has there been such a thing in the Sky Tower?" Continuing his thoughts and recalling the moment of his introduction to the WBV, Park Chin-sung mentally added, It's all because I introduced myself to the WBV that way. Until then, I didn't have a nickname, so my actions can have consequences like this. The next moment, Guessing created an invitation letter and said, I like you, join our guild. As he listened to Guessing exclaim, we'll give you all the equipment, potions, and access to dungeons and raids, Park Jin-sung replied, no thank you. Ignoring Guessing's words, who was saying, and we have all kinds of training, Park Jin-sung heard a voice from somewhere behind him say, without you, I know. Hearing this exclamation, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, a familiar voice, and walked past Guessing, who continued, much more important is that I'm here now. Approaching the source of the shouts, Park Jin-sung saw Ophelia Wigrins, who, holding a dagger in her hand, cried out, I'll be back and I'll take my revenge, no matter what. Peering out from behind the building to see what was happening, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, Ophelia Wigrins, the one who survived the burning airship. Despite all the shouts, Van Walshed knocked the weapon out of the girl's hands and said sternly, Miss, I understand how you feel, but don't try to bite off more than you can chew. Be realistic about your abilities. Seeing the whole picture in yet another player, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, Van Walshad and a Gonzo? The Behemoth quest is beginning. The Archer-class muse is completing it. Hearing Van Walshad's remark, Ophelia bowed her head and said, the temple above the Behemoth is my home. Continuing to tell her story, the girl, lost in her memories, added, and all the people who lived there were my family. Recalling the times of those terrible events that happened on the Behemoth, Ophelia added, but Lotus forced all the believers to fight to their last breath. Finishing her account of what had happened, Ophelia exclaimed, I can't just stand by? To which a voice replied, calm down, it's not that simple. You can't act rashly. The Behemoth is a flying whale, a religious order that protects the ruins on the whale's back, the religious order of Pawn. Due to Apostle Lotus's attack on Behemoth, Ophelia was forced to land the airship. The Apostles, those called the rulers of another dimension, the demonic realm, number only 12. They are the main antagonists of the DNF world. Lotus's primary ability is mind control. Dealing with him is very difficult. Continuing to watch the situation from behind the building, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, well, I won't have to deal with him. I just need to handle the infected. But he wondered if the Muse class wasn't too difficult for a beginner. Seeing that Musa had just turned around and headed somewhere, Van Walshed said, hey, adventurer, Margata Harbor is on the other side. After which Agazno clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and exclaimed, what the hell? Sighing in disappointment at what he'd seen, Van Walshed said, never mind, we'll come back here at sunrise. After which Park Jin-sung thought to himself, she skipped the dialogue. It looks so strange in real life. Without taking his eyes off the two NPCs, Park Jin-sung added in his head, it looks like they aren't infected. Van Walshed and Naganzo will board the Behemoth when they meet again. Just as he was about to leave, Park Jin-sung said, the scene is over. But he hadn't taken a single step when he heard the sound of footsteps and Lenny's voice calling out, Captain! Turning his gaze toward the shouts, Park Jin-sung saw Lenny shouting, I'm coming too. And Hartz von Kruger, who, trying to stop her, shouted, hey, stop! Then he thought, but the dialogue is already over, Lenny. After speaking with Ophelia, the heroes set off for the dungeon known as the Temple's Outer Wall to neutralize Lotus. The adventurers Wang Walshed and Agan So set off as a trio, in other words. Looking at the scene unfolding right before him, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, Lenny, you shouldn't be here. Hearing her subject say, please, just once, I'll show you what I'm capable of. To which Van Walshed replied, enough, this isn't a job for you. After hearing these remarks from the leader of the Steel Wolf squad, Hartz von Kruger grabbed Lenny, covered her mouth, and said, I'm sorry, Captain, she's a nuisance. She's impossible to stop. While the squad's deputy commander tried to calm the girl down, shouting, shut up and calm down. The captain said you can't handle it on your own. Van kept his eyes fixed on them. Also standing nearby, Park Jin-sung suddenly heard, well, how can we refuse her? Fine, let's go. And thought in surprise, if she comes with us, this quest will be tainted. Despite the girl's joyful shouts and the vice captain's disappointment, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, it's exactly the same as if I'd left her to die in the Sky Tower, but there's still time before dawn. The next morning, seeing a familiar face nearby, Kargon cheerfully exclaimed, good morning, Lady Sharan. You're as beautiful as ever. And who's that with you? Glancing at Park Jin-sung, who was rummaging through his gear, the dark elf added, oh, that beggar? To which Sharan replied discontentedly, that's Jin-sung, a guest of our guild. Continuing to rummage through his things, Park Jin-sung said disappointedly, well, okay, there's just a bunch of junk here, not much use, but still better than a regular t-shirt. Staying on the shore near the ship, Sharan asked, wait, but is the Magada Kargon really ready to set sail? To which she heard, are you insulting her? I just greased her up on board. You're always welcome, Lady Sharan. Hearing these words, Sharon pressed her hand to her face and said, no, I'm leaving. After which she recalled the events of the previous night, when there had been a knock at her door accompanied by cries of, Lady Sharon, Lady Sharon. Opening the door and seeing the guest, Sharon said, what's happened, Sir Jin-sung? Are you rushing off again? To which he exclaimed, we have a problem. The future I saw is coming much faster. Something will happen on the Behemoth, and then, recalling that nighttime encounter, Sharon thought to herself, When he returns, he'll tell me what's coming, and in exchange, I must help him with his preparations. Without taking her eyes off the boy rummaging through his gear, Sharon thought to herself, I gave him potions and shards, but asking me for weapons and armor? He must think that's a fair price for information about the future. Well, fine. After that, Park Chin-sung exclaimed, wow, not bad. Continuing his conversation with the leader of the Magic Guild, Kargon cheerfully asked, since you're here, maybe we could have some tea. After which he heard a noise behind him. Turning around, he saw that his gear was all scattered and ruined, and he froze in shock. Rubbing his nose after his gear was ruined, Park Chin-sung awkwardly said, wait, I only touched it. Unable to contain his emotions after what had happened, Kargan punched Park Chin-sung in the face and shouted angrily, what are you doing, you beggar? Do you even know how much this costs? To which he heard, but it's just a pile of junk. Then Kargan added, well, you've had it. You're finished. After the conflict with the Dark Elf, Park Chin-sung pointed at Sharan, who was standing behind him, and shouted, she'll pay for all of this. Soon after, a Ganso entered the warehouse with a girl who asked, I beg your pardon, but is there a Dark Elf named Kargan among you? I am Roboto, a knight of the Principality. I request permission to come aboard. After making her request, the girl saw a strange scene before her. Kargan stood behind her and shouted, Lady Sharan, he's crazy! While the angry figure of Sharan loomed over Park Chin-sung, who was apologizing. Waiting for the flight to begin, Kargan exclaimed in surprise, so many passengers today, something must have happened. Everyone, take your seats now. Folding his hands in front of him after the incident he had stumbled upon, Agonzo said, you never cease to amaze me. Just think, a member of the Mages Guild. To which Park Chin-sung replied, not exactly. I'm more of a guest of the guild. Upon hearing how Park Chin-sung identified himself, Aganzo remarked, indeed, it seems that despite this, Lady Sharon expects a great deal from you. While Chin-sung himself looked at the angry woman holding a giant check in her hands. Heading toward the ship, Park Chin-sung noticed Van Walshed nearby, who said, wait, aren't you that WBV apprentice? After that, Lenny called out, Chin-sung, and they heard, oh, hello, I'll be accompanying you as a member of the Mages Guild. Upon learning why Park Chin-sung was on this ship, Van Walshed asked in surprise, escort you? To which he replied, yes, and if it's not too much trouble, I need a few people. I was in such a hurry that I didn't have time to find anyone. Hearing Park Chin-sung's request, Van Walshed said cheerfully, actually, we do have a suitable candidate. Upon hearing this, Lenny exclaimed in surprise, you're sending me with this guy? Hearing that everything was going exactly according to his plan, Park Chin-sung exclaimed happily, wonderful, I'm very grateful, Captain. After which he smiled slyly and thought, everything is going according to plan. Now I'll be able to watch her. Noticing Park Chin-sung's sly smile, Lenny exclaimed, what are you up to? To which Kargan replied, what do you mean? Someone's missing. Well, it's your own fault. Let's go. At that very moment, Van Walshed noticed that the adventurer had appeared on board the ship and said, here she is. Also seeing that the last candidate had arrived, Kargan exclaimed, great, now we're taking off. Lifting his ship into the sky, the Dark Elf adjusted his glasses and said, our next destination is Behemoth. While everyone was flying around the ship shouting, hey, slow down, Park Chin-sung, looking at Musa, wondered how she could stand there motionless, just like a doll. The next moment, recalling the passage through the Sky Tower, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, and that fighter from the tower must have acted the same way. When transitioning between dungeons, the player waits for the loading screen, but their character freezes completely. Continuing to steer toward the Behemoth, Kargan shouted, we're almost there. After which their ship began flying right past the giant whale's eyes. Seeing this sight, Lenny cried out in fear, so that's the Behemoth. Upon arriving at the Behemoth, Kargan shouted, just a heads up, I won't be able to dock here. Send a signal when you're done. Once on Behemoth, Van Walshed said, the air here is heavy, even heavier than in the Sky Tower. After which Aganso added, interesting, I didn't think things would be this dire. At the same time, standing behind the adventurer, the player Park Chin-sung thought to himself, the dungeon opening event has begun. The player on Muse must have already logged in. I can't let her catch sight of me. As he turning his head, Van Walshed saw a masked figure clutching their chest and gasping, please help. Quickly taking in the one who was asking for their help, Van Walshed exclaimed, a mask with 3 eyes, reminiscent of Behemoth. Those are worn by members of the Order of Pawn. This is one of the survivors. Looking at the cult member, Commander Van saw tentacles begin to crawl out of him, and a voice rang out, finish me off, but soon his sanity vanished, and the monster's menacing voice declared, all who do not submit to Lord Lotus shall die. As he engaged the monsters in battle, Van Walshed said, hey, adventurer, don't feel sorry for them. It's better to die than submit to the apostle. I'd say we're doing them a favor. Standing behind and watching the battle, Park Chin-sung said, Lenny, let's retreat and see. Let's get ready, don't leave my side. Hearing Park Chin-sung's words, Lenny held out her hand in front of him and exclaimed, what else? Be careful yourself, you don't have a weapon. To which he replied, actually, I do have one. I just bought it recently. Here, look. As she examined the weapon Park Chin-sung had shown her, Lenny let her guard down and asked in surprise, huh? What is this? To which Park Chin-sung replied, a A sword. What else? Continuing the conversation, Lenny, unaware that one of the monsters had revived, said, "Are you blind? Isn't that just a hilt?" No sooner had the girl said this than she felt someone tug at her from behind. It was Park Shin-sun who, pulling her out of the danger zone, finished off the monster. Driving the sword into the monster's body, Park Shin-sun made several dozen slashes and tore it to shreds, after which he sighed. Having finished the battle and wiped the remaining blood from his face with his finger, Park Chin-song said, "Are you okay, Lenny?" Meanwhile, having dealt with the monsters, Van Walshid said, "Now everything makes sense." Also, having assessed the situation in this place, Agonzo said, "Adventurous, as you may have already noticed." Without turning his head toward Musa, Agonzo whispered, "Someone's been following us ever since we left the temple," after which Wang added, "Well, that's a bad idea. It's not so easy to hide from us and Agonzo." Later, upon hearing this from his companion, Agonzo said, "Then we'll stay one step ahead as usual. If that's the case, let's head into the jungle." Walking behind Wang Walsh and Agonzo, the adventurer Lenny asked Chinsun, "Did those zombies also use magic?" Hearing the question from his assistant, Pak Chinsun looked at the remains of the creature and thought to himself, no, those were remnants of magical energy left over from the battle with her. Recalling the game's plot, Park Chinsun added in his mind, Isadora, whose mind is not yet under her control, is following the group and will try to finish off the heroes before Lotus takes over their minds. Continuing to recall the sequence of events in this location, Park Shin-song thought to himself, but she's caught red-handed in the ancient jungle, and a battle begins. As she continued to survey the area, Lenny noticed something. No bodies were visible, to which Park Chin-sun replied, "I guess no one died," and then thought that after the battle she would join the heroes and lead them to Lotus. Ignoring Lenny's words, which sounded something like, "Well, there's our captain," Park Chin-song thought, "So the battle with Isadora is over, which means they're heading to the next dungeon. Lenny's presence is really slowing me down." After which the girl asked what he was thinking about. Continuing his thoughts, Park Chin-sun said to himself, "The adventurer is moving faster than expected." But before he could finish his thoughts, he got a pinch. Turning his attention to Lenny, he heard, "Why are you flying in the clouds? Were you even listening to me?" Continuing to scold the guy who had grabbed his head after the pinch, Lenny added discontentedly, "Just say no, focus." Glancing at the girl he was walking with behind Park Shin-song, he thought to himself, if things keep going like this and nothing happens, Lenny will die soon. After which he recalled that moment from the game. The next moment, stepping forward, Lenny exclaimed, "Fine, screw you, let's go." While Park Shin-song, clenching his hand into a fist, thought, "An event I cannot and must not stop. She is doomed." Then, rushing after the girl, Park Shin-song shouted, "Hey, Lenny, wait, do you want to get caught off guard again?" Hearing this remark, the girl awkwardly exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" Indignant at Park Shin-song's remark, Lenny added, "I just relaxed a little, that's all." Hearing this, in other words, she'd been caught. After that, he thought, if I can't influence the outcome, then let there be a smile on her face in her final moments. That's all I can do for her. Suddenly, throwing her arm around her neck, Lenny said awkwardly, "By the way, you..." Hearing her uncertain tone, Park Shin-song asked, "What?" Then, the girl added, "Are you seeing someone?" Hearing the question that caught him off guard, Park Chin-sun thought in surprise, "Wait, what is she talking about? Stop, this must be some kind of joke, right?" Finishing his thoughts and deciding to answer, Park Chin-sun said, "Well, After which the ground suddenly cracked and wooden vines emerged from it. Jumping back instantly and seeing that the vines had caught Park Chin-sun by the arm, Lenny exclaimed, "Chin-sun, that plant!" Caught in the tight embrace of the wooden monster, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "Damn it, I let my guard down. I thought the squad had taken care of everything, but they missed this one." Then, reaching into his inventory to grab a weapon, Park Chin-sung shouted, "Come here, I'll chop them all to hell," but heard a noise behind him. Noticing that another monster was attacking Park Chin-sung from behind, Lenny grabbed her sword and finished off the enemy, then freed the boy. Freeing himself from the monster's wooden shackles, Park Chin-sung landed on the ground and joyfully shouted, "Lenny!" Hearing Park Chin-sung's joyful shouts, Lenny clicked her tongue in annoyance and exclaimed, "Wooden monsters and duck monsters, what kind of jungle is this?" After the girl's question, Park Chin-sun exclaimed, "It's a hunter-warrior fanatic class monster that became a monster by resisting Lotus's mind control, and that wooden one is a tree spirit. It's trapping you in its path." And then, upon hearing, "Shut up, take your position already," following the girl's instructions and pressing his back against her, Park Chin-sung realized they'd been caught off guard from the very beginning, to which he replied, "I got distracted for a moment. It happens to everyone." Later, upon hearing the monster's roar, Park Chin-sung and Lenny engaged them in battle and began to destroy the enemies one by one, after which Park Chin-sung thought, "All right, so be it." After finishing the battle with the enemies, Lenny leaned on her sword and began to catch her breath, while Park Chin-sung was still able to stand on his feet. But when he saw the girl collapse, Park Chin-sung called out, "Lenny, are you okay?" She replied, "I'm just a little tired." Then the boy added, "Don't scare me like that, you can get up." After hearing Park Chin-sung's question, Lenny, looking at the ground, held out her hand and said, "No, I think I twisted my ankle. Give me a hand." Not waiting for Park Chin-sung to reach out, Lenny said, Actually, Lenny, I'm meeting someone, and you know her very well. Hearing Park Chin-sun's reply as he held out his hand to her, Lenny said, "Oh, of course, that's what I thought." After which the guy said with a smile, "By the way, we have a date this weekend." After that, casting a surprised glance at Park Jin-sung, Lenny said, "You haven't forgotten what you promised, have you?" Seeing how the girl's expression changed instantly, Park Jin-sung thought, someone might say this is just pity, or that I'm doing the wrong thing, and then said, "Actually, I don't know if there's anywhere to go here." After voicing his guesses about a place for a date, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, whatever, at least Lenny will go to the other world with good memories, and then got kicked in the gut. After getting scolded and starting to run away from the girl, Park Jin-sung shouted, "Ouch, why are you doing this to me?" To which he heard, "Shut up, I've only just started." Then the guy added, "Hey, but I really don't know if there are any restaurants around here," to which he heard only laughter. Continuing to fight her way through the remaining monsters, Lenny shouted, "Chinsun, the captain definitely went this way." To which she heard, "I told you, this is the only way to Lotus." After making that remark, Park Jin-sung recalled the dungeon map and thought to himself, after passing through the Pawn Sanctuary, the player enters the Silver Knight location, where the Order of Pawn keeps weapons to fight Lotus. But here, in a moment of reflection, Park Jin-sun heard, "Hey, Chin-sun, look over here." He glanced over and thought, those are traces of Musa's skills. The next moment, noticing Lenny's gear on the floor, she added, "Oh, look, there's something shiny here." Noticing the armor, Park Jin-sun joyfully exclaimed, "It's that!" Picking up the rare equipment, Park Jin-sung joyfully exclaimed in his head, "Well, of course, it's a rare item. It looks like a drop Musa missed or something." But noticing a strange chain on the item, Park Jin-sung said disappointedly, "Hey, what are these chains?" To which Lenny replied, "It looks like a magic seal." Hearing Lenny's words, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Damn, I completely forgot about rare items. They're usually sealed." And then said, "Well, okay, I just need to click on it, right?" Hearing what Park Jin-sung was about to do with the sealed item, Lenny asked, "How can you click on it? You can't remove a magic seal like that." To which the guy thought, "Come on, wasn't that how it worked in the game?" After moving the item to his inventory, Park Jin-sung continued on his way and said indifferently, "Never mind, I'll ask Sharan for help later." On his way, he stumbled upon even more sealed gear that had remained uncollected after the monsters were destroyed. The next moment, remembering Musa, Park Jin-sung added to himself, "She definitely doesn't need all this loot. Musa isn't her main character. Leveling her up is a whole other task." After gathering all the scattered gear, Park Jin-sung, breathing heavily with greed, cackled and shouted, "Come to daddy!" At the same time, the main group of characters, along with the adventurer, defeated Aslor, the high priest and boss of the Pawn Sanctuary. Taking his last breaths, Aslor said, "Isadora, you said we were family. Please spare our lives." Hearing the high priest's final plea, Van Walshad said, "I too can resist mind control. I'll transform just like you, but then Emily won't let me back home." Joining the conversation, Isadora bowed her head over her companion and said, "Aslor, you always saw things through to the end, even when it came to forbidden magic." Upon arriving at the High Priest's Hall, Park Jin-sun stood at a distance with Lenny, observing the events and thinking, "Wonderful, here they are. They've just defeated the boss, Aslor." Pointing ahead, Lenny exclaimed, "Over there, Captain! Captain!" At that moment, Park Jin-sun grabbed the girl by the arm and said, "Wait, don't interfere. This is a serious conversation." Afterward, he thought, "We need to be more careful. Following this column could put us in the player's line of sight." Seeing Aslor's behavior and hearing him shout, "Fools," Isadora said, "We don't have much time. Let's get out of here quickly." Hearing this, Aganzo said, "All right, let's go." Noticing that everything seemed to have gone well, Pa Chin-sung thought to himself, "It looks like there's no damage, just one last event left." At that very moment, noticing that everyone was already leaving, Lenny rushed after them and shouted, "Hey, Captain, wait." But before she could finish her sentence, she tripped over a book and fell to the ground. Seeing Lenny fall, Park Jin-sung asked in surprise, "Why are you laughing?" While Lenny was already seething with anger. The next moment, noticing what exactly Lenny had tripped over, Park Jin-sung exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a second, a book? It's the Book of Genesis." The Book of Genesis is a sacred book that describes the fate of the Pandemonium Apostles, as well as the end of Arad, making it the most important element of the DNF storyline. While Pa Chin-sun was lost in thought, Lenny tossed the book into the air and began slashing it with her sword, shouting angrily, "Damn book, take this!" Seeing what Lenny was doing to the Book of Genesis, Park Jin-sung grabbed her by the shoulder and exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing?" To which the girl indignantly asked, "What's it to you?" Continuing to scold Lenny, Park Jin-sun shouted, "Do you even realize how important it is?" After which someone called out, "Hey, is anyone there?" Turning back, Van Walshad looked into the library where Park Jin-sun and Lenny had been hiding, but they were no longer there. Walking further to examine the room more closely, Van Walshad said in surprise, "Interesting, maybe I imagined it," while Pa Chin-sun and Lenny hid under the table. Noticing that his companion had walked off somewhere, Aganso called out, "Hey Van, where'd you go?" To which he shouted, I'm coming, I'm coming." And Park Chin-sun, who was covering Lenny's mouth, heard those very words. Watching the footsteps of Wang Walshad, who had left the library, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, that was close. But now Wang wouldn't be able to find the Book of Being, and that was the final part of the boss-defeating event. At that very moment, hearing Park Chin-sung say, "If we don't do anything, a curse might appear," Lenny turned her gaze to the boy and saw him standing too close. Seeing that Park Chin-sun was too close to her, Lenny exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why are you so close?" To which Park Chin-sun replied quietly, "Freeze for a second." Noticing Park Chin-sun's lips moving toward hers, the girl said, "Wait, we shouldn't," and then sighed heavily. But having braced herself for the kiss, the girl was ready for anything, except that Park Chin-sun, having taken out a pen, began taking notes, muttering to himself, "Great will, end of the worlds. How was it again? Remember, Chin-sun, you've been through this 1,000 times." Without ever feeling the kiss, Lenny said, "Hey, Chin-song," to which she heard, "Be quiet, let me think." Finishing his writing, Park Chin-song said, "The rest were weeping. No, they were in mourning." After which he held the writings out before him and joyfully exclaimed, "It's done. The first chapter of the Book of Genesis." Rejoicing that he had been able to remember, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, "Maybe I'm not a genius, but I managed to memorize this." "Lenny, why are you stuck there?" To which the girl angrily exclaimed, "I'm thinking about how to kill you." Following his companions, Van Walshad heard a strange sound behind him. Turning around, he noticed a book on the ground and wondered, what kind of book is this? Seeing that Van Walshad had noticed the book he'd tossed, Park Chin-song thought happily, "So the package has reached its recipient." After reading the book and spreading his arms, Van Walshad said, "They were gods, but they never managed to master the true power. That's what the Book of Genesis says about them." Well, is this really a mythical tale? I've never read anything like this before. Holding Park Chin-song's manuscript in his hand, Van Walshad exclaimed, "It's not even finished yet. Well, I'll take it with me." Seeing the reaction of the leader of the Steel Wolves to the Book of Genesis, Park Chin-song said, "Has he gone mad or something? He's screaming like he's been cut. And his face." After that, Lenny added, "It's the first time I've seen him like this." Pressing her trembling hand to her chest, Lenny said, "Not even when I threw a meatball at him or when he was arguing with a deputy." Turning her gaze to her leader, the girl added fearfully, "But the captain has never been this angry before. What did you show him?" Hearing Lenny's question, Park Jin-sung looked back at her and asked in surprise, "Did he get angry because of the Book of Being?" After which he thought, maybe Wang is always like this. Recalling moments from the game, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "It's hard to say. In the picture, his face is expressionless, but I'm certain of his lines." While the next finishing, feeling these strong tremors as well, Agonzo shouted to Isadora, "What's happening?" To which the girl replied, "Behemoth, he's wounded." Realizing what exactly had caused this earthquake, Park Jin-sung thought fearfully, "Lotus!" Of course, Lotus is trying to subdue Behemoth. Clutching his head after being affected by Lotus's power, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, damn it, his mind control works even at this distance. After a while, feeling relief, Park Jin-sung, kneeling, said, "The damn earthquake and these visions have stopped." And then thought, to experience this firsthand is an interesting experience. One must not act rashly. The next moment, hearing the girl say, "Damn, Jin-sung, you're like..." Park Jin-sung said to Lenny, "Let's go back." Hearing her companion's instruction, the girl asked nervously, "What about the captain?" To which Park Jin-sung replied, "I've figured something out. We need to report to the guild immediately." After which he thought, "Actually, I already know the whole story." While in her office, Sharan heard the ring of the magical receiver lying on her desk. After the boy's joyful exclamations, Lenny asked, "What exactly did you figure out?" "Well, how should I put it? I think I know where Behemoth is headed." A short while later, upon arriving at the Wizards Guild, Lenny remained behind closed doors while Chinsun and Sharan spoke. Suddenly, she heard a cry from the central ocean. Hearing Sharan's exclamation, Park Chinsun said, "The ocean in the middle of the sky. Lotus used to live in water, but now he can't even use half his power because of the dry climate." Looking at the open book on her desk, Sharan asked, "And that's why he sent Behemoth to the middle ocean?" To which she heard him reply, "It'll work out." After Sharan's shocked exclamation, "What did you just say?" Park Jin-sung pressed his hand to his eye and said, "In the middle of the mission, I had a vision of the future where the Lotus's plan worked." Continuing to recount the plot of the completed game, Park Jin-sung added, "He fully restored the Apostle's power and destroyed Arad." Dropping the wineglass from her hands, Sharon exclaimed, "You destroyed it? Are you absolutely sure?" To which Park Jin-sung replied, "And unfortunately, that future cannot be changed." Hearing Park Jin-sung's words, Sharan placed her hands on his shoulders and cried out, "How can it not be changed? There must be at least some way to defeat Lotus." After listening to Sharan's concerns, Park Jin-sung said, "Well, I have one idea." The woman exclaimed, "Tell me." The young man held out his hand and said, "First, I need 100,000 gold pieces." A short while later, seeing that Park Jin-sung had left the office, Sharon Lenny exclaimed, "Jin-sung has finished his report. It's time for us to return to the Behemoth." After hearing the girl's exclamation, Park Jin-sung said in a completely calm tone, "Lenny, let's go for a walk somewhere first." The girl asked in surprise, "Where?" Finding herself at the market with 2 ice cream cones in her hands, Lenny said discontentedly, "This is the Hendon Mead Market." To which Park Jin-sung replied, It's the real thing. My eyes are popping out. Hearing that Park Jin-sung was seriously planning to come here, Lenny exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? Are we playing with toys here?" To which he replied, "I didn't say that," and then thought, "Fortunately, the players don't notice my conversation with Lenny. Maybe they don't even see her. According to the plot, she doesn't appear in the city." Finishing his thoughts and turning back to Lenny, Park Jin-sung said, "You've felt the power of the lotus yourself. We're here to prepare ourselves as best we can." Learning the reason for their presence at the market, Lenny said, "Well, yeah, you're right. But why do we need ice cream?" To which Park Jin-sung replied, "It's delicious. I'll have the chocolate one." Walking through the market, Park Jin-sung and Lenny approached a stall where Kenna cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, welcome. Kenna at your service. Are you looking for something specific? I have everything you could want." While Lenny gazed admiringly at the girl, thinking how cute she was, Park Jin-sung handed her a list and said, "Can you find the items on this list for us?" To which Kenna replied, "Sure, let's see." After glancing over the list the customer had given her, Kenna chuckled thoughtfully and said, "Oh, I see, it's clear." After thinking it over, the girl said, "I'll need some time, so come back in the evening." Hearing this, Lenny exclaimed, "In the evening? But we can't wait that long." The next moment, turning her gaze to the boy, Lenny said, "Chinsun, well, tell me." And upon hearing, "Well, there's nothing we can do about it. It seems we'll have to now." Turning his gaze to Lenny and with a smile on his face, waving his hand, Chinsun added, "Stay at the market until evening, right?" Quickly heading away from Kenny's tent, Pak Chinsun called out, "Let's go then. I'll feed you properly. I keep my word." To which Lenny, catching up to him, shouted, "Wait a minute." Waving goodbye to the pair, Kenny called out, "See you later." Then glanced again at the list where it said, "Look around as long as possible," and smiling added, "You love birds." Strolling through the market, Lenny spotted a fish stall nearby and, grabbing Chinsun's arm, pulled him toward it. Feeling the girl's gentle tug, Park Chin-sun turned his attention to her as she pointed out what had caught her interest. Approaching the stall that had piqued the girl's curiosity, Park Chin-sun pointed to the fish's head, which, in his opinion, bore a resemblance to Lenny. But his teasing didn't last long. Unable to contain her anger, Lenny placed the fish's head on Park Chin-sung's head. Continuing their walk, the couple stumbled upon another shop, this time featuring a balloon-popping game. After buying some throws, Lenny hit all the targets with her darts and won a toy. As the day drew to a close, Chin-sung bought some more snacks and they sat down on a bench to rest after a long and exciting day. As she savored the treats Park Chin-sun had bought for her, Lenny said, "My little sister would love this." Hearing this, Chin-sun asked about her sister, then thought about her family. Beginning to rummage through his memories, Park Chin-sun mentally added, "She only had a mother and a younger sister named Laura. They're very poor, which is why she, as the model eldest daughter, wants to advance in her career." Collecting his thoughts, Park Chin-sun spoke to Lenny, after which she suddenly said, "Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. A master swordsman like the captain doesn't need assistants, and even if he did, he certainly wouldn't need novices like me." Sitting next to her, Park Chin-sung heard Lenny add, "I'll be lucky if I don't die on this mission." After which he immediately felt a chill run down his spine and a lump form in his throat. Clutching the toy she'd won at the fair in her hands, Lenny added, "When I think about leaving my family, it brings tears to my eyes." The next moment, rising from her seat, the girl added, "But today I was able to relax without thinking about anything." Glancing at Park Chin-sung with a smile on her face, Lenny cheerfully added, "I'll remember this day for the rest of my life. Let's have our next date in the Delos Empire." No sooner had he said this than he saw Lenny reach for his hair and say, "I'll follow your orders, that's all I can do. Iron wolves never retreat." Feeling a leaf being plucked from his hair, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, "Even if you die, that very phrase is stuck in my throat." That same night, in the Silver Knight dungeon, upon arriving at the right spot, Wang Walshad said, "Hey, Isadora, we heard that weapons against Lotus are kept here." After his companion's words, Agonzo, having also noticed something strange, said, "But that's not even close. There are some eggs here." No sooner had he said this than a monster burst out of one of the eggs and ran toward them. Noticing this, Agonzo cried out, "It can't be! It's Lotus!" Somewhere in the port of Magada's dock, leaning on Robato's sword, she said, "The squad is delayed." After which a voice from behind called out, "Everything's fine with them, don't worry. The adventurer will definitely defeat the apostle." Suddenly a ship appeared at the dock. Seeing it, Dan exclaimed, "Magada has returned." Soon after, Musa disembarked from the Magata. Seeing her, Hartz von Kruger approached the girl and asked, "Adventurer, why are you alone? Where's the captain?" Then the girl handed the emblem to the first mate. Seeing it, Hartz von Kruger exclaimed in surprise, "The emblem of the knight's captain." After which he thought, "He needs our help." Realizing why Musa had returned alone, the first mate exclaimed, "So be it! Lead us to the captain. Iron wolves, assemble." At the same time, having put on his new armor, Park Chin-sun joyfully said, "The sealed gear," after which Sharon said, "I've unsealed everything." Hearing this, Chin-sun joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you." Opening the status window, which read, "Chin-sung level 28, Adventurer Reputation 277, Park Chin-sung said, "Let's see how strong I am. 10 times stronger than before." Closing the status window, he exclaimed, "Wonderful." Then he noticed the armor had disappeared and cried out in surprise, "Wait, where did the armor go? That's strange, though the glory points are still there." The next moment, looking at his hands and noticing the armor there, Park Chin-sun said, "It's invisible and I don't feel any weight. Another gift from Namir." Hearing this, Sharan asked, "Excuse me, who said what?" And then added, "Never mind." After accidentally hearing "thank you for everything" adventurer somewhere on the street, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, that familiar voice and that line. Holding the bracelet in her hands, Iris added, "Would you believe that these pitiful few minutes could determine the fate of all of Arad?" Peering from behind the door and eavesdropping on the conversation, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, Iris is giving Muzi a hyper-jamming bracelet that suppresses Lotus's mind control. Seeing Muse put on the device, Park Jin-sung thought, a hyper-jammer because of her sloppy work? An adventurer, so enough with the nonsense. My task is to preserve the original plot. I can't change it on a whim. The plot, after all, is just a game. When Musa returned to the Port of Hearts, seeing her, he said, "Well, now that you've sorted out the details, we're combat ready. Let's go." Hearing the command all aboard, Park Chin-sung followed Robato, thinking, finally the final flight to Lotus begins. Back on the behemoth, Park Chin-sun and the rest prepared for the operation. There were only 2 destinations. The first was right in the center of the ruins where Lotus was hiding. The second was the ruins themselves where the other cult members had fled. Thus, the squad split into 2 groups. Mu's group set out to deal with the cult, while Park Chin-sun and the knights decided to clear the path to Lotus. Fighting the monsters in the ruins, the vice captain shouted, "Fire, blow them all to smithereens," and the cry echoed toward Lotus. At that very moment, Park Chin-sung, preparing to use his skill, shouted, "Everyone step aside," and then destroyed a dozen enemies with a high-speed dash. Having fought his way forward, Park Chin-sung suddenly heard Dan's cries nearby, shouting, "Help!" Rushing to his aid, Park Chin-sung destroyed the enemy who had almost reached Dan, then asked seriously, "Why are you guys struggling so much against these mobs?" Hearing Park Chin-sung's remark, Fiona, who was nearby, thought in surprise, "So he's strong. That must be what Lenny was talking about." Getting back on his feet after being saved, Dan said, "Thank you," to which Park Chin-sung replied, "Don't let your guard down. As soon as we enter the center, Lotus will activate mind control." Dan then exclaimed, "Mind control? How do we defend ourselves against it?" Noticing Pa Chin-sung's strange behavior as he stood before him, Dan asked, "Chin-sung, what's wrong?" At that very moment, glancing back, Park Chin-sung noticed that the space around him was changing, and Lotus's voice rang out, saying, "Come on, become my servant and give up your life." Noticing the 8th apostle, the long-limbed Lotus, standing before him, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Damn it, that bastard Lotus didn't even let me finish speaking." Standing before Lotus, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Don't panic. Maybe he has subjugated everyone on his planet Solaris, but right now he's weakened by a lack of water. I'll use my gear." After that, Lotus asked, "What is Solaris?" Hearing one of the apostles add, "How do you know about him?" "I haven't said a word about it." Park Chin-sung thought, "Does he read minds or something?" Surprised by what he found in Park Chin-sung's mind, Lotus added, "You know the future as if you've read the script. So you're from another world, aren't you, Chin-sung?" Holding his head, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, Don't think. Those thoughts won't stick." And then heard, "Answer me." Angered at the boy, Lotus added, "If you refuse to answer, I'll blow your tiny head off. The world you lived in, that gray city, and what kind of curse is this?" Faced with question after question, Park Chin-sung, starting to think about everything under the sun, shouted, "Is it really that interesting to read other people's thoughts? Then choke on it, you multi-eyed beast." Starting to receive too many thoughts from Park Chin-sung, Lotus shouted, "What kind of chaotic thoughts are these? Stop it." Seeing that, pulling his sword from his inventory in a spare moment, Park Chin-sung said, "It's true, I'm from another world, just like you. So I've got a ton of knowledge. I can pull you out of this hole." Hearing the boy's words, Lotus shouted, "You worthless fool, make yourself clearer." To which Park Chin-sung, pressing the sword to his own throat, replied, "Stop meddling in my thoughts. Just try it, and I'll cut my own head off." After hearing Park Chin-sung's threats, the 8th apostle said menacingly, "You dare to play games with me, Great Lotus? Do you think I'll believe you?" Hearing the apostle's words, Park Chin-sung said, "Do as you please. I have nothing to lose." To which he replied, "Ha, you devil, say what you want." Hearing the monster's question, Park Chin-sung said, "Lotus, you are the source of this corruption." Upon receiving the question from Park Chin-sung, Lotus said, "Oh, I've already seen that question in your thoughts. Let me think. Among the apostles, there are those who spread all sorts of things. For example, that ugly Delazy." Hearing the vague answer, Park Chin-sung said, "The corruption I'm talking about isn't something physical." To which he replied, "Whatever it is, I had nothing to do with it." Not wanting to give up so easily, Park Chin-sung, without removing the sword from his neck, said, "So you know who it could have been." Hearing Lotus's laughter, he asked, "What's so funny?" "You already know the answer, don't you?" Receiving the question from the young man, the 8th apostle replied, "Exactly as you said. Namir is not omnipotent. She cannot hide from the all-seeing eye if there is someone capable among the apostles." After sighing in disappointment after hearing this, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, the devil herself might be the source of the corruption, though these are merely guesses. After reviewing Park Chin-sung's thoughts again, Lotus said, "It's amusing to watch your attempts to escape reality." Hearing his thoughts being read once more, the apostle added, "That's unnecessary. It's enough to look at your pitiful face." Hearing the remark from one of the apostles, Park Chin-sung said, "Come to think of it, who else was there? Hitler, Sirocco, and Cassia? I remember there were other apostles capable of reading minds. Their abilities are stronger than yours, yes." Hearing this question, Lotus exclaimed angrily, "How dare you compare me to those good-for-nothings? Reading minds? Don't make me laugh." As he continued to listen to Lotus angrily exclaiming, "Hitler! All she's capable of is playing with dolls. Cassia is gifted with a warrior's intuition. That's all," Park Chin-sung thought. "Oh dear, looks like I hit a nerve." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the eighth apostle added, "Sirocco may be useful, but she wasn't even close to my level. Know your place, little person. I am Lotus, ruler of the Middle Ocean." Leaning later, bowing his head and beginning to piece together the information he'd received, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "Tox Hitler can't read minds." Finishing his thoughts, Park Jin-seon said, "I have one more question." After that, Lotus waved a tentacle and shouted, "Shut up! It's your turn to answer. What's in that little box?" Then, peering into Lotus's tentacle, the boy saw a phone there and said, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Angered again by the boy's answer, the apostle shouted, "Stop playing the fool. Why the hell did they stick me in this box? And a bunch of people, young and old, are doing whatever they want with me. Explain it." After hearing the question, Park Chin-sung thought, is he talking about a phone or what? A mobile DNF? Then he sighed and said, "So you've seen it? Well, there's no choice. I'll tell you. Your fate is to be at the mercy of adventurers about 1,000,000? No, more like 1,000,000,000 times. Immediately after hearing this, Lotus shouted, "You worthless nobody dare to speak of my fate? I'll crush you like a worm." To which Park Chin-sung, preparing for battle, replied, "Go ahead, try it, you octopus-brained fool." But as he left Park Chin-sung's consciousness, Lotus said his farewell. "Consider yourself lucky, human. I'll back down, but I warn you, get out of here or I'll show you true destruction." Watching his consciousness clear, Park Chin-sung thought in surprise, "He's letting me go? How can he say he'll never play with me?" Before Park Chin-sung had fully regained his senses, Dan ran up to Fiona and exclaimed, "Fiona, we have a big problem. The adventurer has disappeared. Lenny is looking for her right now." After listening to her friend's report, Fiona said, "Oh no, we need to hurry." Then noticed Chin-sung running past her and called out, "Hey!" Ignoring Fiona's shout, Park Chin-sung hurried toward Lenny, thinking, "Damn Lotus. So that's why he did that? Now Musa's hyperjammer is off and Lotus can control her." As he began replaying the familiar game scenario in his head, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "If she attacks Lenny now, Lenny will die. I have to prevent this." But after saying prevent, Park Chin-sung slowed down and thought, "What am I even doing? I'm saving Lenny. I need to stop the curse, and I almost created it myself. Pull yourself together, Chin-sung. We've been through this before. Now you can let her go without regret." At that very moment, behind him, Park Chin-sung heard a crackling sound. Space began to collapse, and a spatial portal appeared within it. Looking back and seeing who was emerging from it, Park Chin-sung thought to himself in surprise, "Wait, isn't that Muse and Iris? But isn't Muse under Lotus's control? What on earth is going on here?" Soon after, a man with a sword stepped out of the portal. Stretching his neck, he said, "We've made it safely to the behemoth." Confused by the third person, Park Jin-sung thought, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Wait a second. An Eastern-style suit, a peasant accent, and a katana at the belt. That's one of the 4 swordmasters, and also the time traveler, Saran. Continuing his musings, Park Chin-sung added in his mind, "So, this is a story of the future on the 71st level. Siran the adventurer, and Iris will travel to the past." Peering from behind a tree to see what was happening behind them, Park Chin-sung added in his mind, "It was just the mechanics of the dungeon. They're actually traveling through time." Soon a shout rang out from a nearby building. "Stop! Adventurer, stand still! Who am I talking to?" Hearing these shouts, Park Jin-seon thought to himself, Lenny's voice, after which Saran said, "Here she is." After the time traveler's remark, Park Jin-sung peered out from behind the tree in surprise and heard, "I'll say it again. If the timekeepers find out, we're in big trouble, so we don't touch anything in the past." As he began to draw his sword from its sheath, Siren added in a menacing tone, "Unless it's Lenny." Hearing Saran's words, Park Chin-sung thought, bewildered, what is he talking about? According to the plot, the past doesn't change. Unless they're not just observers, that would be tampering. Watching as the characters headed up the stairs, Park Chin-sung, remaining where he was, thought, it seems Lenny is in danger, but should I intervene? If Musa sees me, then the Time Lords? At the same time, dodging Musa's attacks, Lenny shouted, "Damn it, adventurer, snap out of it!" Arriving at the scene of the battle, Siran said, "So, who do we have here? Let's move." No sooner had Siran spoken than someone attacked him, but reacting quickly, the man managed to block the blow and shouted, "What's going on?" Turning his head toward the attacker, who had jumped aside, Siran said in surprise, "A cultist." Hearing himself called a cultist, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "Excellent, they didn't recognize me. I won't let them interfere no matter what happens." Continuing his thoughts, Park Chin-sung mentally added, "I need to disguise myself." But upon noticing his disguise was fading, he exclaimed, "This isn't armor, why the hell is it disappearing?" Having let his guard down, Park Chin-sung, caught in Siran's attacks, thought, I'm done for. What am I supposed to do now, rulers of time? But despite all expectations not feeling that he had been bound, Park Jin-sung looked back at Muse and wondered why nothing was happening. Realizing that even when the adventurer's gaze fell upon him, nothing happened to him, Park Jin-sung shouted, "Not so fast," and made a quick dash. Outraged that he had been forgotten, Saran lunged at Park Jin-sung and shouted, "Why are you looking around?" and launched an attack. But Park Jin-sung escaped using a portal. Having moved far enough away, Park Jin-sung used the Dark Frenzy skill and attacked the adventurer and Siron. But having let his guard down, Park Jin-sung was struck in the head by Iris, who had appeared behind him. Knocking Park Jin-sung to the ground, Iris pinned him down and shouted, "Master Saran, adventurer, the time has come. This is your chance to save Lenny." Hearing Iris's shout, Park Jin-sung raised his head and, glancing after Siren and Muse, asked in surprise, "Save Lenny?" The next moment, a trident flew into Iris's chest and Fiona shouted, "Nobody move!" Hearing that voice, Park Jin-sung, who was no longer being held back by anyone, turned around and said, "Fiona Dan." Standing up and looking down at Iris's body, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, what the hell are they attacking Iris for? While Park Jin-sung stood over Iris's body, Dan and Fiona rushed into battle, shouting, "Take them, that adventurer!" And, "Lenny, get out of here, fanatics!" Continuing to stand aside and watch what was happening, Park Jin-sung thought in confusion, why are Fiona and Dan attacking them? What kind of madness is this? I need to do something. But suddenly Park Jin-sung's thoughts were interrupted by Dan's words as he shouted, "Hey, what are you doing here? Hurry up and help Lenny." After Dan's shout, Park Jin-sung, not knowing what to do, spoke up. While Lenny, in the midst of battle, lost the sword she had been using to defend herself until then. Having lost her weapon and suffering from her wounds, Lenny fell to the ground and groaned heavily, while Musa was already taking aim at her. Realizing exactly what he needed to do, Park Jin-sung grabbed his sword and, rushing toward the girl, shouted, "Lenny!" But it was already too late. Having finished her preparations, the adventurer, under Lotus's control, had already fired her bow. After the battle against Saran and the adventurers, Fiona and Dan ran to the body of their fallen friend, while Park Jin-sung could only stand aside and watch. Lenny's tragic death is a key part of the plot. It serves as a catalyst for the adventurer's resolve and channels the hero's strength in the right direction against Lotus and the other apostles. This is the only and unchanging order of things. Falling to his knees and bowing his head after the events that had transpired, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Is this really right? What was it all for, Lenny?" The next moment, glancing at the bodies of Musa and Siran from the future, Park Jin-sung noticed how they began to take on their true forms. Realizing what had actually happened, Park Jin-sung said, "They were members of the cult, and their appearance was just an illusion. But when they arrived, I saw with my own eyes how they emerged from the time rift." Feeling his body tremble, Park Jin-sung said in confusion, "So all of this was in my memories. I knew it." Then he recalled the moment when Lotus had read his thoughts and when he'd thought, "Is she reading my thoughts too? Or is she just reading the thoughts from back then?" Recalling that moment, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "You've been messing with my head this whole time." The cultists were exactly like Muse's squad. Heading in the direction where Lotus was, Park Jin-sung added in his mind, and their request to save Lenny, from the very beginning, it was all him. Pounding his fist against the wall to vent his anger, Park Jin-sung shouted, "Lotus! He was the source of the corruption all along." Feeling rage and hatred begin to overwhelm him, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "You don't have long left, I'll tear you to pieces." Meanwhile, in the center of the dungeon ruins, the second ridge, continuing its battle with Lotus, thought, "Oh no, he's strong." Waving his tentacles while simultaneously holding back his enemies, Lotus said, "Pitiful little people, do you think the two of you are enough to stop me? You're not even close to my level." Outraged by the monster's remark, Van Walshaded rushed into the attack, shouting, "Who do you think you are? You're up against two masters of the blade." Despite all of Van Walshad's cocky shouts, Lotus broke through his defense, shouted, "Shut up!" and directed his tentacles at his opponent. But at that very moment, the Muse joined the battle and, using her skill, landed a powerful blow on the monster. Feeling the support and glancing back, Van Walshad shouted, "Adventurer, where have you been?" Hearing that he had just joined the battle, Lotus thought, "Adventurer, where did she come from? Damn it, my trap didn't work. I'm really going to be defeated by the adventurer." The next moment, beginning to swing his tentacles more vigorously, Lotus shouted, "It shall not be so, Fate, and I couldn't care less about her." Noticing the change in the enemy's behavior, Van Walshad wondered to himself, what has happened to him? Why has he suddenly gone berserk? Continuing to battle the adventurer and her companions, Lotus reached out a tentacle toward Muse and shouted, "You're finished!" But just as he was about to grab her, the girl turned into smoke. Noticing this, Lotus exclaimed in surprise, "She's gone." Using the hot debut skill, Muse appeared in another location, avoiding mortal danger. Seeing how skillfully the adventurer had evaded the enemy's grasp, Van Walshad exclaimed, "Well done. Your teleportation skill is impressive." The next moment, noticing that Lotus was approaching her again, Musa used the Rising Moon skill and dealt critical damage. Having sustained serious injuries, Lotus fell to the ground, exhausted, and exclaimed, "This can't be." Exhaling with relief after the battle ended, Aganzo said, "Finally, it's all over." The next moment, glancing at Van Walshad, he added, "We were lucky the adventurer arrived just in time." To which he replied, "All right then, we almost made it. Good work, adventurer." But at that very moment, Lotus, having regained consciousness, said, "Joke with me," and then shouted menacingly, "Don't joke with me." Feeling a powerful tremor after Lotus's shout, Van Walshid, sensing the influence of mind control, shouted, "What the hell, Lotus? What is he—" But before he could finish, he succumbed to mind control along with the others, and became a puppet of the eighth apostle. Smiling maliciously after subduing his three enemies, Lotus shouted, "Fate is a lie for the worthless? I am the invincible Lotus, always." But before he could finish, a voice rang out. "Perhaps we'll laugh together." Then, interrupting his gloating, Lotus saw Pak Chin-sung standing right in front of him, who added in a menacing tone, "On your grave, you devilish octopus." Surprised by Pak Chin-sung's appearance, Lotus said, "How are you even standing on your feet?" To which he heard, "I don't even know. Maybe because you're a damn weakling." Having received an answer to his question, Lotus raised one of his tentacles and said, "Well, whatever. Just submit to me." After firing several electrical pulses at Pa Chin-sung and seeing that they had no effect on him, Lotus said, "But how?" Gritting his teeth after the eighth apostle's question, Pak Chin-sung said discontentedly, "Why even ask? You boasted about your ability to read minds." Then, reviewing the memories of Pak Chin-sung that were now available to him, which he had received earlier, Lotus saw the moment of visiting Kenny's shop and said, "The potion of resistance." Hearing that the enemy had just named his method of resisting mind control, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "My order from Kenny's shop." Continuing his thoughts, Park Chin-sung added in his mind, "I prepared based on the description of the hyper jammer. The jammer blocks hallucinations and mind control, but not mind reading." Angered at Park Chin-sung for resisting his abilities, Lotus shouted, "You insolent scoundrel! You dare use cheap tricks against me?" Resuming his pressure on the boy with his aura, the monster added, "Don't get cocky. You've only blocked my mind control. I still have a few aces up my sleeve." Unable to tolerate his opponent's chatter, Park Jin-sung grabbed his sword and shouted, "Enough talk. Let's settle this right here and now, Lotus." After a moment, continuing to pressure his opponent, Park Jin-sung asked, "So, are these your aces?" To which he received silence. Blocking Park Jin-sung's next attack, Lotus shouted, "I see right through you. Your fifth combo only looks threatening, but as long as you don't land a hit, you have nothing to fear." Waving his tentacles to prevent Park Chin-sung from counterattacking, Lotus shouted, "How will you fight against someone who reads your every move?" Hearing this remark, Park Chin-sung smiled and asked, "Exactly, then use the Great Wave skill." As he pressed his opponent, Park Chin-sung added in his mind, and then used the Dark Slash skill. Continuing to advance on his opponent, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "He may try to lure me into a trap, but whatever you're planning, it won't work." Circling the enemy from different sides to attack again, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "If he can read my thoughts, then my only option is to launch an attack he won't have time to react to." After reading Park Chin-sung's thoughts, Lotus thought to himself, "Oh, so that's a decent plan. But you're thinking too narrowly. Even before the most cunning attack, a person thinks about where to strike." After reviewing Park Chin-sung's thoughts, the eighth apostle thought to himself, "Behind me, that's what I thought," and then shouted, "There you go, all your power is gone." But after swiping his tentacle behind him, Lotus didn't feel a hit. Park Chin-sung had attacked him from an unexpected spot in front. After reading Park Jin-sung's thoughts further to the right, Lotus turned back in the indicated direction, but was struck from the opposite side and thought again from the other side. Having lost one of his eyes during the battle with Park Jin-sung, Lotus thought to himself what a fool he was for attacking in a direction opposite to his thoughts. After noticing the key combinations for activating skills in Park Jin-sung's thoughts, the eighth apostle wondered what those symbols meant. Noticing his opponent's confusion, Park Jin-sung exclaimed, "What's the problem? Didn't you say you were good at reading minds?" But just as the next attack was about to strike, Lotus managed to anticipate where Park Jin-sung would strike and struck him with a tentacle. Having outmaneuvered Park Jin-sung and pinned him against a tree, the eighth apostle said, "I get it now, so that's what the commands mean." Recalling the image of skill activation combinations, Lotus said something like, "The activation spells? You were thinking about the commands, not the skill names, to activate them, and you used the difference in arrow directions and attack zones to confuse me." Having figured out the tricks Park Chin-sung had used against him, Lotus said, "Now I've memorized everything. A man dared to attack me while I was reading his thoughts." After giving Park Chin-sung a good beating and pausing for a moment before his next attack, the eighth apostle asked, "Wasn't it you who told me to prepare for death? Is that your entire plan?" Hearing Pa Chin-sung say, "You devilish bastard," Lotus interrupted him asking, "I just can't understand where all this anger in you comes from. Is it because of that girl?" Falling to his knees and leaning on his hands to keep from falling, Park Chin-sung said, "But you were the one who left her to die, weren't you?" Enraged at the enemy who had just brought up a painful subject for him, Park Jin-sung lunged at the octopus and shouted, "Lotus!" Anticipating Park Jin-sung's attack, Lotus pierced the boy with a tentacle and said, "Die, you fool! A disgraceful end." Seeing how Park Jin-sung had cut through his tentacles, Lotus thought in surprise, "What was that? Did I imagine it? I pierced right through him." The next moment, seeing that Park Jin-sung had lunged at him shouting, "You're finished!" Lotus cried out again, "These tricks of yours." Missing time and again as he attacked Park Chin-sung, Lotus, without taking his eyes off him, wondered how he managed to dodge. Attacking again and seemingly hitting his mark, the eighth apostle thought to himself, I don't understand what kind of nonsense is going on here. First, I have to figure this out. As he began to sift through Pa Chin-sung's thoughts, Lotus said to himself, more likely I'll have to figure out what he's up to. There's clearly something hidden in his memory. Having reached what he needed, Lotus exclaimed in his mind, what is this? What does it all mean? Trying to make sense of what exactly he had found, Lotus added in his mind, I don't understand a thing. Falling into a fit of rage, Lotus shouted, this is impossible, it can't be. Super armor? Invulnerability? Some kind of nonsense. Continuing his thoughts, the eighth apostle, seeing Pa Chin-sung heading toward him again, said, wait. Confidently approaching Lotus to take his revenge, Pa Chin-sung thought to himself, Lenny, I didn't know what was right and what was wrong. Now nothing can be fixed. Please forgive me. Recalling the joyful girl, Park Chin-sung added in his mind, I'm angry at myself for letting you die, and this is the only way to atone for my guilt so that your death wasn't in vain. Preparing to unleash his final strike, Park Chin-sung added in his mind, Lotus, the apostles are a curse. I'll destroy them all. Grabbing a sturdier sword, Park Chin-sung swung it and prepared to strike. Using the dark strike skill and dispatching the eighth apostle, Park Chin-sung, leaving Behemoth, said, goodbye, Lenny. As the battle ended, taking his last breaths, Lotus said, the system, the plot, fateful events, to think I was just a pitiful puppet. The next moment, raising his gaze, the eighth apostle added, well, you seem satisfied. It seems I won't die at the hands of an adventurer after all. I didn't think that by your own actions you were creating corruption. Taking one last look at Park Chin-sung, who was preparing to finish him off, Lotus said, you're just like me, a mere puppet who brings ruin, and burst out laughing. As soon as Lotus died, Van Walshad grabbed his head and groaning, said, it was Lotus, after which Agonso added, I think I saw something. Having fully regained his senses and raising his gaze slightly higher, Van Walshad saw Musa in front of him against the backdrop of the defeated monster and said, what an adventurer. Still amazed by what he saw, Van asked, hey, isn't that Lotus behind her? To which Agonso replied, she entered the battle on her own as soon as the mind control dissipated. Shifting his gaze to the massive crater that had formed nearby, Agonso added, the traces of battle. That's your handiwork, adventurer. Meanwhile, tending to his wounds somewhere nearby after the victory over Lotus, Park Chin-sung heard, that's pretty cool, really impressive, well done. In the vicinity of the dungeon, at the second ridge, the knight's outpost, gathering all the soldiers in the camp, the deputy commander shouted, hurry, Magata will arrive soon. Send the wounded first. Upon learning that one of the apostles had been defeated, Roboto said, we can breathe a sigh of relief, Lotus. Indeed, the captain exclaimed. Hurrah, just a little more. Continuing his conversation with Roboto, Van Walshad added, fortunately the adventurer arrived just in time, after which the figures of two more soldiers began to appear nearby. They were Fiona and Dan, who was carrying the body of Lenny, who had fallen in battle. Seeing his comrades, the deputy commander hurried over to them to ask what exactly had happened. During a heavy downpour, as everyone was returning to camp, Park Chin-sung stood nearby behind a tree, concealing his presence. Lenny was temporarily laid to rest in a makeshift camp alongside the other fallen soldiers. She was posthumously awarded the knighthood she had so long dreamed of. As for the other knights, Wong advised celebrating the victory rather than mourning the dead, calling the latter frivolous. Hearing the advice of the commander of the Steel Wolves, Roboto spoke up. I don't want to interfere, but don't you feel any pity at all for the soldiers who died in battle? I feel no pity for the knights who died in battle. Pity is nothing more than a desecration of a brave warrior. Park Chin-sung had heard these words 1,000 times during the game. Van had said this to his knights, but this time, the words seemed to be addressed personally to Park Chin-sung. Bowing his head and resting his hand on it, Van Walshad set off somewhere and said, what's wrong with you? We're going to win. After which Agonso asked him, where are you going? Upon receiving the question from his comrade, Wang Walshad turned around and said, I want to examine Lotus's body before we go. We need to make sure he's dead. Hearing where Park Chin-sung was headed, he thought to himself, liar. In reality, he wants to absorb Lotus's power into his ring. With the power of an apostle, it will become an incredibly powerful weapon. Deciding to do nothing, Park Chin-sung thought, this is the right course of events, and I'll have to follow it. I won't interfere anymore, and the plot, even if it has consequences, is coming to an end just like this. Trying on the mask Park Chin-sung had brought, Sharon exclaimed in amazement, oh my gosh, how could you even see anything through that? It's unbelievable. Hearing this question, Park Chin-sung, who was standing nearby, thought to himself, who would have thought this junk would pass for gear? Continuing his musings and recalling moments from the game, Park Chin-sung added in his head, come to think of it, there used to be similar gear in the game, though you can't get it anymore. Having started thinking about this topic, Park Chin-sung added a few thoughts about the gear in his head. For example, I can obtain unavailable items by destroying enemy mobs, which is exactly why I was left with nothing in the Sky Tower. Continuing his musings, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, for such a rarity, it's worth putting in the effort. After that, Sharon poked him with her mask and asked, Chin-sung, didn't you bring something else? Feeling excruciating pain from the slight contact, Park Shin-song cried out loudly and, jumping back from the woman, shouted, "Be careful! Maybe my muscles have healed thanks to the potion, but they still hurt." To which Sharan replied, flustered, "I'm sorry." Recalling the description of the super armor that forces one to take the full extent of damage, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, "Damn super armor, I'm still feeling the effects of the damage." Then, hearing Sharan say, "Wait, but the adventurer defeated Lotus, so why are you complaining?" Chin-sun added in his mind, "Damn it, I just can't tell them." After once again confirming that the plot was unfolding correctly, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "It seems everyone really does think that the adventurer defeated Lotus. It was scary, but I didn't get a beating from the time rulers. And Lotus's card appeared as it should, so there's nothing left to worry about." Having finished pondering the situation that had arisen, Park Chin-sun said, "In that case, my next goal is this." Noticing the boy's unusual behavior, Sharan asked, "Chin-sun, what happened? You're not yourself. Before you were just babbling nonstop, but now there's something hidden in your words." Hearing Sharan's remark, Park Chin-sung asked in surprise, "Babbling on?" After which the woman exclaimed, "Excellent. It's settled. In recognition of your skills, the Mages Guild is hiring you." After signing the contract with the Mages Guild, Park Chin-sun handed the contract back and said, "All set. Can I get the bonus payment right now?" To which Sharan, holding out a bag of coins, replied, "Of course, here, take it." Holding the money, Park Chin-sung immediately headed for the exit. Noticing this, Sharan asked in surprise, "I wonder where you're off to?" After asking the new guild member a question, Sharan heard, "I have one thing to take care of. I'll be back in a few days." After which she added, "You're not just going to run off with that gold, are you?" After receiving the question from his leader, Park Chin-sung looked around near the exit and said confidently, "Don't worry, now I have a reason to give it my all." Returning to the guild, Park Chin-sung said disappointedly, "Well, how could the rain have washed away the path to the elven outpost?" Hearing this, Sharan asked, "Did you want to get to the forest?" After asking Park Chin-sung a question, Sharan said, "Yes, we agreed to meet Linus there." And then, taking a potion from the shelf, she said, "Interesting." Puffing out his cheeks after the failed expedition, Park Chin-sung said, "So what do we do now? Maybe we should summon Magata?" After which Sharan handed him a small bottle of potion. Holding the potion in her hand, one that could help Chin-sung with his problem, the leader of the Mages Guild said, "Here, take this." Taking the bottle of potion in his hands, Park Chin-sung asked in surprise, "What is this clear liquid?" To which he heard, "You really don't know?" Surprised that Chin-sung wasn't aware of what she had given him, Sharan said, "Fine, as long as you haven't drunk it yet." But no sooner had she said that than Chin-sung had already started drinking it. The next moment, right before Sharan's eyes, he dropped the bottle of teleportation potion and vanished from the guild. Having moved to another location, Park Chin-sung said, "It's hot," and then, looking around, exclaimed, "Wait, this is the Elven Outpost." Heading in the right direction along the Elven Outpost, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "I didn't expect Sharan to give me a teleportation potion. Doesn't it have a level restriction? And shouldn't the color be yellow?" Lost in thought and wandering through the forest, Park Chin-sung noticed a familiar face nearby and joyfully called out, "Linus!" Upon meeting Chin-sung, Linus placed his hands on his shoulders and said, "Just look who's here." Hearing, "Hello, how are you?" he replied, "Fine, but it's boring without Serie. How's that friend of yours you wanted to save?" Hearing this question, Park Chin-sung immediately thought of Lenny, who had died in the battle on the Behemoth, and then said, "Well, there's nothing to worry about anymore." Upon learning of his friend's success, Linus asked, "So, what's up? Go ahead, tell me. Why did you come? I doubt you came just to share the news." Hearing this, the other guy asked, "Do you want to make a sword?" Having figured out the reason for the guy's visit, Linus asked discontentedly, "I wonder where the blade I gave you went." To which Park Chin-sung replied awkwardly, "Well, it was stolen." Having come to terms with the fate of his former weapon, Linus said, "Well, fine. What kind of sword do you need? Did you bring the materials?" Hearing this, Chin-sung opened his inventory and exclaimed, "Awesome! So you'll take this on. You won't back out, right?" Then he realized. Seeing the boy's reaction to his words, Linus said, "What a joy! Look what you've brought here." But before he could finish, one of the tentacles flew into his head. Noticing that the materials had accidentally hit Linus, Park Chin-sung exclaimed, "Oh my, 1,000 apologies." He quickly shoved the thing away and asked, "Are you okay?" Coming to his senses after the sudden blow, Linus got to his feet and asked, "What on earth is this?" Receiving the question from the blacksmith, Park Chin-sung, dragging the rest of the tentacles toward the forge, cheerfully said, "These are Lotus's tentacles." To which Lotus replied, "Why on earth are you dragging him around with you?" The next moment, upon hearing the boy say, "Please turn it into a sword," Linus exclaimed, "Are you kidding? What good would that do?" Hearing the blacksmith's exclamations, Park Chin-sung sighed and said, "I understand. I'm probably asking too much. This is a job for the best blacksmith." After which Linus began to tremble. Not wanting to look bad, Linus grabbed one of Lotus's tentacles and exclaimed, "Wait here, did I say I couldn't do it?" Seeing that Linus had already gotten to work, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "Perfect. The weapon is in reliable hands. I still need to stock up on potions while I have money. It's time to head back." But just as he began thinking about returning, he realized how he'd gotten here and thought in confusion, "Wait, I don't have any more teleportation potions. Clutching his head after realizing the problem, Park Chin-sung exclaimed, "What am I supposed to do? The path here has been erased." After which Chin-sung heard, arriving at the elven guardhouse following Park Chin-sung, Sharon said discontentedly, "Can you listen to me before you disappear?" Handing Chin-sung another vial of potions, Sharon added, "All you have to do is think of the place you want to go, then drink it. Luckily, I've already programmed the coordinates into the potion." Hearing this, he replied, "Thank you so much." After explaining how it worked, Sharon noticed the look of surprise on Park Chin-sung's face and said, "Let's go back to the guild. Something's wrong." To which he replied, "I thought the teleportation potion was yellow. You prepared it correctly." Hearing no reply from the woman, Insun looked up at her and added, "Sharon?" After which he heard her say in an angry tone, "How dare you compare this cheap stuff from the market to my masterpiece? It's full of artificial dyes and mine is a natural product." The next moment, reaching out her hand to Chin-sung, Sharon added discontentedly, "Well, if you want it, give it here." To which Chin-sung exclaimed in confusion, "Thank you very much." Returning to the guild and arriving at an empty room, Park Chin-sung looked around and asked, "Is this my room?" Standing soon after, a servant arrived in the room carrying a tray and said, "Lady Sharon, your order." To which she replied, "Oh, thank you. Just leave it somewhere here." When Sharon hung the sign outside the room, Chin-sun, seeing that it read, "Guild Association of Extraordinary Anomalies," exclaimed, "What's that?" To which she replied, "Not bad. Your new job." Offended by the text on the sign, Park Chin-sun exclaimed, "Are you kidding? What a stupid name." To which she replied, "I mean, I made it myself." Chin-sun then added, "It looks like an old woman's handiwork." Sharon angrily shouted, "Say that again!" After a long argument, Sharon smiled slyly and said, "Everything's already been decided, so just give in." To which Park Chin-sung replied wearily, "Damn it." The next moment, as Sharon shifted his displeased expression, he heard, "Starting today, you're working on behalf of the guild. Make sure you adhere to the terms of the contract. I'll provide you with everything you need. Your task is to warn us of any danger on our path." Upon learning of his duties, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, the dangers following the behemoth will become the metastasis of yet another apostle. Metastasis is the name given to the disappearance of all living things into another dimension. This phenomenon is the source of all problems, but nothing is known about it. It's not even clear whether this is a natural phenomenon or the work of someone's hand, but they managed to figure out why metastasis affects the apostles. Having imagined the reasons behind the apostles' actions, Park Jin-sung mentally added that, according to the prophecy, after the adventurer defeats the apostles, Hildur will sacrifice Ara to resurrect the demon realm. After reflecting, he turned his gaze to Sharon and asked, "Sharon, do you know how to make a healing potion?" To which he heard, "I'm sorry, which one exactly?" Thinking about what he needed, Park Chin-sun said, "Interesting. Well, something like a potion that heals from the spread of all-consuming corruption." Hearing this, Sharon remarked, "What are you talking about? That's not corruption anymore, it's a plague." Immediately after her remark, Sharon exclaimed, "Where and when does it start?" To which Park Chin-sun, heading toward the exit, replied, "In Ophelia, in the kingdom of Fenez." Hearing Sharon exclaim, "Fenez," Park Chin-sun said, "I'm afraid so. It's an underground city built by dark elves just like you and other races." Continuing his conversation with the leader of the Mages Guild, Park Chin-sun added, "And I'm sorry, but the plague has already arrived." Seeing their leader's actions, one of the soldiers of the dark elves' kingdom shouted, "Elder, turn back!" Hearing his subjects cry, the elder, looking at what had happened to the inhabitants, said, "Our city has been taken by the devil's people." Unable to contain his emotions, the leader, grinding his teeth, said, "How dare they attack my kingdom, and with such methods? Don't mess with me, I will surely take my revenge." The next moment, after ordering all forces to gather at the borders, the elder heard this and replied, "Exactly. We are declaring an offensive." Having finished creating the weapon for Park Chin-sung, Linus raised the sword above his head and said, "Accept this work." Seeing what the blacksmith had managed to create, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "It's that giant lotus tentacle that's currently unavailable. I'd given up hope that I could craft gear like this." After which he exclaimed, "Thank you, it turned out exactly right." Hearing the boy's joyful exclamations, Linus asked, "What's that about? What did you hear?" "Oh, nothing. By the way, I need something else from you." Hearing what Chin-sung wanted, Linus asked, "No problem, but why specifically the form?" After receiving the question from the blacksmith, Park Chin-sung thought, the skill available through Linus weapon creation, combined with the mold, allows you to change the appearance of any weapon. After that, Linus asked, "And what are you going to do with it?" To which Chin-sung replied, "Make money." Walking around town and trying to find something to do, Guessing thought to himself, daily quests? Weekly raid? Everything's already closed. What am I supposed to do now? How boring. Suddenly hearing a "hello," Guessing arrived and said in surprise, "That's a familiar nickname." Holding a megaphone to announce to other players, Park Chin-sung shouted, Over, a giant lotus tentacle is for sale, level 35. A cool and rare item from a unique boss. Any takers?" Realizing who was speaking, Guessing joyfully exclaimed, "Chin-sun, it's been a long time. What are you selling there?" Hearing Guessing's voice, Chin-sun clutched his head and thought, "That whispering again? I just can't get used to it." Putting the gramophone back to his mouth, Chinsun said, I told you not to whisper, my head is buzzing. I'll whisper to you now, like that / whisper. Guessing thought, maybe I need to speak louder. Meanwhile, standing behind him, Linus thought to himself, poor guy, so young. Activating the voice command, Chinsun said, hello, and heard, it's working. What's up? He asked, and the voice replied, yeah, whatever, forget it. Then Guessing said, I'm ready to buy the tentacle for 8 grand. Where are you? Hearing that a buyer for his weapon had already been found, Chinsun joyfully said, whoa, bro, I'm at the Elven Guardhouse. Thanks a lot for stopping by. But no sooner had he said that than he heard someone behind him say his name. Instantly appearing behind Park Chin-sung in a new form, Guessing said, now let's check your ears, that unique, hard-to-find gear. Where'd you get it? To which he replied, company secret. Deciding not to reveal how he obtained the weapon, Park Jin-sung thought, a Samoyed dog avatar? Damn, in first-person view, he's even creepier. But isn't his main character a ghostly face? The whispering stopped because he had changed characters. Nothing surprising, players love to create different characters. The next moment, turning his attention to the weapon, Guessing, Park Chin-sung said, your gun has a pink aura. How sharp is it? Oh, you noticed. It's currently at plus 13. Upon hearing about the weapon upgrade, Park Chin-sung exclaimed, 13. Then he thought, most people are satisfied with 12. To go from 12 to 13, you need a ton of gold. Finishing his thoughts, Park Chin-sung, staring at the dog, said, well, I think that's exactly what the main character needs. What? He heard. That's not the main character. Surprised by his companion's words, Chin-sung exclaimed, what? I created him because I liked the Phantom Knight. Then Chin-sung asked, then why this weapon? To which he replied, I love pink. Upon learning the reason for upgrading the weapon to such a level, Chin-sung thought, he's lost his mind. After which Guessing said, all right, let's get down to business. To which Chin-sung replied, of course, and thought, let's settle this quickly and go our separate ways. After receiving payment for his weapon, Park Chin-sung handed it over without delay and began to enjoy the tidy sum. At the same time, examining the sword, Guessing said, so this is the tentacle sword. It's cute, isn't it? Oh, and there's something else. Throwing a giant egg at Park Chin-sung, Guessing said, I have a little gift for you. Catching the egg from Guessing, Park Chin-sung looked at his reflection on the shell and said in surprise, this is a creature egg. Creatures are pet-like beings that exist in the game, ranging from cute little animals to creatures that grant powerful buffs. There are countless variations. Holding the pet egg above his head, Park Chin-sung thought, one of the reasons I wanted this form was to buy a creature, and then joyfully exclaimed, thank you, I love weirdos. After receiving plenty of thanks from Park Chin-sung, Guessing said, this should be a perfect fit for you. And an octopus hatched from the egg. Seeing the little monster that had hatched from the egg, Park Chin-sung reacted instantly, tossing the pet into the air and delivering a powerful blow. Seeing his pet slowly slide down the tree, groaning heavily, Park Chin-sung nervously thought, oh no, I think I overdid it. After the events that unfolded before his eyes, Guessing asked, cute, right? I thought you'd like Lotus. To which Park Chin-sung replied with a feigned smile, that's right, how did you guess? Picking up his battered pet, Park Chin-sung sighed and said, all right, it's not your fault. You just had bad luck with your looks. Sorry. Hearing his pet continue to squeak at him, Park Chin-sung said, well, what else? Maybe I should fry you. Hearing this, Guessing asked, what's going on? Are you having fun with your pet? That's funny. Don't you want to join our guild? After receiving yet another invitation to the guild, Park Chin-sung said, no, I'll pass, and then thought, if I join the guild, they might expose me. Upon hearing his refusal, Guessing said, is it because of the rumors? Or are we not as reclusive as people say? Hearing Guessing's speculation, Park Chin-sung thought, the rumors are about a popular guild. I know about the guild leaders in general, but I don't remember what was in the invitation. After that, Guessing said, all right, just let me know if you ever get interested. To which Chin-sung replied, okay, thanks. See you later. Returning to the Mages Guild, Park Chin-sung decided to visit Sharan. Upon entering her office, he said, hello, Sharan. Not seeing the woman in her usual spot, Park Chin-sung walked over to her desk and, noticing a letter there, said, she's not here. I wonder what the note says. Taking the note in his hands, which was addressed to Chin-sung, the young man began to read. I don't want to admit it, but it seems you were telling the truth. As he read the letter, Chin-sung saw, I have been informed that my homeland, Fenes, the kingdom of the Dark Elves, has been struck by an epidemic, a terrible disease that turns the dead into horrific monsters. Continuing to read the note, Chin-sung learned that the saddest part of it all is that the Dark Elves believe this is the work of humans. Reading the note, Park Chin-sung learned that because of this, the region separating the two nations, the mountains of Ophelia, is under the threat of war. If this continues, battle is inevitable. Staying in Sharan's office, Chin-sung read her note. Before it was too late, the queen had sent adventurers on an investigation. During the investigation, they found clues for curing the disease. As he read the note, Chin-sung realized that was why he and the alchemist Lotan had set out for the nearest region of Ophelia to develop a cure. You weren't at the guild, so I left a note. By the time you read this, I'll already be there. Reaching the end, Chin-sung rushed to the exit and thought, the adventurers have started the investigation, which means someone has begun the quest. I need to hurry and head to Ophelia, but suddenly bumped into Syria. Freezing at the entrance in front of the girl, Park Chin-sun heard her say, "Hey," and thought to himself, "It's definitely Syria." She joined the Mages Guild after the Sky Tower. When the girl asked, "Haven't we met before?" Park Chin-sun looked away and said, "Hello, I'm Chin-sun, a member of the Mages Guild." Then thought, "For now, I'll pretend I don't know her." As they spoke, the voices of two guild members nearby could be heard in conversation. The queen has no idea how dire the situation is, and don't tell her. War could break out at any second. Continuing the conversation, one guild member added, "And they're choosing an unknown adventurer instead of an official member of the principality." The other replied, "An adventurer is just a cover. Aren't they just mercenaries? Can we even trust them?" The next moment, joining the conversation between the two guild members, Saria said, "I think the adventurers will manage. They saved my life." After the girl's remark, a guild member said, "I've heard something similar, but a couple of goblins are nothing compared to what's happening now." Then Saria remarked, "But I'm sure the adventurers can handle anything." To which he retorted, "How would you know? You were just standing there watching them beat up the goblins." At that very moment, standing behind them, Chin-sun, seething with anger, said, "How dare you speak to the lady like that?" To which Saria replied, "It's all because I was standing behind you, watching and blessing the adventurer, and the others as well." Seeing the radiance emanating from Syria, all three young men standing nearby thought, "She must be a goddess." Having come to believe in the adventurers thanks to Syria's words, the guild members awkwardly said, "Well, I guess I believe it now." While Park Chin-sung, leaving the guild, thought, "I can't waste any more time, Ophelia." After some time with Mini Lotus on his head, Park Chin-sun managed to reach the Principality of Belmer in the border zone of the Ophelia Mountains. Smiling happily as he spoke with the woman, Loton Maximag exclaimed, "Sharan, it could have been much worse." In the mountains of Ophelia, at the Principality's temporary camp, Lawton continued to wave his arms joyfully and added, "It couldn't have gone better. We had to finish the medicine, but I never even thought we'd run out of ingredients." To which Sharan replied, "Calm down, I've got everything under control." Still beaming, Lawton exclaimed, "Amazing, just wonderful. How did you figure all this out?" To which the woman replied awkwardly, "Well, let's just say..." Suddenly joining the conversation, Park Chin-sung, who had crept up from behind, said, "Sharan, I came to help, but I only managed to scare her." Startled and using her magic, Sharan exclaimed, "What on earth is that?" To which Park Chin-sung, removing the mini lotus from himself, replied, "Oh, I haven't come up with a name for it yet." Realizing who was on Chin-sung's head, Sharan said, "Forget it. I don't even want to know. Things are going badly here." To which Park Chin-sung replied, "I can see that myself. And where's the adventurer?" After receiving a question from her companion, Sharan said, "The path to the Dark Elf Kingdom has been blocked by the dead, so the adventurer is clearing the way to provide support." Upon learning what the player Park Chin-sung was currently doing, he thought to himself, "It seems everything is going according to plan. The first dungeon has been cleared. It looks like the adventurer is currently sealing off the dungeon, the hero's catacombs, the boss location of one of the elven heroes, Lunjil." Recalling the location where player Park Chin-sung is likely to be right now, he thought to himself, "Thanks to this disease, he'll return from oblivion. By joining the adventurer, he'll play a key role in stopping the epidemic. If the curse reappears, Lungal will most likely be the cause." Finishing his thoughts, Park Chin-sung reached out to Sharan and said, "I'd like to help. Share the antidote." To which he heard that he was to go to the cave alone. After receiving the antidote from Sharan and hearing, "Even if it's you, going alone is suicide," Park Chin-sung replied, "Don't worry, I know these places well." As he pushed through the crowd of monsters, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "These ghouls aren't even close to me." Physical damage, 428 tentacles. Activating his weapon's additional skill, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "And he also has the ability to summon a lotus tentacle with a 2% chance." There are two main reasons for the spread of the disease in the Ophelia Mountains: the Apostle's Aura, which transforms all living things into something incomprehensible, and the Dragon of Doom's Aura, which resurrects the dead. Continuing his musings, Park Chin-sung said, "And the Apostle and the Dragon. Fortune is definitely not on the Dark Elves' side. Damn, this cannon is even cooler than I expected." After accidentally noticing his pet's actions, Park Chin-sung exclaimed, "Why are you so proud?" Later, looking in the direction his pet had pointed, and seeing the entrance there, Park Chin-sung said, "The columns of the boss's room, that's what it means." Entering inside and confirming that he hadn't made a mistake, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "This is Lungal's tomb." Approaching the tomb where the hero was supposed to be and noticing that it had already been broken into, Park Chin-sung thought, "And where is our sleeping beauty? They've already resurrected him. Since they got there so quickly, I didn't have time to catch up. The Time Lords didn't reach me yet, which means the corruption hasn't appeared yet." Continue. Later, having also visited the treasure room in Lungal's chamber, Park Chin-sung said disappointedly, "So this is it. Here's the hero's grave. And this is what you call treasure." Picking up what was lying on the floor, Park Chin-sung added disappointedly, "There's just a couple of coins and some scraps here." After which he turned his head to the side and shouted to his pet, "Hey, throw that trash out. Do you want me to eat you?" The capital of the Dark Elf Kingdoms. The entrance to the foothills. Having climbed out of the cave where she found Lungal, the adventurer said, "Oh no, we're surrounded." Also, upon seeing the vast army of the Dark Elves, Lungal said, "They've been waiting for us. Be careful, adventurer." Stepping forward after meeting the adventurer, Fennis Saffron, the leader of the Dark Elves' elders, said, "There were rumors that strangers spreading disease had invaded our city." Stopping on the bridge and blocking the escape route, the elder added, "I see you managed to get here. We will use the path you cleared for our advance. Thank you for doing our work." Hearing this, the adventurer replied, "Now is not the best time to start a battle with people. Please listen to what I have to say." Upon hearing this, Fennis Saffron asked, "And who are you?" After the rude tone of the question, the mythical hero spoke menacingly. "I am the conqueror of the monster-like dragon Hydragar, and the one who completed the 7 missions of the goddess Venus. My name is Lungal." Upon hearing who exactly stood before him, Fennis Saffron exclaimed in confusion, "Impossible! Lungal is a knight of ancient legends." After which a voice from behind called out, "Wait, check his credentials." Extending her hand to stop her elder, the queen of the Dark Elves, Maya declared, "Without a doubt, Lord Lungal stands before us." Hearing the queen's remark, Fennis Saffron approached her and said, "My queen, people can use illusions." To which Maya replied, "You don't really think this fabricated illness is capable of controlling our fallen ancestors, do you?" At that very moment, a soldier began running toward the army nearby, shouting in fear, "Alarm!" Hearing this, Fennis Saffron asked, "What has happened?" Immediately after asking the question, Fennis Saffron and the queen standing beside him heard a loud roar. When everyone heard the monster's roar, the soldier cried out in fear, "The Dragon of Doom! The seal of the Dragon of Doom has been broken!" Meanwhile, as he made his way through the passage to the Dark Elves' tomb, Pak Chinsen exclaimed, "Well, well, that roar. It seems the Sparatzi have been resurrected." Continuing his musings, Pak Chinsen thought to himself, the adventurer and Lungel, along with the Dark Elves, are all heading to finish off Sparatzi, which means they're heading to the final dungeon of Ophelia, after which he stumbled upon some monsters. Enraged by the ghouls that crossed his path, Park Chinsen instantly pulled a weapon from his inventory and, charging into the crowd, shouted, "I'm sick of this. I don't have time for you." Meanwhile, in Sparatzi's tomb, upon encountering the adventurer, the Dragon of Doom spoke in a sinister tone. "You wretches, how long do you think this semblance of a seal could hold out against me?" Ignoring the monster's threats, the adventurer instantly lunged at him and, using the Shadow Serpent attack skill, struck. Enraged at the girl who dared to wound him, the Dragon of Doom shouted indignantly, "You!" as he searched for the adventurer with his gaze. The adventurer herself, still in midair after her previous attack, readied her sword and, in a split second, severed the monster's head with a falling strike using the White Fang skill. Seeing that the head had fallen from the monster's shoulders, one of the soldiers shouted, "She did it!" To which Fennis Saffron replied, "This time for sure." But all the joy ceased instantly. The Dragon of Doom quickly regenerated and struck back. After hurling the adventurer into the wall and knocking her out of action, Sparatzi said, "Impressive, but your attacks will never harm my immortal body." Seeing how quickly the tide had turned, a soldier of the Dark Elf army cried out in fear, "This is the end! No matter how much we beat him, he keeps regenerating. We can't win. We're all going to die here." After speaking, the dragon approached the adventurer, who had risen to her feet, and preparing to finish her off, shouted, "Vanish, insect!" Appearing instantly before the girl and blocking the dragon's attack, Lungal said, "Adventurer, it was fun with you. I was able to see my descendants across the ages and help them. Thank you." Continuing to fight the Dragon of Doom, Lungal, preparing to do one last favor, said, "However, this will be the last thing I do for you." As he hurried toward the location of the Dragon of Doom's tomb, Pak Chin Song exclaimed, "The columns of the boss room. We're here. This is Spiration's tomb." No sooner had Pak Chin Song spoken than he saw a bright light begin to radiate from the entrance to the tomb. Having suffered critical damage from the Dark Elf's attack, the Dragon of Doom shouted, "Lungal, you devilish elf, what have you done?" At that very moment, watching Lungal dissolve into thin air after his final attack, the adventurer heard, "Don't miss this chance." Heeding the advice of her companion who had given his life for her, the adventurer used her double strike skill and delivered the finishing blows. Standing behind the Dragon of Death she had just defeated, the adventurer heard a shudder behind her, "You vile scum," and the sound of the monster falling. When the dragon fell to the ground again, one of the soldiers shouted, "We did it!" To which Fennis Saffron replied, "It won't regenerate." Hearing their leader's words, the soldiers realized that this time they had definitely won and began to cheer joyfully, "We did it. We defeated the Dragon of Doom. The adventurer and Lungel overcame it." At the same time, peering from behind the wall near the entrance, Pak Chin Song, who had just arrived on the scene, thought to himself, "What the hell did I just miss?" In the capital of the Dark Elf Kingdom, at the foot of the mountain, returning to the royal hall, Fennis Saffron said, "We have defeated the Dragon of Doom, yet this plague still refuses to end." Bowing his head before his queen, the kingdom's elder added, "I do not believe this is the result of the resurrection of the dead or the plague, but I am inclined to believe it is the work of humans." After hearing the elder's latest theory, Queen Maya remarked, "Here you go again." Enough of suspecting them. The lives of our citizens are at stake. Continuing to voice his dissatisfaction, Fennis Saffron said, with the arrival of the Dragon of Death and the Plague, the people were able to summon Lord Lungal to stop it. The next moment, holding out a vial of antidote to the Queen, the Elder added, and now they're pushing their own antidote on us. Are you saying this is just a coincidence, my Queen? All I'm suggesting is a simpler path where we can trust one another. After listening to these remarks, Queen Maya asked, and what if there's only the difficult path? To which Fennis Saffron replied, I think you understand yourself, if you've lived for 9 centuries. Then Maya added, well then, you're unlikely to take my side. The next moment, Queen Maya pressed her hand to her head and, sighing heavily, said, I want to say that people's innocence only complicates everything. Continuing her musings, the Queen added, it would be strange if we told the adventurer who risked his life to slay the dragon that we would not drink to his memory because of our distrust. Also recalling the adventurer's next mission, Maya added, instead, he'll have to go to Noyerferu, the city where this plague began, and come back alive. Do you even know what that city hides? At the same time, rushing to Noyerferu, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, the 6th apostle, the plague-ridden Delizi, is the cause of the disease, but right now, something else is more important. Visualizing a rough map in his mind, Park Chin-sun noted that he had passed through the Ophelia region, yet the curse hadn't appeared. It was the first time he'd seen the curse fail to appear after clearing a location, since the Arc of Disease wasn't yet complete. As he ran toward the cave's exit, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, if we're talking about the story arc instead of the plot line, it sounds pretty good. But something feels off. I need to hurry to Noyerferu. Upon arriving at the right spot and seeing quite a few bodies before him, Park Chin-sun said thoughtfully, so, the broken altar and the dwarves? I'm where I need to be. Continuing on his way while pondering, Park Chin-sun said, the dungeon, the altar of the Tyrant King, dwarves live on the way to Noyerferu. Recalling the relationship between the two races from the game, Park Chin-sung mentally added to the story. The Dark Elves wanted to capture Noyerferu, but the dwarves, despite their illness, refused to leave the city's outskirts. Noticing yet another dead body on his path, Park Chin-sung added that, although they are intelligent, they are not very sociable. They regard all outsiders as enemies and attack without hesitation. While Minnie Lotus was examining the dwarf's body, Park Chin-sung added, that's exactly why they're considered the monsters of this dungeon. There are usually plenty of dwarves here, but apparently the adventurer has dealt with them all. Continuing his musings, Park Chin-sung spoke of the reason the dwarves had refused to leave the city, then quickly dashed off, using his quick-step skill. Hurrying toward the treasury and noticing that his pet was lagging behind, Park Chin-sung exclaimed, why are you staring, Taco? Let's go. I'm talking to you. You look like a taco, so you'll be Taco. Eventually, upon reaching the desired location and freezing in shock at what he saw, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, the dwarves didn't leave Noyerferu because of the underground tunnels deep within the city where they hide their treasures. The Golden Tunnel. Picking up a single gold bar that lay at his feet and glancing at his reflection, Park Chin-sung thought, I'd completely forgotten about this. What kind of place is this? Making no secret of his greed, Park Chin-sung began stuffing the gold into his inventory, thinking to himself, I can touch everything, and I can take it all. Rejoicing at his find, Park Chin-sung spread his arms wide and, laughing joyfully, exclaimed, Gold, come here, we're rich, Taco. Continuing to stuff everything he could get his hands on into his inventory, Park Chin-sung shouted, grab all the golden crystals, just imagine how much this could be worth. Having stashed quite a lot of treasure into his inventory, Park Chin-sung lay on the gold and thought happily, I'm so happy, why would I even want to go back with a pile of money like this? The next moment, after saying, I could just live here, Park Chin-sung saw several fragments from the game he had already played flash before his eyes, and in one of them was Lenny. Remembering why he had come here in the first place, Park Chin-sung stood up and said, no, this is too much, and heard the sounds of battle nearby. In the next room, the adventurer used her slash skill and finished off another dwarf who had shouted, my gold! Having finished fighting the inhabitants of the Golden Tunnel, Mainet looked around and said, I didn't expect it. It seems they were mining gold behind our backs. Catching up to the adventurer, Mainet added, incredible, but now is not the time to be surprised. Let's go. Hearing this, Park Chin-sung, peering out from his hiding place, thought, the adventurer and Mainet with her? What? Recalling the person helping the adventurer, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, Elder Fennis Saffron instructed her to watch over the adventurers. She's the NPC Noyerferu. Moving to another pile of gold, Park Chin-sung said, it seems they came by a different route. All right, let's follow them, Taco. After ordering his pet to move on, Park Chin-sung heard something strange beneath him and, saying, what's that sound? Flew down into the hole that had formed beneath the pile of gold. Meanwhile, in Noyerferu, wandering the outskirts, the plague-stricken Delici said discontentedly, where am I? Why am I here? I must. The next moment, seeing the image of Hildur in his mind, the 6th apostle exclaimed, I remember. Smiling ominously after recalling why he had ended up here, the plague-stricken Delizi added, who else would agree to dance to your tune? This planet will rot, Hildur. Remaining on the ground, a fragment of the plague-ridden Delisi spoke. I am the illusion of disease, the essence of the earth's destruction. Bound by my spirit, you are doomed to perish. Leaving the city of Noirferu, the sixth apostle added, Time will pass, and then I, Delesi of the Dark Plague. Recalling everything they had seen in the city of Noirferu, Mayne said, This is what happened in Noirferu. After listening to his subject's report, Fennis Saffron said, So this is the reason for the recent events. After which the queen added, Delesi. Upon learning the true cause of the disease's spread, the queen of the Dark Elves looked at Iris and added, Everything is just as you said, prophetess. Holding the instrument of prophecy in her hands, Iris said, My purpose is to resolve all your misunderstandings regarding humans. There is no point in me lying. I believe that the two of you have seen this apostle, Delesi, or rather, a fragment of his power. Continuing to speak of the sixth apostle, the prophetess added, Delisi destroys everything he comes near. We must destroy Delisi for the sake of Arad. After all misunderstandings were resolved, the Dark Elf Kingdom offered the humans a military alliance. The adventurer left the kingdom and headed for a location in Delisi, in the northern region of the Principality of Hendenmeyer, Nordmare, the fearsome green city. Trying to somehow hold back the flood of monsters heading toward them, a resident of Nordmare shouted, Stop them! Don't let them enter the city! Assessing the situation unfolding around him, the young man added, Damn, there are too many of them. We can't handle this. Help! Just then he noticed a girl beside him and exclaimed in surprise, Michelle! Appearing at the most critical moment, the girl effortlessly defeated the monsters that were attacking her city and harassing the residents. Having dealt with the threat, Michelle stood alongside her friends and shouted, Hang in there a little longer. We won't give the city to them. To which the boy joyfully replied, Exactly. We Safers gave up too much to build it. Hearing her friend's words, Michelle, recalling the past, thought, Just because we were born special, they drove us out and called us ciphers. Continuing her thoughts, Michelle added silently, This formidable city has become the only place we can live. If we lose it, we'll once again become objects of humiliation. No, I won't let that happen. The next moment, looking around and glancing at the monsters' bodies, Michelle realized that what was happening was a disease that turned bodies into beasts and drove people mad. As she continued to ponder the situation, Michelle thought, We're doing everything we can to avoid getting infected, but I don't know how much longer we can hold out. Soon after, sensing something unusual, Michelle cried out, Oh no, someone's breaking through the barrier, hold on, I'm going, and headed toward the outskirts of the city. Arriving at the right spot and seeing Pak Chin Song nearby, Michelle thought in surprise, Is this the place? Wait, that's a person. Having dealt with the monsters near Nordmire, Park Chin Song thought to himself, I almost died falling into the golden tunnel, but I made it out alive. A giant tentacle saved me. Continuing his thoughts, Park Chin Song added to himself, but it was already too late. The Neuer Fairy storyline had ended. I managed to buy some time thanks to the teleportation potion. Unlike the adventurer on foot, I had a full 2 days in reserve. Glancing at the place where he had arrived, Park Chin Song joyfully exclaimed, The first dungeon of Nordmyra, the menacing green city. It seems I'm the first one here, perfect from this moment on. Continuing to rejoice at his swift arrival, Park Chin Song added in his mind, I won't lose this race, when suddenly a hey rang out nearby. Turning toward the voice and seeing Michelle nearby, Park Chin Song said in surprise, What? Where did you come from? Then the boy thought to himself, It's Michelle Monaghan from the Safers. Still surprised by the appearance of a person on his territory, Michelle exclaimed, There's a disease going around here. You're infected. Who are you? To which Pak Chin-sen nervously replied, Don't worry about it. I'm actually here studying the disease. After offering an explanation and recalling the game's plot, Park Chin Song thought to himself, Damn, this definitely won't work. Michelle has never accepted strangers. She'd hardly even believe an adventurer. What am I supposed to do? But then things didn't go quite according to plan. Upon realizing who was standing before her, Michelle Monaghan said, Wonderful! You must be straight from the kingdom. Help us, me and my friends. We need a hideout. Hearing Michelle's request, Pak Chin-sen asked, Do you want me to help you? To which she replied, So, you must have found a safe way. Maybe you can tell us. Then Chin-sen pointed his sword at the girl and said, Why? Surprised by the situation that had arisen, Michelle said in confusion, I'm sorry, what? Laughter rang out, and Pak Chin-sen exclaimed, Actually, I'm here to... Pointing at himself, Pak Chin-sen made a sinister face and added, Hunt you down, you ciphers! After his loud declaration, slipping past Michelle into the depths of the city, Park Chin-sen thought to himself, Here it is, the curse. Hearing the reason Chin Song had come to Nordmyra, Michelle called after him, Hunting the Safers? And upon hearing this, Chin Song thought, Michelle is asking a stranger for help. This is definitely trouble. Come here, adventurer. The plot wouldn't have moved forward otherwise. Continuing deeper into the city, Pak Chin-sen shouted, Shut up, you ugly mutant! Hearing this, Michelle exclaimed in surprise, What? Trying to return everything to its original state, Park Chin-sun looked around and, with a sinister grimace, shouted, 100 pounds of sickness appeared because of you idiots gathering together. It's even more convenient this way. I'll deal with all of you at once. After that, he thought, I must convince Michelle that strangers are evil. Angered by Park Chin-sung's words, Michelle clenched her hand into a fist and said menacingly, I see. So that's why you're normal. It doesn't matter. I'll kill you. Seeing that he had achieved the desired result, Park Chin-sung joyfully exclaimed, Hooray, success, but did I go too far? Later, sensing someone else's presence, Michelle exclaimed, There's someone else here. Hearing these words from the girl, Chin-sung thought, That's Blade's ability. Then, turning his gaze to the girl, Park Chin-sung thought, Oh no, I can't leave Michelle completely without help, and exclaimed, Oh no, it's the adventurer, just as she arrived. The next moment, spreading his arms, Park Chin-sung added discontentedly, They say they help everyone. Whether you're a dark elf or a cipher, they're super strong, don't mess with them. Immediately after speaking, Park Chin-sung started running as fast as he could and shouted as he left, I guess I have no choice, I'm retreating. You go ahead and look around. Angered that the boy had run away, Michelle shouted, Oh, you! After which a voice rang out, It's you, Michelle. I'm Louise. Nice to meet you. And this is the adventurer. We're here on the Principality's behalf to study the disease. Wouldn't you be so kind as to help us? Watching the situation from his hiding spot and hearing Michelle shout, Get out of here! I'm not in the mood to talk to you or any other normal people, Park Chin-sung breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing that everything was going according to plan, Park Chin-sung added, For now, I can breathe easy. The card, by the way, still hasn't appeared, which means... As he began to reflect, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, This isn't the real curse, just minor precursors to it. Just like when the knight appeared at the tavern, or when Wang accidentally found the Book of Being. Continuing his thoughts, Park Chin-sung mused, Judging by everything, Hitler has started to act. She sat like a mouse throughout the entire arc of the Dark Elf Kingdom. Why did she suddenly decide to make her move now? Seeing the outcome of the battle and hearing Louise say, Hey, we didn't come here to fight. Let's talk. Park Chin-sung thought to himself, It seems the adventurer will figure this out on her own. Taking his sword in hand and preparing to move on, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, I don't have time for this nonsense. I need to continue searching for the source of the corruption. I hope I'll make it in time this time. Continuing his musings, Park Chin-sung said to himself, I'll follow them to the last dungeon of Norm Myra, where they'll meet Delisi Respawn, the Village of Freedom. Seeing how the barrier created by Michelle Louise worked, she exclaimed in surprise, Wow, it really is blocking the plague. At that very moment, standing nearby the adventurer and her companion, Michelle exclaimed, You promised to protect the Safers if we help defeat Delisi. Don't forget that. To which came the reply, Don't worry, we keep our word. Somewhere nearby, watching the progress of the arch, Park Chin-sung raised his hands and said, Stop, just listen to Azalea Lot. Hearing that the boy had just called her by name, the girl, pointing her staff at Park Chin-sung, asked tensely, Who are you? To force the adventurers to kill all the apostles. That was Hilder's plan. However, by protecting the apostles, they hoped to put a stop to it. To that end, a secret organization called the Phantom Hunters was formed. Without taking his eyes off the young lady standing before him, who was shouting, Why are you following me? What do you want? Park Chin-sung thought to himself, So this is Azalea, their leader. Continuing to ponder how he had even come across the girl, Park Chin-sung added in his mind, Just as I thought, she was following the adventurer. The next moment, recalling another topic, Park Chin-sung added in his head, Even if there's enough antidote right now, the effects of the disease intensify as we get closer to Delisi. That's exactly why we need a barrier, but there's no hope for Michelle. Smiling slyly as he pondered, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, I need this NPC's help, then said, My name is Chin-sung. I want to make you an offer. Trying to somehow win the girl over to his side, Park Chin-sung said, You don't need to destroy Delisi. To stop Heidler, we must protect Delisi. But is it right to set him against these lands? Continuing his conversation with Azalea, Park Chin-sung added, That's exactly what you're worried about. To which the girl exclaimed, How do you know that? In response to the question, Park Chin-sung said, The Phantom Hunters are an organization created to prevent the end of the world. However, protecting the apostles is not the goal, but a method. Hearing this, Azalea thought, He knows about the Phantom Hunters. Noticing the girl's reaction to his words, Park Chin-sung held out his hand and said, I'm not asking you to believe me, I just want to stop Hilder. The next moment, Azalea heard Park Chin-sung say, Our methods are different, but the end result is the same. And she froze in shock. A memory surfaced in her mind of the leader of their Phantom Hunters cult, who had once told her, Our methods are different, but the end result is the same. Having calmed down a little after hearing those words, Azalea lowered her staff and said, So that's what you mean. You're saying your name is Chin-sung. Sighing with relief after hearing this, the girl added, I won't interrogate you anymore. Hearing this, Park Chin-sung smiled slyly and thought, It worked. At the end of the conversation, Park Chin-sung said, Azalea Delisi, go to the city of Reshpan and help the adventurer. Upon receiving the instruction, Azalea replied, Reshpan, got it. Hey, wait until you're gone. After casting a protection spell on Park Chin-sung, Azalea said, Done. This will help you survive the plague. After that, she heard, Oh, thank you. Great, let's go, Taco. As Park Chin-sung headed off on his business, Azalea watched him go and said, Chin-sung, maybe he is the one. There's a chance he might end up somewhere I can never return to. Meanwhile, on his way to his destination, Park Chin-sung glanced at his status window and thought, I don't think I fought, but my level went up. Wait, you can raise your level just by completing events. Upon arriving at the right place, Park Shinsen, noticing the girls nearby, said, "Adventurer, listen, Taco. This time we can't lose them." After which he thought, "I'm counting on you, Portia." Noticing the adventurer and the others nearby, the sixth apostle, Plague Delisi, said, "People, dolls." Hearing this, Azalea exclaimed, "Be careful. Delisi's body is a plague in itself. The understanding of death doesn't apply to him." Watching the game's plot unfold from a distance, and hearing how Louisa said with a dissatisfied snort, "And how are we supposed to win then?" Pak Chinsen thought, "Excellent. The curse hasn't appeared yet, but it will soon." Continuing to follow the course of events, Pak Chinsen thought to himself, Hitler will open an interdimensional rift. Recalling what was to happen in the near future, Pak Chinsen added to himself, an interdimensional rift is a subspace where an eternal storm rages. The dead, like Deleuze, will simply be sucked in there, and the body will disintegrate and regenerate again until it is sealed away forever. Continuing to recall the game's plot, Pak Chinsen added in his mind, however, that using the last remnants of Delisi's power, he would open the interdimensional rift again and disappear along with the adventurer. Fighting against his opponents, the plague-ridden Delisi, rushing toward Azalea Lot, shouted, "A failed attack, I tell you." After striking Azalea with his tail and knocking the girl out of action, the plague-ridden Delisi shouted, "Disappear!" Hearing a heavy groan and seeing that Azalea was no longer there, Louise looked around and cried out in alarm, "No, Azalea!" At that very moment, Pak Chinsen, who had begun coughing up blood, fell to the ground and, groaning heavily, uttered, "Barrier." The next moment, opening his inventory and reaching for the potion he had with him, Pak Chin Song said, "It's because Azalea lost consciousness. What a surprise." After which he thought, "Stop until Delisi's body is sealed." Meanwhile, Delisi, continuing to stand firm against the adventurer and the others, shouted during the attack, "Attack! I won't devour your entire world. The plague will never disappear." After Delisi's plague-ridden shout, the sharp spikes he used to attack the adventurer reached Park Chin-song and pierced right through his chest. As he lost consciousness, Park Chin-song seemed to begin falling into another dimension, and along with him, shards of broken glass. Seeing his reflection as a streamer in one of them, the boy heard, "Hello everyone, I'm Chin-song, and today we..." As he reviewed the countless game moments he had experienced, Park Chin-song said, "Oh, so that's how it is. I'm dying," when suddenly a voice rang out, "Don't accept such a fate." The next moment, the darkness around him shattered, and the character he was playing added, "Only you have the right to decide what your destiny is." Heeding his character's words, Park Chin-song suddenly came to his senses and, opening his eyes, saw Taku sobbing above him, pouring every available potion into him. Then, sitting up, Park Chin-song looked at his hands and asked, "Where am I? My wounds. And what about the adventurer?" The smoke cleared, and it became easier to breathe. Having recovered from the plague poison and peeking out from behind the wall at the heroes, Park Chin-song thought to himself, "So, it's all over for Delisi then." Helping Azalea walk, Louise said, "I don't know how the spatial rift opened, but Delisi is gone. It's the adventurer's victory." Hearing who Louise had just addressed, Park Chin-song cast his gaze on the girl and thought in surprise, "The adventurer? Why is she here? She was supposed to have disappeared along with Delisi." The next moment, jumping to his feet and preparing to bring the course of events back to normal, Park Chin-song said, "There it is. That's what the curse is." Recalling the moment from his dream where the turning point occurred, Park Chin-sung said, "What do you think of the plan? I just need to open it again, though I'm not sure if it'll work, but right now I feel like I can do it." Noticing the panicking Taku, Park Jin-sung said, "I know this is the last chance to end the plague. I don't have any more potions, and asking for a barrier isn't an option. But if I leave everything as it is, I'll get another penalty, so be quiet for a moment and let me think." After finishing his preparations and opening his eyes, Park Chin-sung said, "I sense a small crack between the dimensions." Rejoicing in their victory over the enemy, Louise asked, "So, are we going back?" But Michelle suddenly interrupted her, saying, "Wait." Pointing to the spatial crack that was growing larger and larger, Michelle added, "Look over there." Continuing to strain to create a rift to recreate the plot, Park Chin-sung mentally said, "Poison." After which he began to strain even harder. Breaking free from the spatial rift created by Park Chin-sung, the plague-ridden Delisi reached out toward the adventurer and grabbed her with its paw. As the sixth apostle began to return to the other space, dragging the adventurer behind him, Louise cried out in confusion, "Delisi, but how?" Continuing to hold the spatial rift open so the plot could run its course, Park Chin-sung heard a voice say, "If it weren't for you, Hilder's plan would have worked. Adventurer, no." Falling to his knees from exhaustion after opening the spatial rift to recreate the plot, Park Chin-sung said wearily, "I did it. I didn't even think it would work." Hearing his pet's joyful squeak, Park Chin-sung looked at him and said happily, "You did great too, Taco. You really saved me with your potion, thank you." Getting ready to head back, Park Chin-sung stood up and said, "Come on, let's hurry to the guild for our reward." But at that very moment, another spatial rift opened behind him. While Louise said in confusion, "That can't be," the adventurer Azalea, hearing a frightened squeak nearby, glanced at Taco, who was nearby, and said, "That creature." As soon as the interdimensional rift opened, Park Jin-seon began to be pulled inside, while he, trying to hold on to the ground, wondered what kind of interdimensional fissure this was. Feeling that he was truly being sucked in, Park Jin-seon reached out and called out to Tako. Finding himself in another dimension and shielding his eyes from the storm with his hands, Park Jin-song thought to himself, "So this is it, the other side. The storm is too strong. I can't take it." Later, noticing a bright source of light nearby and focusing on its epicenter, Park Jin-song said, "It's the same thing." Watching the adventurer standing nearby on the platform, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, a barrier is forming around her. Realizing what was happening, Park Chin-sun used his quick-step skill and thought, I just have to make it before it closes in. As he approached the barrier, which was nearly complete, Park Jin-sung drew his sword and, at the last moment, cut his way inside. As she cut down the knights around her, the adventurer exclaimed in frustration, "Damn Imperial soldiers! It looks like they're still conducting their experiments with the Phantom Hand. Damn it, how dare they?" After stumbling upon a couple more knights whom she successfully finished off, the adventurer heard, "You guys, weren't you invited?" Standing above the adventurer who was destroying the knights, Park Shin-song thought to himself, this is the plotline for Blade's Awakening. In that case, this place is a temporary dungeon for the Awakening. Awakening is a system that allows the user to awaken hidden powers at certain levels. The adventurer who fell into the crevice overcomes the traumas of the past and undergoes her first awakening. Continuing his musings while observing, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, Blade is seeing an illusion of her past when she was a test subject. It seems she doesn't notice me. Watching Blade's Awakening mission, Park Jin-sung said thoughtfully, the barrier is stopping the interdimensional storm. Thanks to that, I'm still alive. Just a few more seconds there, and no sooner had Park Chin-sung said this than he heard a loud thud behind him, saying, what was that? He turned around and, seeing the sixth apostle behind the barrier, thought, no, it can't be Delisi. Seeing that the storm continued to affect the sixth apostle, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, it looks like he's disintegrating and regenerating over and over again. Still, being dead isn't always cool. The next moment, following Blade Park Chin-sung, he added in his mind, right now, it's much more important not to lose the adventurer. Recalling what might happen if he lost Blade, Park Chin-sung said, sooner or later, using the powers she gained after the opening, she'll open an interdimensional rift. If I fall behind, I'll be stuck here forever. As he continued speaking, he thought he just needed to quietly follow her. But no sooner had he said this than he noticed something had fallen to the ground in front of him. Looking closely at the fallen object, he exclaimed in surprise, a drop. Then, raising his head and seeing particles of the plague-ridden Delisi falling from the ceiling, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, a small crack from which I came. Gritting his teeth and feeling a certain anxiety due to the unexpected turn of events, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, damn it, not again. Having passed through the barrier via the small crack, Delisi, laughing hoarsely, said, there it is. I'm returning to the realm of demons. The next moment, noticing Blade nearby, the plague-ridden Delisi said in surprise, it's that adventurer. Spotting the figure he disliked, the sixth apostle hurled a curse in the adventurer's direction, shouting, Hilder's puppet! I'll finish her off. Noticing these actions from the monster who had entered the barrier, Park Chin-sung, using the skill of Dark Frenzy, shouted, not my turn. Feeling the damage Park Chin-sung had managed to inflict on him, Delisi, beginning to attack the boy, shouted, and what are you? Avoiding the main damage from Delisi's attack, Park Chin-sung thought, damn, this is bad, I'll have to fight. Although the disease doesn't seem to affect me after contact with Delisi, either the plague is weaker here or I'm just lucky. The next moment, thinking to himself, either way, this is my chance. Park Chin-sung used his Great Wave skill and unleashed a shockwave in pursuit of the sixth apostle. Splitting into two parts to evade the enemy's attack, the plague-ridden Delisi, shifting his attention to the enemy, shouted, I remember, Hilder, it's all that damned woman's fault. Paying no attention to what was happening nearby, the adventuress said discontentedly, I will never forgive you. At the same time, jumping from one portal to another, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, damn it, his attacks are too unpredictable. Attacking is simply futile. This regeneration. Having failed to catch the boy during their confrontation, the plague-ridden Delisi exclaimed in frustration, how long are you just going to keep running? Teleporting through a portal into the blind spot of the plagued Delisi, Park Chin-sung utilized the Dark Sphere skill, shouting 200%! And preparing to finish the combo, Park Chin-sung activated the Dark Destroyer skill and struck the sixth apostle. Remaining on the ground after his final attack to catch his breath, Park Chin-sung sat near Delisi's head and thought, how can I finish this off? I'll smash it into several pieces to slow down its regeneration. Getting ready to leave the area and follow the adventurer, Park Chin-sung spoke, but a fragment of Delisi remained active nearby. But he hadn't gone far before the plague-ridden Delisi attacked him. Noticing that the boy had managed to dodge, he said in surprise, wow, your reflexes are impressive. The next moment, after landing another blow and wounding Park Chin-sung's leg, the sixth apostle said, maybe you'll finally die now. In the midst of the confrontation, the sixth apostle and Park Chin-sung heard sounds of destruction. Looking up, they noticed that the crack in the barrier had grown larger. Surprised by this turn of events, Park Chin-sung thought, The dungeon is collapsing, but why? Then, spotting Blade near the exit, he shouted, "No!" Looking at the adventurer who was already preparing to leave the dungeon, Park Jin-sung added in his mind, "You, adventurer, have already undergone the awakening." Hearing Dalizi say with an ominous laugh, "Here's the exit," Park Jin-sung stood up, groaning heavily, and said, "Shut up! Who said you could leave?" Upon receiving the question from Park Jin-sung, the sixth apostle cast his gaze upon him and said, "Is that feeling familiar to you? When a storm tears your body to pieces? Why don't you experience it for yourself? Sit here while I tear my world apart." After hearing Dalizi's words, Park Jin-sung shouted angrily, "Is this some kind of joke? Thousands have already died because of you." Facing the accusation, the plague-ridden Dalizi said, "How amusing. You all tried to finish me off just so you could continue to exist." The next moment, casting a menacing glance at Park Jin-sung, the sixth apostle added, "And after all this, who do you think you are, deciding who's right and who's wrong?" Seeing that the sixth apostle was already preparing to follow Blade, Park Jin-sung shouted, "If you go now, you'll fall right into Hilder's hands. You'll never return home to the demon dimension." Ignoring Jin-sung's shouts, Delesi leaped toward the portal and said, "For a piece of shit, you know way too much." While Park Jin-sung, grabbing his tail, shouted, "Stop right there, you devil Delesi!" As he approached the portal, Delesi, seeing it close right in front of him, exclaimed in confusion, "What the—" Clutching his hand into a fist at the last moment and thereby blocking the passage, Park Jin-sung said, "Closing it is easier than opening it. You won't escape." After listening to Park Jin-sung, Delesi thought to himself. He closed the spatial rift and then, lunging toward the boy, shouted, "Open it!" Pressing against Park Jin-sung to take revenge for his ruined chance to escape, the frenzied Delesi shouted, "You pathetic little bug!" At that very moment, Park Jin-sung drew his sword and with a swing, summoned a giant tentacle that subdued Delesi. Having crashed into a nearby wall and made a hard landing, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "I have neither the strength nor the time to continue this fight." Stepping back slightly from the impact, Park Jin-sung looked at the sixth apostle and said, "At least say thank you, I saved your ass." To which Delesi replied, "What are you talking about? Now we're both trapped here, don't stand in my way." Sitting on the ground and watching as the sixth apostle continued to approach him, Park Jin-sung said, "Wait a minute, but something doesn't add up. It costs you nothing to just wander around Arad and spread the plague." Continuing his musings, Park Jin-sung recalled the story and added, "But you only walk through Respawn." Hearing Park Jin-sung exclaim, "And only you know better," the plague-ridden Delesi pinned the boy to the ground with a paw and shouted, "Shut up!" Noticing from the monster's reaction that he was on the right track, Park Jin-sung said, "You don't care one bit about the life or death of insects. You want to go home, right?" Upon hearing this, he fell silent. Despite all the angry shouts of the sixth apostle, Park Jin-sung said, "Delesi, it seems I am the only human in this world who can understand you." When the apostle froze, pulling his paw away from him, Park Jin-sung said, "I know what you're feeling, and if we join forces, we'll be able to return home." After listening to Park Jin-sung's words, Delesi slapped him across the face and shouted, "You understand my feelings? You think you're capable of understanding me?" Continuing to beat the boy who had dared to say so much, Delesi shouted, "A little bug like you has no place in a world where every dog is trying to kill you." Expressing his dissatisfaction, Delesi added, "Every damn day, it felt like I was being torn to pieces, and do you even know how awful that is?" After which Jin-sung struck back and shouted, "I know I do." Stopping the beating, Park Jin-sung bowed his head, recalled his life, and said, "I know. It was an ordinary day. I woke up in an unfamiliar place. I had to fight, and at the same time, a pile of problems came crashing down on me. I wish I knew how to get back." Without taking his eyes off the boy standing before him, Delesi heard, "Every time I looked up at the sky, I didn't see a single familiar star." After which he froze. Sensing that they truly did have something in common, the sixth apostle said, "I would never have thought I'd have anything in common with such a pitiful person." Noticing the sixth apostle's affection, Park Jin-sung, leaning on his sword, said, "Listen, the rift isn't completely closed yet." Shifting his gaze to the spatial rift, Park Jin-sung added, "I sense there's a narrow opening there." Hearing this, Delesi exclaimed, "Wonderful! Open it right now!" Hearing Delesi's urgent demand, Park Jin-sung said, "Wait. There's no point in you leaving here now. You'll fall straight into Hilder's hands." The next moment, when the words, "Well then," rang out, Park Jin-sung remarked, "And don't try to brush me off here. What needs to be done is simply to defeat her. In your current state, you wouldn't even be able to keep up with her shadow." Continuing his dialogue with the sixth apostle, Park Jin-sung added, "Hilder is one of the world's greatest mages. She easily manipulates the apostles, and she's smart enough to outmaneuver you. Charging headlong means playing into her script." Immediately after pointing at Delise, Park Jin-sung said, "However, there is something even Hilder cannot foresee. The actor who has already left the stage." Trying to convey his point to the sixth apostle, Park Jin-sung added, "She is certain you are dead. Hide somewhere, and at the moment of climax, suddenly leap out from behind the scenes." Envisioning what might happen at the decisive moment, Park Jin-sung added, "You'll end the performance with a bloody massacre." Clenching his hand into a fist, Park Jin-sung confidently added, "I'm not ordering you, nor am I trying to manipulate you. This is an equal exchange, Delesi." The next moment, opening the spatial rift again, Park Jin-sung exclaimed, We'll fight side by side. To which he heard, you want to leave and leave me here. Receiving a question from the sixth apostle, Park Chin-sung said, I'll be quite frank. I could have escaped 100 times already and left you here, but hearing that the barrier had shrunk again, Park Chin-sung, clutching his wounded shoulder, said, so little time, Delisi. Changing his state to something else, the sixth apostle said discontentedly, I can't even laugh. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Park Chin-sung shouted, do you want to keep sticking around here with your gigantic ego? Use your head, Delisi. Just then, another chunk of the barrier broke off. Protecting Park Chin-sung from the storm's influence Chumney and hearing you're crazy directed at him, Delisi said, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to obey your orders, but your plan to trick Hilder seems interesting. Agreeing with the plan, Park Chin-sung said to Delisi, if I tear her to pieces, I'll end the 1,000-year chase, to which he heard, don't worry about it, and added, so don't go astray. Hearing Delisi's instruction, Park Chin-sung said, what are you talking about? To which came the reply, prove that you'll keep your promise right now. Continuing the conversation, Delisi added, if you can't, then my answer is... He didn't have time to finish, as Park Chin-sung attached a piece of Delisi to himself and said, God, where are your balls? If you're so worried, then look. After demonstrating a piece of Delisi on himself, Park Chin-sung added, you can easily turn a piece like this into a clone, right? If I break my promise, just kill me. After hearing Park Chin-sung's proposal, the sixth apostle laughed and said, wonderful, so be it. So what's your plan? How do you intend to squeeze through this narrow hole? After receiving an explanation of the next steps, the bewildered Delisi asked, and you call this a plan? To which Park Chin-sung replied, trust me, all we need is a good push. As he prepared to depart, Delisi said, man, to which Park Chin-sung remarked, come on, don't drag this out. Time is running out. After which Delisi added, call me. Smiling slyly after the question, Park Chin-sung said, how exactly should I address you? Finally returning to his own world, Park Chin-sung joyfully exclaimed, I did it! At that very moment, Park Chin-sung was pounced upon by his pet, who couldn't contain his emotions and, nearly knocking him off his feet, shouted, hey, you're going to crush me! Meanwhile, amidst the storm of another world, disintegrating and regenerating once more, the plague-ridden Delisi smiled slyly and said, I'll be waiting, Chin-sung. While at the Wizards Guild, Sharan said, increase support for the hospital on the west coast. Make sure the Nord Myra refugees have everything they need. We'll rest. So be it. Well done, everyone. To which she heard, you did a great job, Sharan. Finally left alone after a hard day's work, Sharan sighed heavily and thought, I haven't had a moment's rest since the events in Ophelia. After finishing her thoughts, Sharan added discontentedly, well, really, where on earth is he at a time like this? After which a portal appeared behind her, and Sharan's voice rang out. Appearing before the leader of the Wizards Guild in a less than ideal state, Park Chin-sung asked in a heavy tone, do you happen to have a little potion for me? Immediately after speaking, Park Chin-sung dropped his pet from his hands and collapsed unconscious right before Sharan's eyes. After some time waking up in bed, Park Chin-sung groaned heavily, looked around and said, where am I? This is the guild leader's room. Noticing that Park Jin-seon had come to, Sharan, who was standing nearby holding a glass of drink, asked, you're finally awake. Hearing a familiar voice and seeing the girl nearby, Park Chin-sung said in surprise, Sharan, to which she, setting the glass on the table, asked, how are you feeling? I've treated all the wounds I found. Learning that he had already received all the necessary care, Chin-sung swung his legs off the bed and said, thank you, his body feeling as stiff as a board, to which Sharan remarked, well, that's not surprising. As soon as Sharan added, you've been lying around here for a whole week, Park Chin-sung exclaimed in confusion, a whole week? Wait, what about the plot? I'm the adventurer, I can't lose it. And what about my clothes? Where did my armor go? After listening to Chin-sung's concerns, Sharan said, calm down, I took care of your equipment. Hearing this, Park Chin-sung sighed with relief and said, praise the gods. Then Sharan added, don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to give it back. The next moment, snapping her fingers and pointing at the fragment of Delisi sealed within a magical barrier, Sharan said, and you'd better answer me very honestly right now. Why the hell did you bring a fragment of Delisi into the city? Without taking her eyes off the boy, Sharan added, do you even understand how dangerous this is? I'll report every word you say to the principality. After listening to all of Sharan's remarks, Park Chin-sung bowed his head and thought to himself, I can't come up with an excuse, then said, I fought with Delisi. Telling everything as it was, Park Chin-sung added, and I found out something else. Delisi was forced to infect those lands using a controlled ability to spread the plague. Someone attacked Arad. Hearing Park Chin-sung add that in such a situation, Delisi had no choice but to defend himself, Sharan exclaimed in confusion, stop! You're defending Delisi? Do you even realize how many people died from the plague? After listening to Sharan's remarks, Park Chin-sung approached the barrier with the Delisi and said, if a crime has been committed, we'll arrest not the gun but the one who fired it. That's exactly why we made a deal. I'll help Delisi carry out his revenge. Continuing to describe the situation that had occurred, Park Chin-sung, recalling the moment of the agreement, said this part as if he were an observer so that he wouldn't violate the agreement. Hearing this from the woman, he made a deal with the apostle, and as for you, Park Chin-sung, He clenched his hand into a fist and said, "Please, Sharan, help me use Delisi's power." After hearing Park Jin-song's request, Sharan pressed her hand to her head and, sighing, said, "To drag him into the city, you understand the risks involved." To which she replied, "I'm not going to act without a plan. As far as I know, there's armor that can help me." Continuing the conversation with the leader of the Wizards Guild, Park Jin-song added, "Please trust me, I also don't want the disease to spread throughout the city." Upon receiving the request, Sharan, without taking her eyes off Park Jin-song, said, "You know how much we've been through. I'll pretend I didn't hear any of this." The next moment, releasing the sealed items and a fragment of Delesi from the barrier, Sharan added, "And I'll also pretend I have nothing to do with any of this." Hearing Park Chinson's joyful exclamation, "Sharan, thank you," the guild leader said, "I can't believe it, but..." Recalling the moment she distributed potions to the residents of her homeland, Sharan added, "I'm doing you a favor for saving my homeland." Continuing her conversation with Park Jin-song, Sharan shifted her gaze to the fragment of Delesi and said, "Well, let's see. Since we're separating the Apostle's power and ridding ourselves of the disease, it'll take some time." Resigning himself to the turn of events, Park Jin-sung shook his head and said, "Fine, but where is my equipment anyway?" To which Sharan, pointing at the boy's sword, awkwardly replied, "Oh my." Taking the battered sword into his hands, which was being pushed by the sniveling Taco, Park Jin-sung said, "There it is." At that very moment, Sharan nervously thought, "I sealed the sword along with the armor, and the disease transferred to him." After transferring his battered sword to his inventory, Park Jin-song thought to himself, "What should I do? There's no point in going to Linus. I don't have any materials, but maybe, well, that tentacle. I've leveled up pretty well, so I could buy something." Thinking about buying something new, Park Jin-song smiled slyly and said, "After all, I've earned a whole 100 gold coins." Stepping out onto the street and sensing the bright scent of flowers, Park Jin-song thought to himself, "Wow, what smells so good?" Then he heard a rough voice say, "Wow, you're really sexy today, but that's too much. Don't you think so?" Staring at her friend in shock, the girl asked, "Where the hell did you manage to get such a crappy avatar?" Seeing this, Park Jin-song thought, "This is a disaster." Laughing awkwardly after his friend's question, the man said, "Well, yeah, I splurged a little." Hearing this, Park Jin-sung, who was standing nearby, said in shock, "I'll wash it off, but I never thought I'd see anything uglier than the plague of Delisi." Squinting and leaning on his hand, Park Jin-song thought, "Oh, I see. An avatar, you mean." Avatars are a cosmetic system that lets you change a character's appearance. Unlike weapon skins, an avatar is an item that occupies a slot. Moreover, avatars can enhance skills or base stats. Avatars are an important part of leveling up a character's stats. Looking at one of the player's avatars, Park Jin-sung said, "Interesting. Can I use them? Alright, I'll have to try it." A short while later, upon entering the avatar shop, Park Jin-song heard, "Welcome to Hill's Boutique." Watching the new visitor, the owner said, "Please take a look around. We have everything from classics to the latest trends." After describing his product range, Hills smiled slyly and, rubbing his hands together, thought, "What a dumb bag of money. Let's empty his pockets." Noticing her boss's gestures, Dalvi pressed her hand to her head and thought to herself, "Leave it to me." At the same time, recalling his panic over the absence of the minimap in the auction hall, Park Jin-song thought, "Thank the gods. Even though the auction hall is inaccessible to me, the avatar shop seems to be working." The next moment, noticing how his appearance had suddenly changed, Park Jin-song grabbed his head and exclaimed, "What's with the hair?" To which Dalvi replied, "Well, how do you like it? It's the new style of the week." Immediately after speaking, changing his hairstyle to another, the maid added, "If you want something more delicate, then we have that." Listening to Dalvi's joyful exclamations as she kept repeating, "This too and this," Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Oh, interesting. So that's how the inventory works." The clothes feel a bit tight. A moment later, feeling wings appear on his back and hearing Dalvi exclaim, "The main character can't do without this." Park Jin-sung cried out in confusion, "What?" The next moment, removing the wings and looking at the maid, Park Jin-sung exclaimed, "No, I'm not here for jewelry. I need a rare avatar clone. Do you have anything like that?" Then Dalvi handed Park Jin-sung a book and said, "Rare items are right here." He peeked inside and thought, "A catalog. It must be something like the search function in the game itself." As he continued browsing the catalog of available items, Park Jin-sung said thoughtfully, "Interesting. Do you have full-body sets?" Upon hearing this, she replied, "Unfortunately, sets aren't listed in the catalog." The young man then added, "Can you bring them out then?" As he began examining the available items, Park Jin-sung remarked, "These stats are so-so. What skills does this avatar enhance?" As he continued to chase after the cheerful girl who was hoping to empty the visitor's pockets, Park Jin-sung added, "Can you sort them by price? I'll take this and this. From this set, I only want the hair and the belt." Already exhausted by Park Jin-sung's lengthy selection process and worn out from running around, Dalvi asked curiously, "Can you show me what you brought first?" Pulling along quite a few more catalogs and dumping them on the ground, Dalvi lay down on top of them and asked wearily, "Well, what do you think, sir?" Finally having assembled a complete set for the desired avatar, Park Shin-song thought to himself, finally, the purest, rarest avatar. The clone looks inconspicuous, and I get all the enhancements. Just awesome. Having finished selecting his clothes, Park Shin-sun exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful! How much will this cost?" Upon hearing this question, Dalvi replied discontentedly, "So, everything together." Hearing the girl say 200 million gold, Park Shin-song froze instantly, then began to take off his clothes. Realizing the price was too high for him, Park Shin-song exclaimed, "I'll come back another time." To which Dalvi, grabbing the boy by the shoulder to keep him from running away, asked menacingly, "You bastard, where do you think you're going?" In the Mages Guild leader's room, while trying to remove the curse from Sharan's armor by filling it with mana, she thought, "What's going on? Not only can I not cleanse it, but it's also draining my mana." Without taking her eyes off the breastplate she was cleansing, Sharan added anxiously in her mind, "It's devouring my mana." Outraged by the artifact's actions, Sharan clicked her tongue in displeasure and said, "How dare you? If you're so hungry, I'll feed you properly." After filling the armor with a sufficient amount of mana, Sharan saw that the magical protection began to crumble, and in an instant, an explosion rang out. Appearing at the right time and place, Park Shin-song saved Sharan from the tragic consequences of what could have happened. After the rescue, looking back, Park Shin-song sighed with relief and said, "That was close," after which Sharan exclaimed in surprise, "Chin-song!" At that moment, Chin-song's gaze had already fallen on the armor he'd managed to clean, and he joyfully exclaimed, "It worked, Sharan. Thank you." Taking the breastplate in his hands, Park Shin-song drooled as he thought, "The Dark Plague Wolf set isn't quite as I remember it, but the stats are the same." Noticing the level restriction on the armor, Park Shin-song exclaimed, "It's yours. I didn't think about the level restriction. I guess we'll have to wait." After that, Sharan remarked in confusion, "Thank you, of course you saved me, but how did you manage to see into the future again?" Upon receiving the question, Park Shin-song said, "And you?" At that very moment, Sharan saw Dalvi under the window shouting, "Visitor, please pay your bill of 100 million gold." Hearing the amount Dalvi had just named, Sharan immediately turned her gaze to Park Shin-song, who had just approached her. Feeling the woman's piercing gaze, Park Shin-song awkwardly said, listen, if it's not too much trouble, could you lend me another 50 million? But before he could finish, Sharan slapped him across the face. Holding the note in his hands that read, "Debt, 1.5 billion, Park Jin-sung said, "We're heading to the Golden Tunnel. We're lucky we managed to get an avatar." The next moment, glancing at his inventory, Park Shin-song added, "I think I've solved the armor problem. I haven't seen Artie Marpus in a while." Artie Marpus's armor is made from the bodies of Ophelia's giant spiders. Continuing to look at the armor, Park Shin-song said, "It's all thanks to your creepy habit of hoarding all kinds of junk." After praising his pet for the find, Park Shin-sun thought to himself, "Now I need a weapon. A unique cannon would be just the thing, but NPCs only sell rare weapons at most." Stopping in front of the crowd of people gathered in the city, Park Shin-song thought to himself, "I need to get to the auction." Having failed to achieve his goal, Park Shin-song continued to pester people, shouting, "Come on, I'm telling you, my auction site isn't working. Maybe it's a bug. Buy me something. I'll pay well." When asked by Park Shin-song, the players kept replying, "No, sorry, and why would I need that? It sounds kind of suspicious." Completely disheartened by what had happened, Park Shin-song fell to his knees and said, "Well, in that case." Standing nearby, one of the players heard Park Shin-song shout, "Pure guessing, you're here, give me an answer." Holding the megaphone to call out to his friend, Park Shin-song added, "If you're online, get over to Hendenmeyer." At the same time, the player who heard this thought he was calling the guild leader. Still receiving no reply from his comrade, Park Shin-song muttered to himself, "Damn it, where the hell is he? The message isn't going through. I guess I'll have to move on to the next zone. Well, I have no choice, let's go." The Snow Mountain's Storm Pass, right there, somewhere underground in a cave, was the boss of Storm Pass, the Ice Dragon Skasa. Reviewing his dream, the Ice Dragon Skasa heard Hismar Sparazzi say, "Forward, my servants, go and fight." Giving the advantage to his subjects, Lord Bakal said, "Fear not, Arid. Your will is strong. I believe you will complete the mission." Sometime later, upon arriving on the battlefield and seeing the bodies of Hismara and Sparazzi, Skasa cried out, "Brothers!" Finding one of the dragons sleeping in the cave, having failed to fulfill his duty, Lord Bakal said, "Why did you fall asleep, Skasa? I trusted you." Upon seeing these memories, the ice dragon suddenly awoke and cried out, "Lord Bakal, I am Skasa. I will destroy them all these people, all for you, Lord Bakal." Upon reaching the snowy mountains, Pa Chinsen, seeing an NPC nearby, said, "The indigenous people of the Bantu Mountains." Peering from behind a tree and watching the inhabitants, Pak Chinsen said in surprise, "What? Why are they still here?" Continuing his musings, Pak Chinsen said, "It doesn't add up. A week has already passed since the incident in Nordmiri. The plot should have moved forward." When suddenly he heard behind him, "Hey, you stranger." Turning around, Pak Chinsen saw a warrior from the tribe who said, "I don't know why you're here, but this is Bantu territory. Get out of here." Seeing the Bantu warriors leap down, Pak Chinsen asked, "Why are you here?" To which the warrior replied, "Hey, are you deaf?" Trying to avoid conflict, Pa Chin-song exclaimed, "No, I'm trying to say you need to run away." Hearing this, the warrior asked, "From you?" Pa Chin-song added, "No, from Skasi." Hearing this, one of the warriors asked Skasi, "What should we be afraid of?" While Pak Chinsun mused, "Interesting. This place must already be destroyed." At that very moment, feeling shackles thrown over him, Pak Chinsun shouted, "What the—" while the warriors were already reaching for their daggers. Drawing their weapons from their sheaths and rushing at Pak Chin Song, the Bantu warriors shouted, "We really wanted to be nice, but since you've heard these rumors, you must be tired of living." Chasing after Pak Chinsun, who was trying to escape them, the Bantu warriors hurled their daggers at him, shouting, "Where are you standing?" Noticing the daggers flying straight at him, Pak Chinsun drew his sword and, holding it between his teeth, managed to deflect all the daggers. Seeing that the fugitive had just managed to fend off all their attacks, the Bantu warriors froze in surprise for a moment and exclaimed, "That sword? How long has it been?" But the very next moment, the sword in Park Jin-sung's mouth suddenly exploded. Having managed to spit it out of his mouth just before it exploded, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Whoa, it does a lot more damage than I thought. Good thing I spit it out in time." But while he was thinking about how he'd avoided one problem, Park Jin-sung didn't notice that he'd run into another. He slipped and fell off the cliff. Having already braced himself for the worst, Park Jin-sung suddenly felt himself land on something soft and said in surprise, "What's this?" Standing up and looking around, Park Jin-sung saw that he was lying on top of one of the snow mountain monsters, specifically a yeti. Realizing he had accidentally woken the monster, Park Jin-sung said awkwardly, "Wow, you guys just saved me. I woke you up. What a stroke of luck." Instantly receiving a blow to the jaw from the snow mountain monster, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Lucky me." Starting to run away from the monster so it wouldn't accidentally kill him, Park Jin-sung cried out anxiously, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." At that very moment, while running for his life, Park Jin-sung heard a whisper in his head from his acquaintance, who said, "Yo, Jin-sung, you were looking for me." Hearing this whisper, Park Jin-sung immediately took the teleportation potion that Sharan had given him from his inventory and left the snow mountain location. Continuing the conversation with his friend, Pure Guessing added, "I heard it from a fellow guild member." But before he could finish, Park Jin-sung, already standing behind him, shouted, "Bro!" Turning around and seeing that Jin-sung was already beside him, Pure Guessing asked, "What are you up to this time?" To which he replied, "Sorry, let's talk later. I need your help." After hearing Park Jin-sung's request, Pure Guessing said, "Interesting, a unique rarity. It'll be easier for you to get something like that from monsters. All right, let's see what's here." "All right, thanks," came the reply. When Pure Guessing got to work, Park Jin-sung thought, "I hope he finds something. I have a bad feeling about this." The snowy mountains, Storm Pass. At the summit of the mountains slumbers the ice dragon Skasa, and the location itself is inhabited by the indigenous Bantu tribe. The plot of Stormy Pass begins with Skasa waking from his slumber, and to avoid certain death, the Bantu tribe flees to the foothills of the mountains, which creates conflict as they encroach on the territory of the principality. Out of pride, the tribe refuses to explain why they fled, and the adventurer sets off into the mountains to figure it all out on his own. Having finished recounting the plot, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "But the story part hasn't started yet, which means I'll have to wake Skasa up myself." The next moment, tapping his finger on himself, Park Jin-sung said in confusion, "At that moment, Pure Guessing told me there is something like that. Though this thing is expensive, it costs about 10 million. Hearing the price, Park Jin-sung remarked, "10 million? Go ahead and buy it," and thought to himself, "I have about 50 million left." Hearing that Park Jin-sung was going to buy the item, Pure Guessing wondered in surprise where this newbie had gotten 10 million from, after which she heard something else, by the way. Sitting at the computer, Pure Guessing said in surprise, "Why do you need this item? There aren't that many at the auction. How many do you need? 100? After learning of Park Jin-sung's request, Pure Guessing thought, 100 useless items. Although, come to think of it, this kid, Artie Marpus, he hasn't played this set in 100 years. At first, he had a giant tentacle. Where did he dig up this junk? Did he even assemble this whole avatar, or does he have an ace up his sleeve, or is he just collects expensive things?" Continuing to ponder who she was dealing with, Pure Guessing thought to herself, what if this guy isn't an RP player, but just a cheater? Finishing her thoughts, Pure Guessing cast a piercing glance at Park Jin-sung to see if she was really mistaken. But at that very moment, Park Jin-sung, clutching his pet, said discontentedly, "Hey, I just fed you, so stop whining." Realizing he didn't look like a cheater, Pure Guessing handed all the items back to Park Jin-sung. After saying goodbye, she thought, "Okay, I got carried away. He's just enjoying the game." To which she heard him call after her, "Thanks, good luck to you." Having received new items for his travels, Park Jin-sung set off on his business and thought, "Cool, Skasi's nest must be right between the Bantu tribe's settlements. There's only one way to sneak through them unnoticed." Recalling the possible options for his journey, Park Jin-sung considered a teleportation potion in his mind, which would transport the player to a place he had already visited, or Magata, but she would attract too much attention, which would only complicate things. Passing by a tavern while pondering how he might reach the snowy mountains, Park Jin-sung mused, "So, what else?" Then, suddenly looking up at the sign and recalling certain events, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "The Moonlight Tavern. Maybe they'll tell me what to do there." Heading inside, Park Jin-sung said, Taverns are the best place to find info, but before he could finish, a sudden crash rang out. Shortly after, following two patrons who had bolted from the tavern, another man emerged and said, "Hey, tell me." As soon as the light stopped obscuring his figure, the sorrowful Caracas, who was standing at the entrance, said, "Who's spreading these rumors?" Hearing the man's remark, the patron exclaimed in annoyance, "Damn it, are you saying I'm wrong? You're saying I defeated an evil mage with a piece of pie and flew on a bloss underground? Who would believe such nonsense?" Outraged by the men's shouts, sorrowful Caracas began clenching his fists and shouted, "Excellent, so you're next," while the visitors had already begun to flee. When everyone had scattered, sorrowful Caracas heard, "That's true," and looking up in the direction of the voice, asked, "What's that? You want some too?" Reaching into his inventory and pulling out some dark elf wine, Pak Chin Song said with a smile, "Tell me more about this story of the flea." Savoring the wine offered to him, sorrowful Caracas exclaimed joyfully, "This is the stuff. Where'd you get this dark elf hooch?" Listening to Caracas exclaim, "You're a real adventurer? I remember the days when I roamed the desert." Pak Chinson thought to himself with annoyance, "Damn it, he's been drinking for 3 hours already." The next moment, deciding to get down to business, Pak Chinson said, "So, what about your story about the flea?" Hearing this, sorrowful Caracas asked, "What do you want to hear? About underground fleas? You look like you don't believe me at all, but I never lie to my fellow adventurers." Trying to somehow win Caracas's trust, Park Chin-song smiled feignedly and said, "Hey, of course I believe you. I just wanted to know if I could ride one of those fleas." Recalling how sorrowful Caracas had told him, "Why not? Let's go right now." Park Chin-sun, following the man, thought, "He's actually pretty nice. Well, even better for me." During the journey, looking back at him, sorrowful Caracas said, "So, where do you need to go?" When asked by the man, Pak Chinson replied, "Actually, I'm heading for the snowy peaks of Storm Pass," and to which he heard, "Storm Pass? Maybe it's better to ask Bantu for help." Hearing Pak Chinson say, "I need to make sure they don't find out," sorrowful Caracas agreed, and after stopping announced, "We're here." Looking around to see the giant fleas, Pak Chinson asked in surprise, "Oh, I never thought there was such a wasteland in the vicinity of Hendon Myra, and so giant fleas live here." No sooner had Pak Chinson asked his question than sorrowful Caracas pounced on him, delivering a kick and saying, "There's nothing here. It's just a remote place where no one will look for you. How dare you cause trouble for the Bantu tribe?" Continuing his fight with Pak Chin-song to teach him a lesson, sorrowful Caracas added, "Their leader is my good friend." Trying to calm the violent man down, Pak Chin-son exclaimed, "Calm down, I wasn't going to harm them." But with no desire to even listen to Pak Chin-son's excuses, sorrowful Caracas punched him in the chest and shouted, "Shut up! Stop making excuses." At the last moment, blocking the man's blow with an artifact, Park Chin-song said, "You know, I've been listening to your stories for about 3 hours. All right, now you shut your mouth and listen." Clutching his ears after a loud explosion accompanied by a thunderous roar, mourning Caracas shouted, "My ears, you bastard, what is this?" Seeing that the trick had worked, Park Chin-song took another Berserker Dragon's roar box from his inventory, a box containing the roar of the Berserker Dragon Hismar, and threw it at Caracas. Seeing another magic box flying toward him, sorrowful Caracas stretched out his hand and managed to break it. But just as sorrowful Caracas swung his hand in front of him, Park Chin-song rushed in to strike. Realizing he wouldn't have time to react, sorrowful Caracas thought, "Damn, I'm caught!" But Park Chin-song's attack was interrupted by Moore, who appeared from underground. Finding himself under his companion's protection, sorrowful Caracas said, "I told you not to come out until I called you." Seeing the giant mole that had just emerged from the ground and protected sorrowful Caracas, Park Chin-song thought, so this is the one he called a flea. Once all his cards were on the table, sorrowful Caracas said, "Let's continue this conversation," and to which Park Chin-sun, holding out his hand, exclaimed, "Wait, we've misunderstood each other." Sighing heavily after what had happened, Park Jin-sung said, "I see that you have zero trust in me," and thought to himself that Caracas's profile stated he was the guild leader in such a case. Deciding to try to rebuild their relationship, Park Chin-song said, "I apologize for not saying so earlier. I'm currently on a secret mission. My name is Chin-song." Taking out the piece of paper Sharon had given him, Park Chin-song added, "I am the leader of the Guild Association for Extraordinary Anomalies of the Mages Guild." After examining the document, sorrowful Caracas asked, "The Mages Guild, Sharon?" Then he thought, "I sense mana. It doesn't seem to be a forgery." Continuing his conversation with sorrowful Caracas, Park Chin-song said to me, "There's no point in harming the Bantu tribe. I'm here to save them." After speaking, Park Chin-song added, "On Sharan's orders," then looked away and thought to himself, "I'm sorry, Sharan, that I'm using you as a cover again." Believing Park Chin-song's words, sorrowful Caracas asked, "Well, why did you stay silent? More, maybe we'll toss him to the Storm Pass, jump in and fly to the summit." To which Park Chin-song exclaimed, "Thank you." As soon as the preparations were complete, sorrowful Caracas said, "Oh, by the way, since this is a matter between guilds, I can't give you a free ride. It's fine if I write the bill out in your leader's name." To which Park Chin-song exclaimed anxiously, "Just not that. Sharan will kill me if I saddle her with another debt." Hearing that Park Chin-song was against it, sorrowful Caracas said, "Then I'll put it all in your name." Hearing this, Pak Chinson exclaimed indignantly, "Wait, I already paid for your drinks," and immediately set off. When the mole in the summit had already disappeared from his field of vision, sorrowful Caracas approached the hole in the ground, and looking down thoughtfully said, "Chin-sun of the Mages Guild." Holding on to Moore, who was moving at a frantic pace underground, Park Chin-sung said, "I don't feel well. How much further do we have to go? I hope it's not much." As they continued on their way, Moore suddenly stumbled upon the spirit of an ice dragon and froze in shock. Noticing this, Park Chin-sung, climbing higher onto the mole, asked, "Hey, why are we standing here?" After which the mole changed course and headed away from the dragon's spirit. Fleeing from the spirit of the ice dragon, Moore leapt out of the ground and threw Pa Chinson and his pet off him. Falling to the ground after the sudden ascent to the surface, Pa Chinson, seeing that the mole was running away, shouted after him, "Hey, slow down! This doesn't look like the mountain peaks. Hey, Moore!" Unable to catch up with Moore, Pak Chin-sung got to his feet and shouted indignantly, "You damn mole, did you feel Skasu's presence or something? At least we've made it to the mountain caves." Making his way through the icy caves where he found himself, Pak Chin-sung, shivering from the cold, said, "As far as I remember, Skasa's nest should be here. What kind of camp is this? The Bantu tribes?" Stepping closer to examine the discovery, Pak Chin-sung said thoughtfully, "Right here? A signal horn and some straw. It seems clear that they're watching the nest from here." Continuing to examine the discovery, Pak Chin-sung exclaimed, "We're in luck. They must be nearby. And where, by the way, are the Bantu themselves?" Meanwhile, Taco noticed enemies approaching from behind. To save his master from certain death, Taco slapped Pak Chin-sung, thereby knocking him off the trajectory of the daggers. Falling to the ground and looking back, Pak Chin-sung heard, "And who are you?" To which he shouted, "The Bantu tribe. Yeah, okay." Smiling maliciously after finding their prey, one of the Bantu warriors said, "You look like a real punching bag." Hearing the Bantu warrior's remarks, Pak Chin-sung thought anxiously, "My skin is blue and covered in ice. Could it be?" Realizing the mess he was in, Pak Chin-sung instantly jumped to his feet and, starting to run away, shouted, "Damn it, Taco, let's get out of here!" To which a voice called out after him, "Run as fast as you can." As he continued to flee amid the ominous laughter of the Bantu warriors, Pak Chin-sung glanced back and thought, there can be no mistake in this way of speaking. It all begins with a deep sleep, and upon waking, reason is lost. Only a thirst for destruction remains, a curse that compels one to destroy everything that catches the eye, a terrifying nightmare. Realizing what was happening to the Bantu warriors, Pak Chin-sung, glancing back at the enemies catching up to him, thought, a terrifying nightmare has struck them. Trying to evade the enemy attacks, Pak Chin-sung sped up and called out calmly, "I didn't come here to fight. What's wrong with you?" Ignoring Pak Chin-sung's cry, the mad warrior shouted, "Just shut up and die!" followed by a loud cackle. The next moment, a loud noise rang out, and looking back, Pak Chin-sung saw that his pursuer had been pinned down, after which he thought, and a snowman too. Noticing that the mad warrior of the Bantu tribe had begun fighting the snowman, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Perfect! This is my chance to make a run for it." And just as he was about to look for a way out, he heard a voice from above say, "Idiot!" When Park Chin-sung managed to avoid danger at the last moment, Clone Delizy's voice added, "You moron, you really almost got hit by that attack, and Hilder will sweep you away without even noticing." Not understanding where the voice was coming from, Park Chin-sung asked, "Who's speaking?" To which he heard behind him, "What's the matter? I'm watching you, Chin-sung." Realizing who he was talking to, Park Chin-sung exclaimed in surprise, "Delazy?" To which he heard, "Correction, the clone." After clarifying who he was talking to, the clone of Delazy began asking, "What kind of cave is this? Where's Hilder? Answer me." To which Park Chin-sung, fleeing from the monster, shouted, "Sorry, we'll talk later." The next moment, pulling his sword from his inventory and landing a few quick strikes, Park Chin-sung chopped the monster to pieces and was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Outraged by Park Chin-sung's actions, the Delazy clone said discontentedly, "How dare you? Don't touch me." To which Park Chin-sung replied, "What can I do? It's my inventory." Later, seeing a large number of snow monsters that had appeared in the cave, Delazy's clone said, "Wow, there are so many of them. Are you planning to kill them all?" To which the reply was, "No." Sticking his sword into the ground beside him, Park Chin-sung smiled and said confidently, "Why would I need them all? I'll leave a few for the other adventurers." While traveling with Park Jin-seon, Deleuze asked, "That terrifying nightmare? Was it something like the curse you told me about?" To which Park replied, "No, those are different things." Refuting Deleuze's question, Park Jin-sung thought, "A disease that robs people of their sanity and turns them into monsters? A terrifying nightmare." According to the plot, the disease was supposed to spread throughout the entire location. Later, hearing the squeaking of his pet trying to find him, Park Jin-sung asked, "What is it?" Taco found him. Seeing Taco return to Park Jin-sung, Delazy asked with a laugh, "Lotus couldn't conquer the world and ended up as a pet." To which Park Jin-sung replied, "That's not Lotus." Following Taco and seeing what he was looking for, Park Jin-sung said, "This is Skasa's nest." Also, seeing the ice dragon before him, Delazy said in surprise, "Wow, incredible. What is a Bacala creature doing in a place like this? I wonder what you're looking for, Chin-sung." Without hesitation, Park Jin-sung took out the dragon's roar box, activated it, and closed his eyes. After activation, a loud roar rang out, which managed to rouse Skasa, who instantly leaped up from his seat and shouted, "Who dared? Who dared to wake me from my sleep? Come out, you'll pay for this." Outraged by Delizi's rash actions, he shouted, "You damn idiot! You're supposed to warn me before you do something like that." To which Park Chin-sung replied, "Wait, something's wrong." Not seeing that the dragon had succumbed to the curse, Park Chin-sun added in surprise, "This brute isn't affected by the terrifying nightmare. I didn't expect that." Then Delizi remarked, "What are you talking about? I can feel it." Looking at the dragon, Delizi added, "I feel the same energy those monkeys were radiating, but it seems like something is suppressing the nightmare from within." Hearing this, Park Chin-sun asked, "Wow, you can even sense that?" To which came the reply, "The smell of sickness. You can't mistake it for anything else." Having learned something interesting from his companion, Park Chin-sung said, "Suppressing it means a curse. The curse that suppresses the nightmare allows Skasa to keep his sanity. I guess all we need to do is drive him mad." After listening to Park Chin-sung and seeing that Skasa had spotted them, the clone of Delizi asked, "I see. In that case, do you want to provoke him even more?" Fleeing from the pursuit of the ice dragon, Delizi shouted, "Chin-sung, what are you doing? You charged at Skasa without a plan." To which he heard, "Just wait." Continuing to chase the boy who dared to wake him from his sleep, Delizi shouted, "You won't get away." Freezing instantly in place and grabbing his staff, Park Chin-sun waited until the dragon approached him and activated the magic circle. Caught in the very epicenter of the explosion, Skasa, surrounded by a cloud of smoke, shouted, "You fool!" After which 2 boxes of Berserker Dragon flew out of him. Following Park Chin-sung, Delizi said, "That would have worked if he were asleep, but right now your alarm isn't that effective." To which he heard, "No, it works." Seeing that the dragon was getting a little angry, Park Chin-sun asked, "What is this?" "It brings back memories. It's been a long time since you heard this voice, hasn't it, Skas?" To which the dragon shouted, "What does that even mean?" Taking out another box of Berserker Dragon Roar, Park Jin-sung said, "These are your brother's last words. They said it hurt." Unwilling to accept this reality, Skasa struck Park Jin-sung's location with his staff and shouted, "Stop lying. My brothers couldn't have lost to pathetic little humans." Using the portal to teleport to another location, Park Jin-sung, preparing to strike again, shouted, "How stubborn. Your brothers in hell are clearly disappointed." Using the Dark Slicing, Dark Sphere, and Great Wave techniques to enrage the dragon even more, Park Jin-sung shouted, "Just like your master." Enraged even further and unleashing an icy wave toward Park Jin-sung, Skasa shouted, "How dare you insult my brothers and my master?" Trying to dodge the monster's claws so it wouldn't crush him, Park Jin-sung thought, "I've made him lose his temper, but the nightmare isn't over yet. It seems words alone aren't enough." Using his tail to hurl Park Jin-sung into the wall, Skos growled menacingly, "Enjoy yourself for now, loser. I'll finish you off in the most painful way possible, and I'll tear the people on this mountain to pieces." The next moment, lunging toward the boy who was barely standing after the blow, Skos shouted, "I'll start with your hand." But before he could finish his attack, seeing something strange, he asked, "What are you doing?" Using magic cubes to achieve his goal, Park Shin-sun thought to himself, "Bakla and his dragons were wiped out 100 years ago. That's hardly enough to anger him." Depleting his supply of magic cubes, Park Shin-sung thought to himself, "There should be enough mana now. I'll take the cube particles that empower me and use them all at once. I'll create a spatial rift, nothing more. I'll tear time itself apart." Having created a spatial rift in time, Park Shin-sun shouted, "Do you hear me, you half-baked unicorn? You still don't believe me? In that case, see for yourself." Seeing before him the events of those times when his brothers had perished, Skasa said in surprise, "Is this my nightmare? But why?" Hearing the dragon's question, Park Shin-sun said, "A nightmare? Don't make me laugh. While your brothers were fighting for their lives, you were sleeping soundly. Do you still think this was just a dream? This is reality, Skasa." Coming to terms with what he had just been shown, Skasa, who was beginning to succumb to illness, cried out, "No, this can't be. It's my fault, Lord Bakal." Seeing the Ice Dragon's card before him, Skasa, Park Chin-sung joyfully exclaimed, "Wonderful, the card." Hearing this, Delizi asked, "It worked? Then let's get out of here." Hearing that Park Chin-sung was about to leave his cave, Skasa activated his power and shouted, "I won't let you." Caught in the shockwave and noticing shards of ice appearing on him, Park Chin-sung thought, "Oh no, my body." At the same time, preparing to deliver another blow, Skasa shouted, "You scum won't take a single step out of here. I'll finish you all off for Lord Bakal." Seeing the ice spears flying toward him, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "Oh no, I have to dodge." But his movements were restricted because his leg was frozen to the ground. Realizing he couldn't move, Park Chin-sung tugged at his limb to free himself and thought, "Damn, my leg." Just as the ice spears were about to strike him, Park Chin-sung noticed something strange. They had suddenly stopped. Then, looking around and seeing the dragon standing motionless as well, Park Chin-sung exclaimed in surprise, "Time has stopped." Realizing what had happened, Park Chin-sung looked down at his feet and, seeing a giant clock beneath him, exclaimed in confusion, "Wait!" Finding himself in a different space, Park Chin-sung looked around and said in surprise, "Where am I?" The next moment, finding himself behind the defendant's bench, Park Jin-sung heard, "It seems you've managed to create a rift." Pointing his paw at Park Jin-sung, who had spoken out of turn, Cliff exclaimed, Let's begin the trial. Hearing that a trial was beginning above him, Park Chin-sung turned his gaze to Cliff and exclaimed in surprise, "You too?" The lion-headed winged guardian who lives on the edge of time, who protects the timelines, and who, from the memories, is Namir. Recalling casting a displeased glance at the boy before him, Cliff said, "We've been watching you from the very moment she dragged you into this dimension." Upon hearing what the Time Ruler had just mentioned, Park Chin-sung lowered his gaze and thought with confusion, it seems he doesn't want Namir's interference. After which DeLacy remarked, "I see. This cat knows a lot." Showing video footage of Park Chin-sung's violations, Cliff said, "You finally crossed the line, man. A rift between dimensions outside of time. Do you even understand how dangerous this is?" After hearing the remarks directed at him, Park Chin-sung exclaimed in displeasure, "And what about the fact that I stopped the corruption?" Receiving a protest from the defendant, the Time Ruler asked, "What curse? What did you even see?" Skasa, stunned by the curse. Hearing the accusation directed at him, Cliff exclaimed, "But weren't you the one who infected Skasa with a nightmare?" After yet another accusation directed at him, Park Chin-sung pulled out the curse card and exclaimed, "No, look, this is a phenomenon capable of changing the future." After listening to Park Chin-sung's objections, Cliff said, "Neymar Bastin, do you understand what he's talking about?" To which the reply came, "Nothing to do with the future, nothing to do with the past." Continuing his dialogue with the judge, Neymar, the guardian of the future, said, "You can feel the rifts he will create." After which Bastin, the guardian of the past, added, "And the rifts he has already created." Hearing the accusations against him, Park Jin-sung thought in surprise, "I can't believe it. Even the rulers of time can't recognize the corruption." After that, Cliff said, "I see. So, to deal with the corruption, you won't stop at just one rift." The next moment, after locking Park Jin-sung in the time chamber, the time ruler added, "You, the one who interfered with the flow of time, are sentenced to 1,000 years of re-education." Hearing the length of his imprisonment, Park Jin-sung banged on the cell and shouted, "1,000 years? Wait! I'm not guilty. It's all a curse. Fine, I'll follow the rules. Just let me go." To which the time ruler replied, "There is no choice, such is the order." Noticing that Park Jin-sung was about to use his power, the time ruler said, "It's useless. You cannot break the time ruler's domain." Trying to break the camera's glass with his foot, Park Jin-sung shouted, "Damn it!" While Deleuze said, "I just can't believe it. What kind of idiots are these?" After which Park Jin-sung added, "Tell me, 1,000 years? Where is that?" Interrupting Park Jin-sung's discontent, DeLacy remarked, "That's not what I mean. Look down at the abyss, the energy I sense down there. Maybe we can open a rift with its help." Hearing the prisoner's discontent, the time ruler said, "Don't worry, 1,000 years isn't that long. If you behave yourself, we'll shorten your sentence." While the ruler of time was lecturing him on proper behavior, Park Jin-sung used his sword to smash the cell and flew down to the source of energy. Opening his eyes and looking at the empty cell where the prisoner was supposed to be, Cliff exclaimed in confusion, "You?" Already making his way to the energy source that could help him escape, Park Jin-sung stretched out his hand and cried out, "If only I could reach it." Noticing that the prisoner was escaping, Bastin, the ruler of the past, reached out his paw toward Park Jin-sung and shouted, "Stop! Turn back while you still can." Ignoring Bastin's warning, Park Jin-sung used his jumping strike skill and continued toward the energy source. At that moment, even Cliff, the ruler of time himself, tried to catch up to Park Jin-sung, shouting, "Stop! Cease your resistance." But using his quick-step skill, Park Jin-sung easily managed to bypass this obstacle in his path. After bypassing the two Time Lords, Park Jin-sung, reaching for the energy source, shouted, "I apologize, but I won't stay here a second longer." Having reached his goal, Park Jin-sung attempted to create a time rift to return to a moment in the past where he hadn't yet been caught. At that very moment, watching what was happening, Cliff exclaimed, "Well, the Rubicon has been crossed." Staying behind so as not to waste time, the ruler of the future used his powers and turned back time by a few minutes. Finding himself back in the prison cell without the energy source, Park Jin-sung said in surprise, "What's going on?" Having resolved the problem that arose in court, Cliff, holding a watch in his hands, said, "I can't believe you dared to do this. We wanted to believe you, but..." Pointing to the watch so they could see how far back they had gone, the Master of Time added, "It seems you weren't going to keep your word. I rewound time." Also, having bound Park Jin-sung with the gears of time so that he would not be able to repeat his antics again, Cliff added, "This is the end, man. You are doomed to eternal repentance." Noticing how Park Jin-sung was trying to free himself from his shackles, Cliff said, "It's all in vain after all." Refusing to give up, Park Jin-sung ignored the remark from DeLacy, who exclaimed, "Oh, I can't believe it. He caught us." He shouted, "Open up!" and banged his head against the glass. Not wanting to give up so easily, Park Jin-sung, having already split his forehead open until it bled, shouted, "Enough! We can't waste time. Do you think I'm just going to rot away here?" Continuing to insist, Park Jin-sung kept shouting, "Open up!" and a portal appeared beneath him. The very next moment, the time chamber in which Park Jin-sung was imprisoned fell into the portal. Seeing that they had indeed managed to escape from the Lords of Time, DeLacy, laughing ominously, shouted, "Wow, so that's how you did it. How did you open an interdimensional rift?" Hearing his companion's question, Park Jin-sung replied, "No, it wasn't me." And then, looking around, asked, "Where are we now?" At the same time, biting Cliff's elbow and shouting, "Rewind time faster!" he heard, "It's no use. He can't possibly be outside the dimension. How could he have created a rift? He shouldn't have the power," and thought, no, this isn't the power he was talking about. Finding themselves in a completely different reality, surrounded by lava and volcanoes, Park Jin-sung exclaimed anxiously, "Taco, it seems they sent us to the wrong place." Looking around, DeLazy said, "It looks just like the hell you told us about." Hearing this, Park Jin-sung wondered, why aren't the timekeepers catching us? Finishing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung asked, "So, who's behind this?" and then felt a tremor beneath his feet. Jumping to the side and dodging the explosion, Park Shin-sung sensed someone's presence behind him. Reacting quickly, Park Shin-sung turned and placed a block in front of him, where the enemy's strike landed, after which he heard laughter. Gritting his teeth after the sudden attack and hearing, "Interesting?" Park Shin-sung thought to himself, "It's that monster." Seeing more than one enemy in front of him and hearing, "Oh, I see you like to fight," Park Shin-sung shouted, "Cosmo Demon!" Running away with Park Shin-sung to get further from the monster, DeLazy shouted, "What are these Cosmo Demons?" To which he heard, "Monsters that dwell in different dimensions." The next moment, noticing that the enemy was following him and had fired several fireballs, Park Shin-sung drew his sword from his inventory and, using a jumping strike, blocked the attack. The next moment, using the Great Wave skill, he struck back and, having defeated his pursuer, said, "They exist in interdimensional rifts." Recalling the monsters he had encountered in this world, Park Shin-sung added, "Traveling between rifts, they seek worthy opponents. Their sole goal is to find and destroy those stronger than themselves." After talking about the monsters, Park Shin-sung added, "The ability to travel between dimensions. Perhaps they were the ones who opened the rift. And what if they have enough power to enter the dimension of the time rulers?" After that, DeLacy asked, "First the rulers, now other dimensions. It seems you won't be returning home anytime soon." Continuing his musings, Park Shin-sung said, "The theory of other dimensions is just a hypothesis for now, but one thing is undeniable. If there are monsters, then there is a dungeon. And to escape the dungeon, I arrived at the monster boss of the planet of fiery flames, Karlalor. Having finally reached his destination and located his target, Park Jin-sung said, 'We just need to take down the boss.'" Meanwhile, somewhere in the Principality of Belmare, the Mages Guild was in chaos due to recent events. Upon hearing the latest news, Sharan exclaimed, "Skasa has awakened and is wreaking havoc. The Bantu tribe is on the brink of battle. The Storm Pass has been destroyed, and Chinsen is to blame for it all." Having recently arrived at Sharan, the sorrowful Caracas pointed his finger at the woman and said discontentedly, "It's all because he went to the pass. I heard you gave him some secret mission. If anything happens, you'll have to answer for it." Feeling alarmed by these words, Sharan thought in confusion, "So that scoundrel managed to rouse Skasa. We haven't heard a peep from him in a whole week. What on earth is he up to there?" Leaning on the table and glancing at the receiver that couldn't pick up Park Jin-sung's signal, Sharan said, "It can't be. What the hell are you even doing?" At the same time, Park Jin-sung continued his battle with the boss of the Planet of Flames in order to return to his own dimension. After landing the final blow, Park Jin-sung managed to defeat the boss and finally try to rest after the grueling battle. Leaning on his knee after what had happened, Park Jin-sung saw that his body was covered in a magical aura and joyfully exclaimed, "Wonderful! I need to return to the village." But his joy didn't last long. After the victory, he was transported not home, but to the next dungeon. Looking around to figure out exactly where he had ended up, Park Jin-sung exclaimed in surprise that the dungeon hadn't been cleared. Also looking around, DeLazy noticed something interesting and said, "Look, Jin-sung, aren't those things demons?" Taking a closer look at what his companion had pointed out, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "That's the boss monster of the Storm Planet, the Conqueror Samu." Upon seeing this figure, Park Jin-sung, lost in thought, muttered to himself, "It's that fiery Karlalor again, Semu Karlalor, and there are even strange cells underfoot." Then, realizing where he had ended up, he exclaimed, "This is an epic journey." Hearing Park Jin-sung's sudden exclamation, DeLazy asked, "Epic?" After which he recognized the dungeon from the past, though it looked different. Continuing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung added to himself, "As far as I remember, there were only 4 demon bosses of different elements, Karlalor, Semu, and Fredor Juice." Hearing this, DeLazy exclaimed, "Don't tell me we have to defeat all 4 at once." Approaching the boss of the next location, Park Jin-sung tried to end it quickly by suddenly striking the sleeping boss, but his attack failed. Waking up from the noise Park Jin-sung made, Semu opened her eyes in surprise and said, "Who are you anyway?" Trying to sheath his sword to move on to the new location faster, Park Jin-sung said, "Sorry, I woke you up." Succumbing to Park Jin-sung's provocation, Samu swung her tentacle and knocked the uninvited guest back. After a number of attempts using his skills, Park Jin-seon managed to break through to his opponent and finally defeat the location's boss. Finding himself in the next location and seeing the new boss, DeLazy laughed and said, "Well, this is quite a convoluted story, but it looks pretty much the same. If I'm not mistaken, we just need to destroy everything that appears before us." Seeing Park Jin-sung before him, the minion of the ice planet's boss, the Frosty Frieder, shouted, "Stranger, well then, come on over here, little man." As the duel began, the icy freighter struck Park Chin-sung first, but the boy managed to stay on his feet. However, despite all his efforts, the monster boss of the ice planet landed another blow, slamming Park Chin-sung to the ground. Having spread his arms wide, the icy freighter struck Park Chin-sung again and again and lost his guard. At that very moment, seizing the opportunity, Park Chin-sung launched a series of strikes, drove his sword into the monster's body, and began to turn. With his final strike, he split the enemy in two and secured victory in an instant. Following the third boss was the final, fourth monster boss of the Planet of Transcendence, the thunderous Jaius. Gathering his last remaining strength and entering the fray, Park Jin-sung finally emerged victorious and saw a portal before him. Finally breathing a sigh of relief after passing the trial, Park Jin-sung exclaimed, "I knew it would be like this. 4 battles in a row is certainly tough. I'll need to pop into the shop for some potions and grab some meat, though I'm not really hungry." But when he used the portal to return, Park Jin-sung found himself back on the fiery planet. Frozen in shock, he exclaimed, "What the—" Not understanding why he had returned to the very beginning right after passing the epic trial, Park Jin-sung added in confusion, "Why am I here again?" Seeing that they had returned again, Delazy said, "Interesting. It seems your luck has gone somewhere," to which he heard, "Shut up." Hearing the monsters in front of him shout, "Invasion!" Again, it seems this guy is an interesting opponent. Park Jin-sung drew his weapon and said, "All right, this time has to be the last." Exhausted from what he had to go through, Park Jin-sung said in a menacing voice, "Now I'm definitely ready. 261 dungeons have been cleared so far." When the number of cleared dungeons was only 2, Park Jin-sung, having once again defeated the boss of the fire planet, moved over to Sam and said in surprise, "What's going on? Not only is Carla lore, but even Sam is respawning. It's like we're going back in time." After waking up the location's boss and preparing for battle again, Park Jin-sung shouted, "This can't be happening. Enough of this madness. Is there even a way out of here? Just don't tell me it's the Time Lords." Hearing the words, "What the hell is this?" ring out, Park Jin-sung, moving away from the boss, thought, "All right, I need to escape. Maybe if I leave the location." But his attempt to escape the location ended in failure, all because Park Jin-sung ran into a barrier. Realizing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "An invisible wall." While he was examining the invisible wall, a blow from Sam landed on his back. She had no intention of letting him go so easily. Outraged at the girl who had attacked him, Park Jin-sung drew his sword and, shouting, "You little pest!" quickly dealt with her. Moving to the third location where he was met by the ice boss, Fredder, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "This is bad. If this keeps up, even if I keep winning over and over, everything will just repeat itself." After yet another attempt to escape and trying other ways to leave the dungeon, Park Jin-sung said, "The teleportation potion isn't working, and the location is surrounded by an invisible barrier." Continuing to ponder the situation, the young man thought to himself, "The only possible way out is the gate through which I entered here." After trying yet another possible option, Park Jin-sung said, "What's more, I can no longer use the rift. What should I do?" To which Delazy replied, "Perhaps there is some hidden exit, if only I had my original body." Hearing Delazy's words, Park Jin-sung said, "A hidden exit? Yes, there really is one. There aren't just these 4 regions. There's also a 5th location that appears with a certain probability. It's hidden." After listening to Jin-sung's thoughts, Delazy asked, "And you're just now remembering this, you idiot?" To which he replied, "It's for newbies. I wasn't interested." And heading toward the portal, he said, "If there's a hidden exit, it's definitely in this location. And if the conditions for its appearance are the same, then only luck will help me." Heading back to the portal to try to find the hidden location, Park Jin-sung said, "All right, now it's simple. I just need to clear the dungeon until the secret location appears." Once in the flame location, Park Jin-sung was able to easily defeat the boss after studying all of its moves. Next was the location with Sami, who upon waking up again, asked in surprise, "What are you?" After Sami, Park Jin-sung moved to the ice location, where he defeated the third boss and leveled up at the same time. Repeating the same actions over and over, Park Jin-sung leveled up and re-ran the dungeon, waiting for that very hidden area to appear. Each time, a dozen runs in a row turned into dozens and eventually hundreds of runs. After defeating all the enemies yet again, Park Jin-sung reached the portal that would take him back to the beginning. Feeling completely exhausted both mentally and physically, Park Jin-sung had cleared the dungeon 317 times. Driving himself to the brink of madness from repeating the same actions over and over, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "I need to keep clearing the dungeon until the secret location appears. Then everything will be simple." Recalling the countless times he had cleared the dungeon over and over in the hope of finding the hidden location, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "The dungeon repeats endlessly. The only way out is the gate through which I entered. There must be a hidden location here. Next time, it will definitely look like this." But in the end, unable to withstand the pressure from repeating the same actions over and over, Park Jin-sung fell to his knees and bowed his head. Seeing his actions, which seemed like despair, Delazy asked, "What's wrong? Are you giving up already? You've lasted longer than I thought. Stop pounding the floor. Are you digging your own grave?" Hearing Delazy's question, Park Jin-sung asked, "A grave?" To which he replied, "Since you've made up your mind." maybe you'll let me go first. But suddenly he saw a sword flash before his eyes. Unable to withstand the psychological pressure, Pak Chin-sun thrust the sword into the ground and shouted, "That's it, it's all over. I've cleared this dungeon 300 times, done everything, looked everywhere, checked everything." After breaking through the passageway beneath his feet and seeing something interesting there, Pak Chin-sun smiled and said, "I just didn't look under my own feet." Continuing to dig the passage further, Park Chin-sun said, "If I'm right, it'll be right here." Watching Park Chin-sun's actions, DeLazy hugged Taco and exclaimed in confusion, "That's it, that's it." Swinging his sword again to break through even deeper, Park Chin-sun exclaimed, "It simply has to be here." After delivering the final blow and finally breaking through the passage into the underground location, Park Chin-sun peered inside with a smile. Having finally found a location that could help him escape this epic trial, Park Chin-sung said, "I found the hidden one." Upon entering the dungeon, DeLazy said, "Amazingly hidden, and it really exists, but where's the exit?" To which Park Chin-sung replied, "If this is all part of the dungeon." Continuing his thoughts, Park Chin-sun added, "Then it must be somewhere." But before he could finish, someone suddenly attacked him. Flying backward and falling to the ground, Park Chin-sun barely managed to block the next attack launched at him by the boss of this location. Finally stopping after a prolonged assault on the guest, the hidden location's boss, Hidden Meow, smiled menacingly, holding out a bloodied paw. Seeing the location's boss, DeLazy, who had been watching his movements, said, "Yeah, looks like he's our ticket out of here." After hearing his companion's remark, Pak Chin-sung took his sword in hand, prepared for battle, and shouted, "All right, let's go." Engaging in battle against Hidden Meow, Pak Chin-sung swung his sword with all his might in an attempt to land a hit on the boss, but it was all in vain. After several futile attacks, the cat sneaked up from behind and bit Park Chin-sung on the arm, then ran off again. Watching this turn of the battle, DeLazy said, "He's just toying with you." After which Park Chin-sung thought, "Damn, he's much stronger than the other bosses. We have to give him credit, though." The next moment, using his quick step skill to finally catch up and deal damage to the boss, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "I can't waste time on him." Unfortunately, even that didn't help, and as a result, Park Jin-sung missed his attack and thought in surprise, "He's vanished behind me." After launching his next attack and looking back, Park Jin-sung saw the incredible speed of the Hidden Meow and thought, "It can't be. He's gotten even faster. I can't catch up to him." Waiting for the right moment, the Hidden Meow leaped at Park Chin-sung and shoved him into the wall behind him. Seeing how Park Chin-sung had just been slammed and knocked off his feet, DeLacy said, "It seems like he's just making fun of you, and there are reasons for that." Turning his gaze to the cat, who was laughing loudly, DeLacy said, "There's a certain reason why this cat sees you as a toy." Recalling Park Chin-sung's strength stats, DeLacy added, "You've gotten stronger after repeating the dungeons. This level system's numerical representation of your strength has increased by 10 since we got here." The next moment, seeing Park Chin-sung fail to attack the boss again, DeLacy added, "However," after which the boy said irritably, "Damn this cat." Hearing the cat start to mock him again, Park Chin-sung shouted, "Ah, you..." But the next moment, the cat vanished from sight, and a blade-tipped tail appeared near its neck, after which DeLacy said, "The difference in strength is colossal." Realizing he simply didn't have the strength to chase after the cat, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "I didn't waste my time for nothing, but how is this even possible?" Watching what was happening near the whimpering Taco, DeLacy said, "It's all over, he's definitely finished." After landing quite a few blows on Park Chin-sung and noticing that he had just fallen to the ground, the hidden cat suddenly turned its attention to Taco. And just as the cat let its guard down and decided to head toward the pet, Park Chin-sung grabbed his sword and stabbed the cat's tail, pinning it to the ground. The very next moment, after his actions, Park Chin-sung lunged at the monster with his fists and shouted, "Got you, you scoundrel!" Finally catching up to the cat, Park Jin-sung was able to land the long-awaited blow and slam him into the wall. Surprised by Park Chin-sung's methods, who had somehow figured out how to strike the cat, DeLacy said, "How did you even do that?" At that very moment, without taking his eyes off the location's boss, Park Chin-sung said discontentedly, "So you've decided to play games with me and in a place like this too." After speaking, recalling the moments he had endured as well as Lenny, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "I went through hell. I went through all of this not to die here." The next moment, approaching the stunned cat, Park Chin-sung landed another blow, but the cat managed to dodge it and sustain only minimal damage. Noticing the hidden cat's intentions and using the portal, Park Chin-sung moved behind him and prepared for the next strike. Without delay after moving, Park Chin-sung immediately unleashed a swift, dark strike and dealt the cat considerable damage with this attack. Feeling his body overcome by weakness, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "I'm too tired even to breathe. My aching body is simply tearing apart. Perhaps it would have been easier to just die." Immediately after these thoughts, recalling the moments he had to endure in the game, Park Jin-seon confidently added in his mind, "But I will never give up again. I won't run away like I did that time." Grabbing his unique sword and drawing on his remaining strength, Park Chin-sung sliced the hidden Meow in two. As he destroyed the enemy, Park Chin-sung opened a portal to the outside world and said, "Thank you. Thanks to you, I've become stronger." Seeing the spatial rift that had opened before them, Ara DeLazy said, "Here's the exit." The next moment, holding back his emotions, DeLazy added, "All right, I admit it. You win. That's impressive, Chin-sung." To To which came the reply, we're returning to Hendon But before Park Chin-sun could leave the location, a giant hand closed the spatial rift and blocked the exit to the other world. Blocking the passage right before Park Chin-sun's eyes, the unknown giant spoke menacingly. Who dared to disrupt the order of this space? As day broke, upon hearing "Good morning," the members of the Wizards Guild, noticing the guildmaster nearby, joyfully exclaimed, "Good morning!" Looking at the smiling guildmaster, one of the subjects added, "It seems Madame Charon is in a good mood today. Perhaps something good has happened." Upon entering her room and glancing at the poster, Charon saw the joyful news stating that the battle with the ice dragon was over. Recalling the image of that giant, the woman thought to herself, Skasa was defeated thanks to the adventurer and the Bantu tribe. Continuing her thoughts, she also recalled the incident with sorrowful Caracas and added in her mind, at least that's what the newspapers say, but according to the Bantu, some blonde guy warned them about Skasa's attack and ran away. That young man really did want to help us. "I apologize for the misunderstanding," said Caracas. Setting the wine package on the table, Charon thought to herself, all my problems have resolved themselves. The situation with the Bantu tribe is settled, and I even received a gift from Caracas. This wine is quite expensive, isn't it? Sighing with relief that everything had simply worked out, Charon said, "I'm so glad." After which Pak Chin-song flew right past her, having kicked his way through the door into the room. Pushing the boy down at the table and slamming her hand on it, Charon shouted angrily, "Answer me right now!" Rising from her seat and leaning toward Park Chin-song, Charon added, "Where have you been? What did they do to you? And what the hell happened at Storm Pass?" Averting his gaze, Park Chin-song said, "I have the right to remain silent," then thought, "Damn, the Snow Mountain storyline is all over." Trying to wriggle out of it, Park Chin-sun said, "Nothing happened," to which she replied, "Stop lying to me. You look like you've been to hell." Then the guy added, "I fell down the stairs." To which Charon exclaimed, "Tell me, Bandon's bullet, what are you hiding from me?" And noticing how he bowed his head, the woman added, "And why are you so—" Having lost his chance to escape and seeing a giant monster before him, Delisi asked Chin-sun, "Is this the hidden boss you forgot about?" Receiving the question from his companion, Park Chin-sun, looking at the king of the cosmic demons, the master of the Gonis Gorge, thought, "No, he shouldn't even be here." Raising his hand and creating a spatial rift beneath his feet, Gonis said, "You, the one who has invaded this zone, your existence is forbidden here." Instantly leaping back to avoid the monster's sudden attack, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, "Wait, the entire area has changed." Also watching what was happening before his eyes, Delisi said in surprise, "Wow, he has an interesting ability." Avoiding enemy attacks one after another, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, "Damn, here it is. I've finally found a way out, but how am I supposed to defeat him?" Pausing for a moment, Park Chin-song thought to himself, "My strength is almost gone. I need to get closer and think," just as Gonis's hand was already upon him. Having suffered serious injuries from the enemy's blow, Park Chin-song, watching as a dark figure engulfed him, thought, "So this is how it works." Just as the king of the cosmic demons approached, a hole appeared beneath Park Chin-song, into which he began to fall rapidly, thinking, "Weakling." As he lost consciousness, Park Chin-song heard Delisi trying to reach him, shouting, "Chin-song, hey, come to your senses." As he fell, suddenly coming to his senses, Park Chin-sun realized he had fallen into yet another rift that was leading him into another dimension. Glancing down and analyzing what was happening to him, Park Chin-sun thought to himself, "It's just like back then someone helped me escape." Continuing his thoughts, Park Chin-sun added silently, "Someone capable of influencing the dimensions of the rulers of time. Someone with incredible power." Considering the possible scenarios, Park Chin-song thought to himself, "No, she wouldn't hide her identity. Surely someone is watching me, though it's more likely an unknown third party keeping an eye on me." Hearing Charon speak to him, Chin-song, covering his face with his hand, thought, "Those bastards didn't save me. They were just playing with me." Recalling the difficult moments he had gone through, Park Chin-song added in his mind, "It's as if my life and death depend on their decision. They used me, yet I don't even know who they are or what they're planning. I thought I had become stronger." Hearing Park Chin-sun say, "Damn it," Charon, deciding not to pressure the boy, remarked, "You don't have to talk if you don't want to." To which she heard him reply, "Well, The next moment, placing her hand on the boy's shoulder, Sharon added with a tender smile, "It's enough that you're back." Moved by the woman's words, Park Chin-song said, "Sharon." But his joy didn't last very long. Pointing to the debt note hanging over Park Chin-song, Sharon said, "I was worried about my money. I hope you remember that the deadline is tomorrow." Peering into the dark elves' kingdom of the Golden Tunnel, Park Chin-song, as he retrieved the money, said, "Well done, Taco. Now that I've paid off all my debts, I can keep the rest for myself, right?" Taking another gold bar in his hands and glancing at his reflection, Park Chin-song thought, "Right now, there's no way to find out who they are, but they'll definitely show up if something catches their attention." Continuing his musings, Park Chin-sun added in his mind, "From this moment on, I must become even stronger, so I definitely won't let anyone play games with me." After that, Delisi, who had just appeared, said, "So, from this moment on, you're planning to meet with Hilder." Delighted. After hearing this, Delisi nervously asked, "What wet spot?" To which he heard, "Oh, he'll swat me like a fly." Hearing this, the sixth apostle said, "Enough of this chatter." To which Park Chin-song added, And if I meet my end, that means paying off my debts. Then Delizy shouted, "Shut up, that's obvious anyway." Having made it into the city and hearing his companion's exclamation, Park Chin-sun looked up and asked the sky. Receiving the question from Park Chin-sun, Delizy asked, "Are you talking about that whale now?" To which he replied, "I've already been there." Without taking his eyes off the sky, Park Chin-sung said with a smile on his face, "We'll go even further." Hearing this, Delizy asked, "And how do you plan to fly up to the heavens?" Continuing the conversation with his companion, Park Chin-sung said confidently, "Don't worry, we'll get our ticket soon." Beginning his prophecy, Park Chin-sun said, "Right above us are two magical circles, the circle that protects these lands, created by Archmage Mare, and the magical circle of Bacala." Speaking confidently as he recounted one of the stories, Park Chin-sung said, "And that is how this legend was born, a land that exists above the sky, the Celestial Kingdom." Approaching the window and looking up, Park Chin-sung said, "This place exists, and right now it is in mortal danger." Continuing to recall what was to happen next in the story, Park Chin-sung confidently added, "Soon the harbor on the west coast will be destroyed by a falling meteor." Also mentioning the girl who was supposed to be inside the meteor, Park Chin-sung added, "Along with the celestial being who will need our help. I saw this future last night." Hearing Sharan just call his name, Park Chin-sung covered his face with his hand and exclaimed, "Wait, I see something else. I see a name. I see the name of the celestial being Marlin." Interrupting Park Chin-sung's vision, Sharon said, "Marlin Kitska," which surprised Chin-sung and added, "A court lady who serves the princess of the heavenly kingdom. She is a brave lady who has come down to us alone in search of reinforcements." After hearing Sharan's story, Park Chin-sung asked in surprise, "How do you know that?" To which Sharan replied, "I know because..." Hearing Sharan say that it had already happened 2 weeks ago, Park Chin-sung froze in shock. Hearing the young man's surprise, Sharan said, "I was worried about what you'd say. Did you hit your head?" To which Park Chin-sung replied, laughing awkwardly, "Strange, I guess my intuition isn't working quite right." Rubbing his cheek as he realized his mistake, Park Jin-seong thought to himself, "Damn, come to think of it, it's been a month since I returned. What should I do? I need something from Lady Sharan. I wonder if I have any useful information." At that very moment, Lady Sharan sighed heavily and said, "So many problems have fallen on my head, but there's still the magical circle of Bacall." Recalling the magic circle through which the celestial being had arrived on Earth, Sharon added, "It's a miracle that Marlin was able to overcome it. Since we can't expect a greater miracle, we're thinking about how she can return safe and sound." Hearing Sharon speak thoughtfully, "How can we overcome the magic circle created by the Apostle?" Park Shin-sun said with a sly smile, "It's interesting. If Bacall created it, wouldn't it be logical to use his own power to destroy the circle?" After listening to Park Chin-sun's suggestion, Sharon remarked, "That's true, but he died long ago." To which she replied, "No, not Bacall himself, but his power," and asked, "What do you mean then?" Chin-sun replied confidently, "Just wait." After pondering Park Chin-sun's suggestion, Sharon said, "Bacall's powers? Yes, perhaps with his power. Interesting. This might work." Having sparked an interesting thought in Sharan and waiting for the right moment, Park Jin-sung said, "In that case, I have one request." After loading his artifacts into the furnace, the player clutched his head in anticipation of the result and exclaimed, "Please, just work." Drenched in cold sweat and clutching his head ever tighter, the boy cried out, "Come on, work, I beg you." As soon as the process was complete, the boy hopefully opened the furnace, expecting a good result. But upon opening the furnace, he saw a ruined item and a notification that the enchantment had failed. Falling into despair after the failure, the player collapsed to the ground and, pounding his fists on the floor, shed tears. To somehow comfort the visitor, Lady Curie exclaimed, "Oh, don't be sad. You'll have better luck next time." After which someone else in line shouted, "Damn, looks like another one couldn't handle it." After finishing with the applicant, Lady Curie, placing her hand to her head, joyfully exclaimed, "Hey, does anyone else need to enhance their items?" The young man didn't have any luck, so this is your chance. At that very moment, Park Chin-sung appeared behind the girl and called out, "Lady Curie!" Hearing this, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Welcome." Placing his hand on his chest to introduce himself to the girl, Park Chin-sung added, "I am Chin-sung, leader of the Guild Association of Extraordinary Anomalies." After finishing his introduction, Park Chin-sung said, "I need something," to which Lady Curie replied, "Oh, Sharan told me that, leader." Shifting her gaze to her magical enchantment station, Lady Curie asked, "Do you want to use my enchantment for free?" While conducting the business conversation, Lady Curie added, "Sharon taught me magic, so I'm indebted to her. She took care of me, and I usually fulfill any of her requests." Hearing these words, Park Chin-sun exclaimed joyfully, "What a relief!" To which Lady Curie immediately replied, "For free? That's too much." The next moment, holding out her hand, Lady Curie exclaimed, "I'll do it for half price. That's the best offer." After hearing Lady Curie's exclamation, Park Chin-sung took out a bag of coins, which caught the girl's attention and said, "It seems you don't quite understand me. I don't need a discount." Continuing the conversation, Park Chin-sun added, "Sharon asked me to use the item enhancer." To which Curie exclaimed, "That's why I'm giving you a discount." To which Chin-sun replied, "No, the ingredients for the enchantment, the crystals of harmony and the protective passes, are what ensure the enchantment's success. Hearing Park Chin-sung say, "Here's what I need from you," the girl exclaimed, "the protective passes." Waving her arms in front of Park Chin-sung, Lady Curie exclaimed indignantly, "Wait a minute, do you even understand how hard it is to make them, and you want them for free?" Hearing this, Chin-sung thought, I knew she wouldn't give in so easily. It's a bestseller after all. Recalling the prices of these items, Park Chin-sung added in his mind, knowing the market prices, I can't back down as long as there's a chance to get them. I have to act. Finishing his thoughts, Park Chin-sung sighed and said, "You're putting me in an awkward position. I'm sure you know that the Mages Guild is the official guild of the Principality, and I'm a member of this organization and also a member of the board." Hearing the girl ask, "What do you mean by that?" Park Chin-sung smiled slyly and said, "Are you sure you can handle the consequences if you refuse to cooperate with a member of the board?" Upon hearing the question, Lady Curie exclaimed, "Wait, but that's not a reasonable demand," to which Park Chin-sung remarked, "You should have refused from the very beginning. I'm curious to see if you'll continue to refuse to cooperate." Outraged by Park Chin-sung's methods, Lady Curie exclaimed, "You've decided to blackmail me?" Upon hearing this, she added, "Come on, there's no need to argue." Remaining completely calm, Park Chin-sung asked, "I wonder when this machine was last inspected, and are the taxes being paid on time?" Lady Curie immediately froze. Climbing inside to inspect the worksite, Park Chin-sung said, "Let's see, the building. And where's the fire extinguisher? Wow, there's a lot of dust, and it's everywhere. It seems I have no choice but to report this to the Principality." Finally, unable to withstand Park Chin-sung's pressure, Lady Curie collapsed to her knees and said, 70%. That's the biggest discount. It's free." Hearing this, Chin-sung smiled slyly and said, "You're so generous, thank you." After the successful deal he managed to pull off, Park Chin-sung joyfully exclaimed, "I have a bunch of protective passes. All the items are reinforced and enchanted." Hearing his friend's joy, DeLazy asked, "What are you so happy about? Did you manage to take advantage of someone?" Park Chin-sung, lifting his nose, said, "Do you want to take revenge on Curie? She shed more tears and blood than I did. We're finally ready." He hadn't had time to fully rejoice in his achievements when he heard someone nearby say, "Chin-sung." Turning his head, he noticed the leader of the Steel Wolves squad approaching him. "Long time no see." Park Chin-sung thought to himself, Wang Walshad. Stepping closer to Park Chin-sung, Van Walshad said, "So this is our first meeting since Behemoth. I was a little upset. You left without even saying goodbye." To which he heard, "Why are you here?" When asked this, Vaughn asked in surprise, "You don't know?" To which Chin-sung replied, "I was on vacation for a month." Peering into the bar, Van Walshad looked at Taco questioningly. "What's this about?" he asked. "Have you heard about the girl who flew in from the Celestial Kingdom? Have you heard about Marlin?" "Of course I have," Van replied. "It seems she needs military support." Continuing to explain the situation, Van Walshad added, "After the incident with DeLazy and the Bantu tribe, it's clear there will be a severe shortage of manpower." After mentioning this, Van Walshad smiled slyly at the opportunity this presented for him and added, "That is precisely why we, the Empire of Delos, have decided to offer our assistance." Upon learning the reason for their presence, Park Chin-sung asked, "So the Knights of the Iron Wolf Order are here in Hendon Mere, and you'll head to the Celestial Kingdom as soon as Magata is repaired?" To which Van, glancing back, replied, "You're quick on the uptake." After letting Taku go and heading for the exit, Van Walshad added, "To be honest, I was worried whether we'd be able to fly through the magic circle, but Sharan contacted me last night and said the problem has been solved." After listening to Wang Walshad's story, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "I overlooked the most important thing. To get to the Heavenly Kingdom, I'll have to work with the Order of the Iron Wolf. In other words, I need Wang's permission." Realizing what he had to do, Park Chin-sung shouted, "Captain!" only to immediately hear, "Stand down!" Surprised by the immediate objection, Park Chin-sung exclaimed in astonishment, "What did you hear, Van Walshad? You understand. The Queen has already asked if the adventurer can join us. She surely wants to attach an observer to us." Pausing at the very door and glancing at Park Chin-sung, Van Walshad added, "However, we have no need for more nobodies. You'll have to stay behind. I'm sorry." Looking at the book containing information about the three dragons, Sharan said, "Hismar, Skasa, and with them Sparadzi, the great trio of dragons of Bakala, have been under his control since their very birth. As such, they are the source of his power." After hearing this story, Van Walshad asked, "So you're saying that with this power, it's possible to break through their master's magic circle?" To which Sharan replied, "Yes, though that's just in theory." Having received more information, Van Walshad said thoughtfully, "We can ask the adventurer more about Skasa. He was the last person to see him." Continuing the conversation with the leader of the Order of the Iron Wolves, Sharan added, "The same thing happened with Spiratza. After the adventurer defeated him during the outbreak of the plague, Spiratza was sealed away again." After listening to this story, Van Walshad said to himself, "Interesting. I was hoping to deal with the adventurer myself, but it seems I have no choice now but to cooperate," and then recounted everything that had happened. Sometime later, meeting with his second-in-command at a port on the west coast, Van Walshad said, "Hismar." Throwing his hand over his head, Van Walshad added, "Since he died attacking the Empire's territory, we need to go back and see what's left of him." To which Hartz von Kruger replied, "I'll prepare the wagon." Continuing his conversation with his deputy, Van Walshad added, There's a lot I'd like to talk to you about, but the adventurer should have already returned, after which he heard a noise behind him. Turning around and seeing the adventurer there, who had indeed already returned, Van Walshad said, I'm lucky. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, adventurer. First, the adventurer brought the fang of Skasi, then the fangs of the other two dragons were gathered, and the repair of Magata was nearing completion. When the crew was ready to set off, they gathered again at the port to depart. Seeing a large crowd of people before her, Marlin Kitsa said, I would like to thank everyone for their help. After receiving thanks from the celestial being, Van Walshad said, No need, we're just doing our job. How are you feeling? To which she replied, Thanks to you, everything is fine. Soon, two subjects joined the conversation, and Fiona said, Captain, allow me to report. All the knights of the Iron Wolf Order on board are ready. Upon hearing this report, Van Walshad said, Excellent. Then let's set off. Aye, sir, came the reply, and he turned his gaze to the first mate. Noticing the look, Hartz von Kruger asked, Is something wrong, Captain? To which Van Walshad averted his gaze and said, He gave up so easily. When all preparations were complete, Van Walshade took his place on the ship and said, It's been a long time since I've flown in one of these. As soon as the ship began to take off, the leader of the Iron Wolf Order crouched slightly so as not to be thrown from his seat and exclaimed, What nostalgia! Seeing that they were approaching the barrier, Van Walshade shouted for everyone to take their positions and prepare for impact. Hearing the noise that had just echoed through the sky, the residents looked up and began to whisper, My God, what was that? Look, the magic circle is destroyed. Oh no. At the same time, standing among the crowd of residents, the first mate who had remained in the city said, Van, good luck. Having broken through the magical barrier, the Earthlings found themselves in a completely different space and saw incredible landscapes. Amazed by what they saw before them, Dan exclaimed in surprise, So this is the kingdom of heaven. Hearing the astonishment of one of the crew members of her ship, Marlin confidently said, No. Hearing this, Dan awkwardly exclaimed, That's not it. Continuing their journey to their homeland, the celestial being said, We're still in the middle of the ocean, after which, sighing with relief, she added, But our plan worked after all. At the same time, glancing at the shards of the three dragons' horns, which were needed to destroy the magic circle, Van nervously said, I only took them for a limited time. Finally arriving at the right place and seeing the familiar buildings, Marlin said, Well then, welcome to the Heavenly Kingdom. Hearing that they had arrived at their destination, the Knights of the Order began to cheer joyfully. Hurrah! We did it! Glory to the Order. To which Wang remarked, We didn't fly here for a picnic. Get ready to land. Meanwhile, in one of the cargo barrels, trying to squeeze in with Takopak Chinsen, he said, We're in luck. As the sun began to rise, its rays fell into the room of a young woman who was sleeping peacefully in her bed. But in her sleep, she was breathing heavily. She was having a nightmare in which she was running through the ruins where cries of, Run, Mom! Taku! Help! Die, you capital rat! Echoed. Noticing a trail of blood leading to the princess's chambers, the girl ran inside, exclaiming, No, this can't be true. But upon finding the throne empty, she screamed in terror, Princess! As she waited for the worst to happen, the girl suddenly woke up in a cold sweat and, seeing the window before her, sighed heavily. Covering her face with her hand, the girl said, That dream again. After which a voice rang out, Princess, may I report that the cartel is there? Seeing that she had only just woken up, the soldier added, flustered, I beg your pardon, to which she replied, It's all right, continue. Having received permission to continue his report, the soldier said, So, right now they're bombing and burning the outer walls of the capital, those damn idiots. It seems they never get tired of it. Hearing this, the girl glanced back and said, I understand, and suddenly heard a gunshot. As the soldier reporting the situation collapsed to the ground right before the girl's eyes, one of the bandits shouted, Got him! Hearing his comrade's joyful shouts, another bandit shouted, Idiot, what did I tell you? Hit the girl, then the soldier. Ask this one, or what? Aiming his gun at the naked girl standing right in front of him, the enemy soldier said, Wow, we're just in time. She's pretty hot. After his soldiers' shocked exclamations, the old fat man shouted, So it's you, commander of the self-defense forces. After which a shell flew straight at him. Hit by the sudden shot fired by the girl, the old man raised his bewildered gaze upward. Following the two uninvited guests who had entered her room, Zeldin said, You scoundrels, how dare you touch our walls? And yes, I am Zeldin Schneider, commander of the defense forces. Hearing the guest's surprised exclamation, Zeldin, her hand on the gun as she prepared to fire the next shot, said, Hot, yes. As soon as everything was settled, soldiers arrived at Zeldin's side, and one of them exclaimed, Commander, are you all right? We heard the explosions. To which the girl replied, Those idiots from the cartel broke in on me. Make sure to double the number of people at the posts. Hearing the request, the soldier said awkwardly, Double them, but we have no men left after the last battle. Then Zeldin, putting her hand to her head, said, Oh, right, I forgot. After which the soldier added, Supplies are running out too, Commander. Continuing his report, the soldier said, Also, the Northern Wall Group is requesting reinforcements. Hearing this, Zeldin sighed in exasperation and said, Stop bombarding me with information. I just woke up. The next moment, another soldier arrived on the scene and shouted, Commander! Hearing this voice, Zeldin asked, What else has happened? Pausing and trying to catch his breath, the soldier shouted, "To the western port! An unknown Magata is arriving at the western port." Looking around and seeing the inscription Empyrean, which had previously been called the Heavenly Kingdom of Fiona, Fiona said in surprise, "Oh, so this is Empyrean." Also looking around and assessing the situation, Van Walshad said, "Quite an interesting little spot. I wish Emily could see this." Van Walshad hadn't taken a few steps forward when a voice rang out, "Stop! Who are you?" And guns were trained on the visitors. Hearing her friend's voice, Marlin peeked out from behind Van Walshad and said, "Zeldin, are you okay?" Seeing her friend who had just appeared behind the strangers, Zeldin exclaimed in shock, "Marlin, you're alive!" To which she replied, "Yes, Lady Luck smiled on us, and we landed without a hitch." Continuing to explain what had happened to her, Marlin added, "These people helped me, so I brought them along." Hearing this, Zeldin asked, "So this is the army of the underworld?" Hearing that the conversation had finally turned to them, the army's leader stepped forward, extended his hand, and said, "My name is Van Walshad. I am a knight of the Delos Empire." To which Zeldin replied, "I apologize, I am Zeldin Schnee." But before Zeldin could finish introducing herself, a loud explosion rang out somewhere behind them, after which she said, "Damn, I really don't want to ask this, but please follow me." Soon after, Van Walshad and the other high-ranking officials arrived at the headquarters of the Empire's Defense Forces Command Center. Spreading a map out on the table, Zeldin said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zeldin Schneider, commander of the Capital Island Defense Forces. At this moment, we must stop the armed cartel that is attacking our outer walls." After listening to the report, Van said, "One moment, let's clarify the situation. This is the capital island, the central island of the Empire. This is the Zeban Empire, one of the nations inhabiting the island." Pointing his finger at various markings on the map, Van Walshad added, "And this is Gent, the capital of the Empire. We are here, correct?" After listening to the guest's question, Zeldin leaned over the map and said, "That's right. Gent is surrounded by 2 outer walls." Also pointing to various points, Zeldin added, "Besides the western port where you arrived, there are also eastern, southern, and northern ones." After that, Marlin added, "These are the cartel's main points of attack." After hearing this report, Vaughn asked, "What cartel?" Taking over as the narrator, Marlin said, "North of the capital island, in lawless territory, there's a criminal organization. They've grown so much that they're now considered a full-fledged army." Continuing to describe the situation, Marlin added, "While the island's main military force was redirected elsewhere, the cartel attacked Gent." The next moment, clenching her hand into a fist and trying to contain her anger, Marlin added, "What's more, our princess, Lady Urge, they've kidnapped her." Upon learning that there would be no reinforcements, Van Walshad said, "Interesting." In other words, the situation was as follows: a shortage of troops and reinforcements to defend this territory, to which Zeldin replied, "That's correct." Then Van added, "Understood. So what should we do?" After the meeting ended, leaving the general staff, Van Walshad waved goodbye to the girl and said, "All right, adventurer, see you later. Try not to get killed." Shortly after, Zeldin emerged from the tent and said, "Thank you for your visit." To which Van Walshad replied, "Don't mention it. I'm just doing my job." The next moment, upon hearing Zeldin say, "It must have been tough for you," Van Walshad smiled slyly and said, "Hearing there was a battle here, I thought you'd face serious opponents, but to lose to a bunch of bandits, to be honest, I'm a little disappointed." After speaking, Van Walshad confidently walked away, saying, "The island's main army will arrive soon, though I see no need to wait for them." Immediately continuing his self-assured speech, Van added, "And then, when suddenly the commander heard him and asked in surprise, 'What happened?' After asking his subordinate and hearing that the supplies on the Magad had apparently been looted by the cartel during transport, Van Walshad froze in shock and said, 'What did you just say?' Taking the supply guards hostage, one of the gangsters from the criminal organization, the cartel, exclaimed, 'Earth girls are so cute.' Hearing them say, 'Welcome to Empyrean,' Fiona clenched her teeth in anger and muttered a curse under her breath. 'Just think, these idiots caught us.' Shifting her gaze to the pistol, Fiona added in her mind, 'If it weren't for this strange weapon of theirs.' Then a voice rang out, 'Got it! Connection's down. Well, that's that.' Hearing the question from his comrade, one of the soldiers aimed his weapon at Fiona and said with a smile, 'They gave the go-ahead. Their bodies will be enough.' While the soldier was laughing and pointing his gun at Fiona, shouting, 'And look at this girl's face!' One of the thugs, unpacking the luggage, said in surprise, 'Huh, what's this?' Deciding to check the contents of the barrel, the big guy took off the lid and said, 'Why is it so heavy?' But as soon as a little light fell inside the barrel, Park Chin-song's legs shot out from within, having just cut off a cartel member's head. Seeing what had just happened to one of the criminals, Fiona, recognizing the face of the person who had been in the barrel, thought to herself, 'Those clothes.' Pulling out his sword and appearing spectacularly before his enemies, Park Chin-song exclaimed, 'Uncle, I knew it. It couldn't have gone so perfectly.' Recovering from Park Chin-song's kick, the thug punched the boy in the face, shouting, 'Damn you!' Soon after, another cartel member, who had recovered from the shock, drew his gun and shouted, 'Who the hell are you?' Also trying to be of some use, Fiona got to her feet, shoved the guy with the daggers to the ground, and took his weapon. But she didn't have time to do anything else before the shooter pinned her to the ground, pressed his foot against her head, and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing, you bitch?" Sitting atop the thug he was fighting, Park Chin-sung heard the screams, saw that the girl was in danger, and shouted, "Fiona!" Quickly dispatching the thug and rushing to the girl's aid, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "Alright, as long as I use my quick step, I can move faster than a bullet." Continuing his thoughts, Park Chin-sung said to himself, just like that time and recalling the scene, he thought about finishing them off just like that. But before the cartel member could fire a shot, a loud bang rang out, and the heads of all the enemies within a radius of several meters flew off their shoulders. Ignoring the cries of the gangsters shouting for help, Van Walshad eliminated them one by one without hesitation. Having dealt with all the danger threatening his subjects, Van Walshad said, "That was a serious mistake on Fiona's part," to which he heard, "I apologize." The next moment, waving his hand to dismiss his subjects, Van Walshad shouted, "You all head to Ghent!" Hearing this order, Fiona, fleeing along with the rest of the knights, cried out, "Let's go!" Left alone with Van Walshad, Park Chin-sung said, "Thank you for your help," to which he replied, "And yet since you're here, you'd better be careful." Immediately after speaking, crushing the head of one of the cartel members and splattering blood everywhere, Van Walshad added, "On this battlefield, death awaits at every turn. Watch carefully." Elsewhere, fighting the cartel members, the adventurer was pushing back the enemies with nothing but a sword. At the eastern gate, seeing that they didn't have enough strength to take back the territory, a cartel member cried out in fear, "Damn it, who is this guy? Let's retreat." Later, after the enemies retreated, the leader of the defense forces contacted the adventurer and said, "Adventurer, can you hear me? This is Zeldin. It seems we aren't too late." Continuing her report on the situation, the commander of the defense forces added, "We've been informed that they're planning to bomb the eastern gate. One of their soldiers is hiding somewhere and is sending them our coordinates." As the battle continued, the adventurer heard, "It's their signalman. We need to find him before it's too late." Peering over the wall, Park Chin-sung said, "Most of the cartel's soldiers are down here in the dungeon. They're just monsters. I get that, but..." Having partially heard Park Chin-sung's musings, Delisi shouted, "What are you muttering to yourself under your breath?" To which he heard, "Shut up." Then Delisi continued, rolling up the scene right in the middle of the battle, to which a voice rang out, "I said shut up." Not understanding the boy's strange behavior, the clone Delisi added, "Why, all of a sudden have we decided to join the party? You've been destroying them all this time, and now you can't, because they're people." Since his arrival on Arad, Chinsen had traversed countless dungeons and killed a heap of monsters. However, the monsters he had defeated up to that point bore almost no resemblance to humans. Of course, there were humanoid monsters, but it was possible to escape from most of them. In other words, up until now, Park Chin-sung had not killed a single human. After Delisi's remarks, Park Chin-sung, lost in thought, asked, "Wait, have I ever taken a human life in the past?" Hearing this question, Delisi said, "I don't understand, Chin-sung. Surely you consider yourself righteous? Is that what you were talking about? Morality? It seems I can't bring myself to believe that humans are noble." Bowing his head after receiving these remarks from his companion, Park Chin-sung said, "Even if that's the case, I'm a human being too." Reaching the gate and looking out after the adventurer, Park Chin-sung heard a cartel member shout, "Stop!" and then say, "You know, I've been thinking." Watching the events unfold, Park Chin-sung added, "The plot is moving because of the adventurer, not because of me. Why should I deal with the cartel? I don't particularly need to get involved with them, so I won't." But before he could finish, hearing a disgruntled squeak from Taco, he shouted, "And what do you even know?" Bowing his head and exclaiming, "It's Park Chin-sung!" He heard a bullet fly right past his nose and hit the wall. The next moment, one of the cartel members clicked his tongue in displeasure, after which another, pulling out a pistol, said, "At least you were aiming. Now it's my turn." And a third enemy added, "Try to run, Blondie." Reaching into his gear to pull out a weapon, Park Chin-sung said, "I don't want to fight. Drop your weapons and surrender." Hearing Park Chin-sung's demand, one of the cartel members aimed his gun at him and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about, buddy?" After firing the shot, the gangster saw Park Chin-sung vanish right in front of the bullet, but had no idea he was already behind him. Moving quickly, Park Chin-sung found himself in the midst of his opponents and tried to take down each cartel member without killing them. After subduing the last one, Park Chin-sung saw the first one grab his head, stand up, and shout, "Yo, scoundrel!" Then, using his skill again, Park Chin-sung quickly moved toward the enemy and struck him in the beard. After which, hearing a disappointed squeal, Taco shouted, "Shut up! This is my first time trying to take someone out." After offering his excuse, Park Chin-sung saw one of the cartel members fly past him and thought, "The adventurer has found the signalman. Then the eastern gate must be cleared." Exhaling with relief after what he'd seen, Park Chin-sung said, "No damage either. Well, thank God," but suddenly heard a strange hissing sound coming from the radio. Not understanding where the sounds were coming from, he looked around and shouted, "What's going on now?" After which he heard, "Current location, the eastern gate." Holding the radio in his hands, another signalman said, "I'm transmitting the coordinates to you." Frozen in place from shock, Park Chin-sung thought to himself in surprise, "Another signalman? But when did he..." Still holding the receiver, the cursed man from the cartel repeated, I'm authorizing the attack. At that very moment, Park Chin-sung heard an ominous voice behind him saying, "Man with a curse, what are you going to do? I'm sure you know what will happen if you don't deal with the curse." Looking back and thinking, the curse could be a person, Park Chin-sung, staring at the image of Wang Walshud, heard, "Well, what are you going to do?" Crouching by the wall to relay the information to his comrades, the signalman called out the coordinates. But before the cartel member could finish his report, Park Chin-sung pounced on him, striking him and thinking, "I just need to take him out like before." However, things didn't go according to plan. Dodging the attack, the cartel member struck back with a kick to the torso. As soon as Park Chin-sung jumped back, the cartel member drew his weapon and, opening fire to kill, shouted, "Who the hell are you anyway?" Trying to dodge the enemy's shots, Park Chin-sung thought, "Damn it!" then shouted, "Drop the gun and surrender, I won't kill you." Refusing to heed Park Chin-sung's demands, the cartel member shouted, "That's a lie," and continued to aim at Park Chin-sung. Waiting for the right moment and approaching from behind, Park Chin-sung tried to strike, but the enemy blocked him. At that very moment, the voice of Wang Walsh echoed in Park Chin-sung's head, saying, "That's pretty arrogant for such a rookie." Easing up on his pressure during the struggle, Park Chin-sung heard the voice in his head again, but this rookie reacted to your strike and even managed to block it. Hearing Van ask in his head, "What's wrong with you?" Park Chin-sung shouted, "Shut up." The next moment, when the enemy fired, the bullet struck Park Chin-sung's torso, and he heard Wang add, "Hey, you shouldn't get distracted on the battlefield." Later, seeing that the gun was aimed at him, Park Chin-sung decided it would be best for him to leave the battlefield and recover. Using his dark fall skill, Park Chin-sung was able to retreat and conceal his location at the same time. After activating the portal, leaning against the wall, Park Chin-sung reached for a potion and thought, "Damn, that would have hurt pretty bad if it had hit my chest or head. I'd have to use invulnerability and a skill combo to dodge it." And then, watching the bloody trail right in front of him that separated him from Wang Walshud, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "Take his weapon and cut him down. There's no need to destroy him any other way." Also, reflecting on his life before he became a successful streamer, Park Chin-sung said to himself, "I'll never be able to go back to the days when I could laugh and enjoy life." Promising himself that he wouldn't cross the line, Park Chin-sung shouted, "Yes, I'll come back," but suddenly noticed a grenade flying over him. After the explosion, the signalman approached Park Jin-seon and, seeing his body in the rubble, shouted with a laugh, "Damn it, I give up. Well, where did your temper go, huh?" Coming to his senses and barely opening his eyes, Park Jin-sung watched the blurry figure and heard, "You idiot, that's what you get. I'll teach you a lesson." The next moment, reaching for his weapon to somehow neutralize the enemy, Park Jin-sung thought, "I can't move. My vision is going dark. If this keeps up, I'll die." Realizing what might happen to him, Park Jin-sung immediately felt a rush of adrenaline to his heart and thought, "No, I don't want to die like this. Not here. No." After these thoughts and getting back to his feet, Park Jin-seon didn't even notice how he instantly stabbed the signalman, and the thought, "I don't want to die," echoed in his head. Soon, the signalman's body collapsed to the ground, and a river of blood began to flood the ground beneath the point of impact. Realizing what he had just done, Park Jin-sung immediately dropped his sword and fell to his knees, understanding that he had crossed that very line, the one so important to him that he had been warned about. The next moment, a clone of Delisi appeared before the boy and exclaimed with a laugh, "My congratulations, Chin-sung. You have finally overcome your hypocrisy." Still rejoicing over what had just happened, Delisi added, "As absurd as it may sound, I still want to congratulate you on this achievement." To which Park Chin-sung replied, "No, I said no." The very next moment, the click of a safety being disengaged rang out behind Park Chin-sung. It was a cartel member who, having prepared to fire, shouted, "You scoundrel, how dare you kill my brother?" Trying to justify himself in the situation that had arisen, Park Jin-sung shouted, "No, but was cut off by a command to be silent. "You're next." Lowering his gaze after realizing what he had done, Park Jin-sung said, "I killed him." Whereupon the cartel member shouted, "Just die, you scoundrel," followed by the sound of a gunshot. But the bullet that flew from the pistol wasn't fired by the cartel member. It was fired by another person standing behind him, who finished him off. Having eliminated the threat, the girl lowered the pistol and said in surprise, "Dark Knight, it can't be. This is my dungeon. As an adventurer, you must understand that." The next moment, approaching Park Jin-sung and extending her hand to him, the girl said, "Just like me, you're truly awakened." Hearing how she had just addressed him, Park Jin-sung looked up at the girl and said in surprise, "Awakened." Looking closely at the person standing before him, Park Jin-sung thought in surprise, "The girl is a weaponsmith. She's not an NPC. She's a player character." Then the girl asked, "Didn't that giant warrior send you something about a blacksmith's tool?" Hearing this, Park Jin-sung exclaimed in surprise, "You met Namir." After asking the question, Park Jin-sung thought, "She's telling the truth. This girl is human, just like me," and heard a voice come over the radio. "Come in, please respond. I can hear you." Taking the radio to respond, the girl said, "I hear you, Zeldin. We've stopped the bombing." A sigh of relief followed. "Then we'll see you at the defense headquarters." As the call ended, Zeldin addressed the girl. "Adventurer." Hearing this, Park Jin-sung thought in surprise, "An adventurer?" The next moment, recalling the paladin who had arrived on the island of the Celestials to carry out a mission, Park Jin-sung thought, "Wait, isn't an adventurer a knight?" Just as these thoughts crossed Pa Chin-sung's mind, the roar of engines sounded from somewhere behind them, and someone shouted, "Where did she go?" Appearing near the girl and Park Chin-sung, a group of cartel members shouted, "We found her! Here she is, you capital scum!" Surprised by the appearance of yet another group of thugs, Park Chin-sung exclaimed in astonishment, "The cartel?" To which the girl replied, "Let's talk in a quieter place." Holding her hand out in front of her, the girl said, "Activate System G. Expansion number 1. Multiple targets acquired." Activating her weapon to fend off the attackers, the girl shouted, "Cover me and I'll take out the ones in front." Using several skills to change modes, the girl shouted, "Rowan Factory, launch, set coordinates, sending solar module switch." Just as the girl began reconfiguring her weapon, one of the cartel members lunged at her and shouted, "I'll make sure you don't get in the way anymore." Seeing how their comrade had just lost an arm due to the girl's mechanical device, another cartel member opened fire and shouted, "Damn it, take that damn piece of junk off first." Noticing a rocket flying toward her device, the girl shouted, "Crown transformation!" and let the rocket fly past. Later, giving the command G3 Raptor, the girl directed 3 separate modules toward the enemies. Meanwhile, watching the battle unfold, Park Chin-sung said in surprise, "She's awakened just like me, but how is she?" The next moment, the laughter of several more approaching enemies rang out nearby, shouting, "We don't look at your back, you silly girl." Also hearing one of the bandits exclaim, "And who is this Park Chin-sung?" While holding a sword in his hands, he thought, "I must stop them. She left my rear unguarded." Pointing his sword at his opponents, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "I need to take them out before they fire." But just as he was trying to gather his thoughts, Park Chin-sung saw the figure of the signalman slowly walking behind his opponents and thought in confusion, "It's him." Having lost his vigilance and missed his chance, Park Jin-sung heard the sound of a trigger being pulled and a bullet heading his way. Noticing the tense situation, the girl aimed her raptor at Park Jin-sung and saved him from the enemy bullet. And after eliminating the threat, the raptor finished off the remaining opponents who were approaching from behind. When the fight was over, the girl immediately approached Park Jin-sung, grabbed him by the collar, and shouted, "What the hell? I told you to cover me, and you're just standing there staring into space. Have you lost your mind? You can't even take out a single cartel thug." Unable to hold back any longer, Park Jin-sung yanked his collar out of the girl's hands and shouted, "You're the one who's gone crazy here." Unable to hide his emotions or his fear of the girl, Park Jin-sung added, "You're used to destroying people, but I'm not. I can't take people's lives without a shred of doubt." After explaining what his problem was, Park Jin-sung bowed his head, fell to his knees, and said with difficulty, "I can't." After listening to Park Jin-sung's outburst, the girl said, "University of OO Engineering rejected." Not understanding what the girl meant, Park Jin-sung asked, "What are you talking about?" To which the girl, walking away, added, "After a 1-year gap, I got on the waiting list, and later they accepted me for the first semester of OOGPA. Recalling her family photo in her dreams, the girl bowed her head and added, "That's it. I wanted to live the life of an ordinary college student, an ordinary freshman, the elven dungeon guard, the burning Grakarak." 3 years ago, finding herself in the dungeon among monsters, completely alone, the girl fell to her knees and froze in fear. Wounded, the girl covered her face with her hands and cried out in terror to the group of monsters, "Don't come near me!" The next, returning to the elven guard post, Yooni exclaimed in surprise, "Seriously, I used to live in that area. There's a little cafe near the station." Taking her friend by the hand, Lee Ah-hyun said to Yooni, "We'll definitely go home." Of course, the girls had always worked together as a team. They passed through countless dungeons, or rather, Yooni followed Aeon through the dungeons. Gearing up to fight the monsters, Yooni picked up a pistol and thought, "I have to fight. I can't hide forever." But as she was gathering her thoughts, Yooni remembered that moment in the goblin dungeon again and dropped the weapon from her hands. Goblin claws tore at her flesh and their clubs shattered her bones. Yooni was terrified by the pain. Hearing her friend sigh heavily after the battle, Yooni said, "I'm sorry, I should have helped you, but every time I see monsters, my body refuses to move." Looking back at her friend with a broad smile, Lee Ah-han said cheerfully, "It's okay, Yooni. I have the ability to regenerate. For me, this is nothing." This girl was strong enough, and that was why Yooni had come to rely on her. The snowy mountains, the stormy pass, strong enough for Yooni to forget one rather important fact. Watching the battle from somewhere in the hiding spot, Yooni heard, "Pin her down! Don't even give her a chance to heal!" After which Ah-hyun cried out in fear. Hearing the monster's cries, Ah-hyun looked back and, seeing that her friend was in danger, called out to Yooni. Rushing to her friend's aid, Ah-hyun instantly finished off the ice monster, cutting it in two. But after stopping beside her friend, Ah-hyun called out to Yooni, "Are you okay?" But having let her guard down, she herself suffered a serious injury. Lifting her friend up and trying to stop the bleeding, Yooni cried out in panic, "Ah-hyun, heal yourself quickly." But despite all her friend's pleas, Ah-hyun, sensing that her end was near, rested her head on Yooni's shoulder and, with tears in her eyes, said, "Yooni, it's too late. I'm sorry. Please go back home." At that very turning point, Yooni finally realized just how weak and irresponsible she had been. And it was then that Yooni swore to herself that she would never run away again and would definitely return home. After sharing her story, Yooni said, "I can understand you. We have a similar past. But for the sake of returning, I'm ready for anything. Even if I have to kill someone, my hand won't flinch. As she moved forward, Uni heard Zeldin's voice coming from her chest radio. Adventurer. Taking the radio in her hands, Uni heard, "You're still near the eastern gate. Listen carefully. We've lost contact with the allied unit nearby." Continuing to report the situation, Zeldin added, "It's not our troops. Just a small group of mercenaries we've been working with, but we're worried something might have happened to them." After hearing the request, Uni said, "Got it. I'll go check it out." Putting away her radio and getting ready to head to the location Zeldin had indicated, Uni said, "Looks like here comes the next quest." Hearing that the girl was already on her way, Park Shin-sung said, "All right then." But before he could finish, Uni turned to him and asked, "Don't you want to work together? You don't look too good. I'll help you." Surprised by the offer, Park Shin-sung asked, "What do you mean?" Uni replied, "Since we're both awake, it's the least I can do." Then, jumping down from the wall, she added, "One condition, don't get in the way, and if you plan to hide, don't get caught." Ignoring DeLazy's displeasure, Park Chin-sung followed Uni and called out, "Thanks, and good luck to both of us." Finding herself surrounded by enemies, Mevin said in confusion, "What is this? Why are there mercenaries?" Looking at the group of mercenary stormtroopers, Maven added in surprise, "Why are they in cartel uniforms?" Receiving the girl's question, one of the mercenaries, adjusting his hair, said, "Since the princess was kidnapped, there's been no news. All that's left in Genti are losers and starving families. You should know that, Maven." After listening to the explanation from one of the mercenaries standing before her, Maven exclaimed in annoyance, "Shut up! Is that why you joined the cartel?" Another cartel member joined the conversation and shouted, "We're just smart, kid. This is your last chance. Join the cartel or else." Just as the man aimed his gun at Mevin, a giant robot appeared before them, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing it, the mercenary shouted, "Who else is there?" After the dramatic appearance, Uni asked, "Are you the mercenaries? We're here because we lost contact with you. Who would have thought you were a bunch of traitors?" Unwilling to listen to insults directed at him any longer, the cartel member drew his weapon and, snorting in displeasure, shouted, "This girl, she's from the defense forces." Seeing that fire had already been opened on them, Uni shouted, "Hurricane reload! Full salvo!" Noticing that no one but him was attacking the enemy, the mercenary leader shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Open fire!" Standing nearby and watching the battle between the mercenaries and Uni, Park Chin-sun said, "What a relief, as long as the Empire's plot is moving forward." He hadn't finished his sentence when, noticing DeLazy's gaze on him, he shouted, "Don't look at me like that! I want to go back too!" Continuing to justify himself to his companion, Park Chin-sung added, "These aren't just words. My family, my friends, the audience. The times when I simply laughed with these people. I want them back." The next moment, raising his gaze to DeLazy, Park Chin-sun said, "That's why I can't destroy people." Hearing this, DeLazy shouted, "You damn idiot!" Pointing out Park Chin-sun's past sins, DeLazy added, "Look at your hands. You've already crossed the line." Unwilling to accept that he had already crossed the line, Park Chin-sung leaped to his feet and shouted, "No, I didn't." He accidentally got hit by a piece of Uni's robot that was falling on him. Continuing to fight against her enemies, Uni shouted, "System G expansion activation." After destroying a few more enemies, Uni changed her position and shouted, "Crown transform!" But she didn't have time to finish before her screen was shattered. Looking back and seeing a horde of enemies firing at her and her mechanisms, Uni thought to herself, "Crown, there are too many of them at this rate." At the same time, having been struck by debris from one of Uni's mechanisms, Park Shin-sung, struggling to free himself, groaned heavily and shouted, "My body," followed by, "You're finished." Taking Maven hostage, the leader of the mercenary group added to the pair of weaklings, "You fought well, but you can't defeat the cartel." Remaining in the crosshairs of the gun, Maven said to the leader, "It's not too late," to which he replied, "No, I can't go back to wearing this uniform, and after all the comrades I've killed, it's already too late." As he continued to crawl out from under the wreckage of the mechanism, Uni Park Chin-sung, remembering his desire, thought, "Now I'll go back home to my time." Feeling the darkness begin to engulf him and gradually coming to terms with the fact that he had blood on his hands, Park Chin-sung said, "It's too late." But before his thought could finish, Uni's voice rang out, exclaiming, "It's not too late yet." Expressing her opinion and thereby extending a helping hand to Chin-sung, Uni added, "You can't turn everything back to the way it was because you've already gotten your hands dirty, but even so, all is not lost." Continuing to extend a helping hand to Chin-sung, who was about to plunge into darkness, Uni added, "Please don't give up on the best choice of your life." After listening to Uni's speech, the mercenary leader, unable to hold back a tear, slowly lowered his weapon and said, "I just want to live," after which his followers added, "Me too." Unwilling to accept this turn of events, the cartel leader rushed into battle and shouted, "Lies! What idiot would want to be on a team of losers?" Hearing this outburst and trying to calm his former comrade, the mercenary leader called out, "Hey, you don't have to," before taking a bullet to the head. Crouching down next to the mercenary leader, Sivan cried out in fear, "Leader? Anyone?" After that, the cartel leader shoved the still wounded Uni toward her and shouted, "I took you because you begged me. For you, the cartel is just a hobby. You thought you could just come and go as you pleased." Approaching the group of enemies who were blocking his path to his target and aiming his gun at Uni, the leader said, "Damn bastards!" Continuing his arrogant rant, the cartel leader added, I'll put your heads on stakes as an example, but in that moment, his gun shattered into 2 pieces. Stopping behind them after disarming the enemy, Park Chin-sun said sternly, "I won't repeat myself. Drop your weapons and surrender. I don't want to fight." Ignoring Park Chin-sung's order, one of the cartel members aimed his weapon at him and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" But before he could do anything, he was split in half. Engaging in battle against the cartel members who posed a threat to his comrades, Park Chin-sung thought, "I can't go back to the way things were before, but that doesn't mean I have to give up." Gritting his teeth as he thought, Park Jin-sung added silently, "And yet, like an idiot, I clung to my foolish ideals. This isn't the path I was meant to take." Facing another mental barrier, Park Chin-sun saw Wang Walshut, who said, "Exactly. They're just monsters. Enemies. You shouldn't feel guilty about destroying them." Continuing to struggle with himself in his mind, Park Chin-sung, upon hearing, "Now you've decided," cut Van Walshut off mid-sentence and said, "I wanted to believe that everything was fine because they're just monsters." Passing by the image of Van in the Boundary, Park Chin-sung added, "And to think I'm innocent. After all, I didn't take their lives myself. I wanted to pretend I saw nothing, making up pathetic excuses." The next moment, recalling the ranger with whom it all began, Park Chin-sun added, "When I had long since crossed the line." Bowing his head before the image of the ranger whose life he had taken, Park Chin-sun said to me, "I'm sorry, I can't go back to the way things were." Not about to give up so easily, the darkness in Chin-sung's heart lunged at him and shouted, "Oh, how boring. You're going to pretend to be a good guy again? In the end, you're just like me." Drawing his sword and blocking the darkness's strike within himself, Park Chin-sung said confidently, "No, I won't hesitate." As he continued to destroy the enemies who posed a threat, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "I'll take on this burden. I'll do everything myself." The next moment, remembering the rangers Ah-hyun and Uni, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "So that others won't have to walk the same path as me." After dealing with all the enemies and looking up at the sky, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "I alone am enough. I will be the pioneer." After the battle ended, as she headed off on her business, Maven called out, "I'll go report to Zelen. You two hurry to the medics." Hearing Maven's instruction, Uni said, "I'll be fine. I'll drink a few vials of potion." To which Park Chin-sung remarked, "Don't be so hard on yourself. The wounds will heal, but the pain won't go away." Left alone, Uni said, "Listen, we don't even know each other's names yet." To which Chin-sung awkwardly replied, "Well, I have the same name as my character." The girl remarked, "I'm actually asking for your character's name." Hearing this, Chin-sung said in surprise, "You should be able to see it above my head." But then, noticing that Uni didn't have a nickname, he realized he couldn't see her character's name. Noticing the surprise on Park Chin-sung's face, Uni laughed and asked, "Is this the first time you've met another awakened one? We can't see each other's character names." Hearing this remark and recalling the moment of their first meeting, Park Chin-sun said, "So that's how I could tell you were an awakened one. I see, I've only been here for a short while." Smiling gently as Park Chin-sun pondered, the girl said, "Bibi? You can call me Bibi." Hearing the girl's name, the young man reached out his hand and said, "My name is Chin-sung." Shaking hands as a sign of introduction, the pair looked away and thought, "Chin-sung, Bibi." Realizing who was standing right before her eyes, Bibi exclaimed, "Chin-sun TV, you're Park Chin-sun." To which Bibi, the master of theory, replied. Hearing Maeve inform the mercenary that Zeldin has betrayed us, she asked in shock, "Who would have thought things would go this far?" Continuing her briefing on the situation, Maven added, "However, I do have some good news thanks to Bibi, the adventurer from the underworld, and the soldiers from the Imperial Knights detachment." Also mentioning other achievements in the battle, Maven added, "We captured and neutralized the arsonist Bentink and the leader of the rebellion, Shred, along with most of the cartel's captains." Beginning to move the flags on the map lying on the table, Maven added, "After many years of constant retreat, we've finally managed to make some headway." Showing how far they had managed to advance, Maven noted, "Now is not the time to give in to our emotions. Just as you said, this is only the first step." After that, Zeldin asked, "By the way, where is the adventurer?" After getting to know Pa Chin-sun better, Bibi said happily, "I had a feeling you were famous, but I would never have guessed you were a YouTuber." Hearing this, Chin-sun asked in surprise, "Famous, but why?" Hearing Bibi say, "All the awakened ones I've met before were either from raids or from the arena," Park Chin-sung thought, "Now I get it. She was selecting adventurers who had proven themselves in one way or another." Without taking his eyes off the girl in front of him, Park Chin-sung added silently, "In that case, Bibi is the obvious choice. She was better known by her nickname, Master of Theory. Theoretically, the best skill activation order, relative damage, and cooldown times depending on gear, the best builds for raids. And that's just a tiny fraction. She has over 300 posts." Thinking about Bibi Park Chin-sung's work, he added to himself, "They were detailed, but they also loaded at incredible speed. As soon as balance patches were released, she'd put out a balanced setup within a few hours." Grumbling in dissatisfaction. "So that's why you got that rating?" Park Chin-sun heard Bibi ask in surprise. "Did you say something?" He replied grumpily, "No, nothing." Pausing on the bridge during their conversation, Chin-sun asked, "Okay, what were we talking about?" To which she replied, "You have no idea how surprised I was when I got into this game." Continuing her story, Bibi added, "That's why I thought it through carefully. It would make sense. The Bob Mechs would fight for me using long-range combat skills that don't require me to be on the front lines. I realized that being a mechanic would be great. Or rather, that's what I thought. The next moment, hanging her head in disappointment, the girl added, "Who knew I'd have to control each one individually?" Hearing the girl say, "Well, yeah, so what?" Park Shin-sung, recalling his own story, thought, "What about me?" Before Park Shin-sung could take his hand off the girl's shoulder, Zeldin arrived and exclaimed, "Adventurer!" Seeing her, Bibi cried out, "Zeldin!" The next moment, noticing something interesting with her own eyes, Zeldin exclaimed in confusion, "I'm sorry, I think I interrupted you." Slapping Park Shin-sung to push him away, Bibi exclaimed, "That's not it at all." Pushing the boy away and running up to Zeldin, Bibi awkwardly exclaimed, "We're just in the group," to which she heard, "Holding a concert right in the middle of a battle is kind of strange." Then she heard, "That's not what I meant. We're just allies." Turning her gaze to the boy, Zeldin said, "I see. I haven't met you before. What's your name?" Hearing this, Chinsun added, "I'll let the defense forces know about you, Chinsun." Hearing Zeldin speak, "I wanted to thank you for everything you've done for us," Pak Chinsun asked Zeldin, "and Bibi is the only adventurer here." Upon hearing this answer and recalling the Paladin Knight, Park Chinsun said, "What about the girl with the shield and mace and pink hair? The one with pink hair, I don't quite understand who you're talking about." Having learned this new information, Park Chinsun thought to himself, "I see, so she must have disappeared?" "No, to be more precise, I've been transported to Bibi's world." Continuing his musings, Park Chinsun added in his mind, "It was at the moment I felt weak, so that's why there was another signaler here. The one I killed was from this world." Resting his hand on his chin, Park Jin-sung added to himself, "Maybe this is some kind of curse. It's hard to believe it's just a coincidence." As he was pondering, Park Jin-sung heard Bibi shout his name. Catching his attention, she added, "An urgent call from headquarters. Hurry." Hearing that they were being called, Park Jin-sung followed along and called out, "Okay." But at that very moment, Delisi appeared and said, "Wait, listen carefully, Jin-sung. When you return to the battlefield, you'd better not show that shameful side of yours again." Hearing Delisi's clone add, "Otherwise, I'll skin you alive," Park Chin-sung turned around and said discontentedly, "You want to fight?" No sooner had Park Chin-sung voiced his displeasure than Delisi, stepping out of the shadows, opened his mouth wide and, wrapping it around the boy's head, said, "I'm not joking." Staring intently at the boy, Delisi added, "I don't want to fight, and you can't fight either. So if you keep spouting this nonsense, I'll find something more interesting to do than waste my time here. You'd better not forget about our contract. As soon as I realize you're useless, I'll take your head off without a second thought." Noticing that the girl had turned back and accidentally seen them, Delzi instantly hid back among the inventory. Also, hearing the girl's question, Delisi told the guy, "Get out of this. Hilder mustn't find out about me." After which Park Chin-sung nervously said, "Oh my, that was..." Recalling the image of what she had just seen, Bibi said, "It looked just like Delasi." To which Park Chin-sung exclaimed, "A black dog." Trying with all his might not to give Delasi away, Park Chin-sung nervously added, "It's a new creature, a black dog. Maybe it's a glitch, but right now it looks weird. Actually, it's a pretty cute puppy." Then the girl asked again, "A black dog?" Park Chin-sung exclaimed, "Okay, let's go. There's something urgent over there." Hearing how they had decided to name it, Delasi, in a menacing tone, said, "We need to talk." To which Chin-sung, trying to ignore him, exclaimed fearfully, "Let's go." Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Imperial Defense Forces, Zeldin heard a soldier say, "Captain, we've received an urgent request for help." To which she exclaimed, "I know." Seeing who had come to the headquarters of the Defense Forces, Zeldin exclaimed in surprise, "It's Melvin." When everyone had arrived, Melvin Richter, seeing more people, said, "What's going on? I only called for Zeldin. Why is this adventurer here? Who else is here?" Interrupting Melvin's complaints, Zeldin asked, "Wait, what do you mean everything is gone?" Recalling exactly what had happened, Melvin said, "The damaged equipment and gear, as well as the new weapons we needed, and the spare parts for them, all of it has disappeared. Not even a single screw is left." Hearing what had happened, Zeldin exclaimed, "All the parts are gone? That's impossible. The supplies were delivered by the Empire's forces." To which Melvin retorted, "They don't even know what weapons are. Did you think I'd melt them down from spears and knives?" At the same time, watching the boy, Pak Chin-sun thought to himself, Melvin Richter, the brilliant scientist of Genta. Empyrean is a city that is only just beginning its transition to the mechanical age. But the fact is that the townspeople cannot use magic. Long, long ago, back in the days when the Apostle Bakal ruled Empyrean, to prevent the townspeople from gathering, he ordered a law banning magic, and during his tyranny, all the residents of Empyrean who used magic disappeared. In such a desperate situation, the people of Imperium had to find another way to defeat Bakal. Continuing to follow the scientist, Pak Chin-sun added in his mind, "But a lot of time has passed since Bakal died. Now, large robots and laser cannons are just as effective as magic." After that, Melvin said, "We need to try to solve the ammunition problem." Continuing his speech, Melvin added, "Even if I'm a member of the 7 fragments, I can't just create things out of thin air." Hearing this, Bibi asked, "What are the 7 fragments?" After which Park Chin-sun, glancing at her, asked, "You really don't know?" Then Bibi replied awkwardly, "I missed all the plot dialogues." Hearing this, Chin-sun thought, Just as I thought. That's why she didn't know the name Namir. Beginning to explain the storyline, Park Chin-sung said, the 7 greatest scientists of Empyrean created a research organization to invent revolutionary technology and change the future. That's who the 7 fragments are. Listening as Park Chin-sung spoke with enthusiasm, they call themselves the 7 fragments for a reason. It means 7 parts of something great. About 500 years ago, there were 7 great ones. They say these geniuses were the predecessors of the 7 fragments who shared the same will and goal. Bibi thought to herself, what is he mumbling about so indifferently? At that very moment, slamming her hand on the table, Zeldin exclaimed, we finally have a chance to take revenge. Then why did everything turn out this way? When asked, Bibi replied, I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm interested in Empyrean technology, so I picked up a few items from the battlefield. Hearing this, Melvin examined the parts and exclaimed, impressive. This should be enough for now. The next moment, recalling a certain girl's machine, Park Chin-sung remarked, if that's the case, then you should use Lady Kiri's amplifier. To which Bibi replied, no, that's not a system-level enhancement. After listening to Bibi, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, isn't that a training pistol? Don't tell me she's been using it all this time. Though he then said, if you look closely, you can notice some differences. Hearing Chin-sung's remark, Bibi said happily, you're right, I'm constantly upgrading my weapon using parts found on the battlefield. Thanks to this, I can use equipment with stats higher than those listed in the status window. After hearing this explanation, Park Chin-sung recalled a moment from the past and thought, I see. I could have guessed just by watching her battles. Her firepower is much higher than that of a standard weapon. Glancing at the equipment stats, Park Jin-sung added in surprise, improvements that aren't even displayed in the status window? Interesting. Is transformation outside the system even possible? The next moment, pulling out his sword and holding it out, Park Chin-sung exclaimed, Bibi, can you transform this into that? The girl replied, your sword? Let's see. After examining Chin-sung's item, Bibi said, I'm not sure since it's magical. Melvin then asked, magical? Intriguing. I'll help you. Hearing that someone wanted to work on his sword, Park Chin-sung joyfully exclaimed, Melvin, that's wonderful. If one of the 7 fragments wishes to help, I simply cannot refuse. Having obtained the magical item, Melvin asked, so this is the technology lost by the Empire. Magic? Am I right? All right then, let's begin. First, explain how this thing works. I can touch this crystal, and this one too. As a result of the enhancement, only fragments remained of Park Chin-sung's magical sword. While Park Chin-sung stood in shock after what had happened, Bibi exclaimed to Melvin, I warned you it might not work. After recovering a bit, Park Chin-sung shouted, what have you done? It was worth 10 million gold pieces. Hearing this, Bibi nervously exclaimed, 10 million? I don't believe you could have gathered that much. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, Park Chin-sung shouted, I need my sword, fix it! After which Taco tapped him. Having caught his master's attention, the pet handed Park Chin-sung a replacement for his sword to loud cheers. Also noticing what the pet had just handed to Chin-sung, Bibi exclaimed, exactly what we need. After which Chin-sung asked, what do you have there? When Chin-sung picked up Benton's flamethrower, Bibi joyfully exclaimed, this is the loot that dropped when we defeated Benton from the cartel. An exclusive weapon for Phantom Knights or Dark Knights? Recalling the character they had been talking about, Park Chin-sung said, wow, it's definitely a small fire sword. Seriously, how can it replace a Stage 10 enhanced dark sword? Hearing Park Chin-sung's remark, Bibi said in surprise, what do you mean, how? Then, after activating the weapon, she added, I enhanced it. Seeing the effectiveness of the weapon, Park Chin-sung thought, wow, with that kind of firepower, it might even be stronger than a dark sword. After which he noticed that the fire had burned a hole in the ceiling. Noticing that a fire had broken out, Melvin shouted, emergency fire suppression system! And took out his device to extinguish the flames. The next moment, the water cannon flooded the entire area with water and extinguished the flames on the roof, simultaneously washing away Chin-sung and Bibi. At the same time, watching everything unfold from the sidelines, Zeldin thought to herself, interesting, these people can definitely be trusted. At the north gate of Genta, Defense Forces soldiers trying to defend their territory fired at the enemies shouting, fire damned cartel. But despite the numerous hits, upon noticing what the enemies were made of, a soldier shouted, what the hell are these things? They're not human. Soon after, an earthquake shook the ground near the gates. And as the monster boss of Ghent's southern gates, GT 9600, approached, the soldiers cried out, my god, what the hell is that thing? Wandering among the tents at the Empire Defense Forces headquarters, DeLazy muttered, an immortal body. A body made of metal. Hearing that DeLazy had said something, Pa Chin-sung, who was walking nearby, asked, hey, what are you muttering about? And stopped rummaging through my inventory without permission. To which DeLazy, snorting in displeasure, replied, then fire me. Hearing this request, Pa Chin-sung, recalling his future acquisition, said, be patient. I'll soon reach a new level and be able to wear the Black Plague wolf armor. Though I can't return you to the interdimensional rift, I'll soon give you the chance to leave the inventory. Hearing these words from Park Chin-sung, DeLazy exclaimed indignantly, why did you even take me in the first place, you idiot? Meanwhile, Bibi, heading toward the boy, called out, Chin-sung! Arriving at the command post at Bibi's request and hearing the report, Park Chin-sung asked, Near the southern gate. Receiving the question from Park Chin-sung, Zeldin replied, "Our troops report seeing an unidentified vehicle. I know it's late, but please, could you go check it out?" Hearing this report, Park Chin-sung said, "Got it. Well then, BB, let's go." To which the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Finally!" Hearing the girl's joyful exclamation, Park Jin-sung said in surprise, "Oh, finally." After which Zeldin exclaimed, "Thank you, and by the way," turning his attention to Zeldin, Park Jin-sung said, "The Knights of the Iron Wolf are currently in battle, so don't hesitate to contact them." Following the girl, Park Jin-sung thought to himself, "Just recently I was transported to the world of BB." Continuing his thoughts, Park Jin-sung added, "And right after that, we met two NPCs, Zeldin and Melvin. They couldn't have recognized me unless we'd met before." The next moment, recalling Fiona, whom they had often run into, Park Chin-sung thought to himself, "But I've already met the knights several times. If that's the case, will they remember me?" Continuing his train of thought, Park Chin-sung, recalling the leader of the Order of the Steel Wolves, thought, "If so, then Wang and I..." Later, stopping in front of the entrance to the right place, BB said, "We're at the south gate." Beaming with joy, BB added confidently, "Well then, let's go." Noticing this, Park Chin-sung asked, "Why are you so happy?" Hearing Park Chin-sung's question, BB replied, "It's not every day you get the chance to see the GT 600. I'm so excited." Hearing what the girl was talking about, Park Chin-sung asked, "Oh, the GT? What's that?" To which BB replied, "The car they were talking about, the monster boss of the South Gate." After hearing the explanation, Park Chin-sung thought, "Yeah, I remember it was called something like that, but how does she know the exact name? She doesn't even know the plot." Then BB exclaimed happily, "I'll be able to use parts from it to upgrade my machines." After listening to the girl's wild fantasies, Park Chin-sung, preparing for battle, said, "Well, enough chatter. It's time to act." Arriving on the battlefield and noticing one of the soldiers in danger, Chin-sung immediately helped him defeat the robot. Having resolved the problem and glancing back at the battle, Park Chin-sung asked, "Is everything okay?" To which he heard a reply from ahead. No sooner had Park Chin-sung turned his gaze than he saw another robot already heading toward him, and barely managed to dodge it. Having evaded the enemy's attack, Park Chin-sung immediately tried to launch a counterattack, but the robot dodged it. Bending down and rotating its leg 180 degrees, the robot delivered a kick to the young man's face. Seeing that the situation on the battlefield was quite tense, DeLazy said, "Those people, are you sure they're even human?" To which Chin-sung replied, "They used to be human." Continuing his conversation with DeLazy, Park Chin-sung added, "But they were turned into weapons for battle, warriors created by the cartel." Noticing that Pak was having trouble with the enemies, one of the soldiers shouted, "Aim for the torso. If you destroy the core, they'll stop." Having received advice on how to fight properly, Pak Chin-sung shouted, "BB, did you hear that?" Hearing Chin-sung's shouts, BB shouted, "System Sparrow is ready for operation. I'm giving the green light. The core, you say." Watching as the robot parts scattered in different directions, Park Chin-sung remarked, "Every time I'm amazed at how powerful these things are." But despite his positive impressions, Park Chin-sung noticed some lack of synchronization in the drone control. At the same time, running her hands across the entire control panel, BB cried out in confusion. "Number 1, defend the right. No, the left. I've lost contact with number 3. Which one of them is covering the left flank?" Hearing the explosions and BB's panicked cry, "They're destroyed." Park Chin-sung thought to himself, what on earth is she doing? Completely out of control of the situation around her, BB, staring at the screens, shouted, "Okay, let's try resetting to factory settings again," just as the enemy was closing in on her. Noticing that danger was approaching the girl, Park Chin-sung quickly turned back to BB and destroyed the robot. When the robot climbing the wall was destroyed, Park Chin-sung heard BB shout, "Sparrow's Nest, Solar Module, System Startup," and thought, "This is going to be a problem." A short time later, using the Dark Slash skill, Park Chin-sung destroyed another robot that was in his line of sight. Seeing that the danger had been eliminated, BB hurried over to Chin-sung and asked, "Was that the last one?" To which BB heard, "You probably shouldn't rely on the Sparrow Factory anymore." Hearing this remark, the girl asked in surprise, "But she has high damage and is effective against large numbers of enemies." To which she heard, "That's only in theory." Then the girl added, "But what about in practice?" Trying to explain the reason for his decision, Park Chin-sung said, "You ruined everything because you had to control each bot separately, and since you're busy doing that, you don't see when they're attacking you." Trying to justify herself somehow, BB remarked, "I was attacked. I just wasn't used to using it at night." To which she heard, "That's happened more than once. You were attacked during our last battle." Continuing the conversation, Park Chin-sung added, "All the skills for controlling mechanisms are ineffective, since there are physical skills like a weaponsman's strike that you can learn. Why then don't you use them?" To which she replied, "But it's a waste." Upon hearing the reason why the girl didn't use these techniques, Park Chin-sung asked, "Tell me, do you trust me? I was a mentor who taught beginners." When the girl asked about beginners, Park Chin-sung sighed and added confidently, "Exactly. The biggest mistake beginners make is thinking that the theoretical approach is better." Continuing to talk about the mistakes of beginners, Chin-sung added, "Theory can only be put into practice when you have the opportunity to do so." Hearing the mocking remarks from Taku, who had also witnessed the conversation, Chin-sung said in surprise, "What? The next moment, pointing her finger at Chinsun, BB exclaimed, "Could such a beginner really survive in this world for 2 whole years?" Continuing to scold Park Chinsun, BB added, "Even though I don't know the plot or how to properly operate the mechanisms, I also put my heart and soul into the game." Hearing BB's words, Park Chinsun, the rookie, nervously replied, "That's not what I meant at all. I want to say that everyone has their own fighting style." Getting ready to show Chinsong all her skills, BB said menacingly, "In the next battle, stay out of my way. Try to get a good look at my style." Feeling a bit anxious about the girl's behavior, Park Chin-sung wondered why BB was so angry. Holding back the enemies approaching the defensive forces' positions, one of the Knights of the Order shouted, "Their weak point is their bodies. Knights, attack." Also actively destroying enemy troops, Van Walshad thought. How fascinating. Fearless soldiers of steel. If only our empire had such a force. The next moment, Van Walshad saw that right in front of him, unknown attackers had destroyed several more enemies. Glancing back and seeing BB there, Van Walshad asked with a smile on his face, "So, what brings you here, adventurer?" Meeting with the leader of the Order of the Steel Wolves, BB said, "I'm glad you're okay and came to help." To which she replied, "Indeed, we haven't fought together since the days of the Heavenly Castle." At that moment, Pak Chin-song joined the conversation. Having suddenly appeared on the horizon, he said, "Well, there's not much left to do here. You've already dealt with almost everyone, Van Walshad." Drawing attention to himself, Pak Chin-song thought, "In any other situation, I would have thought he remembered me." Continuing his thoughts, Park Chin-song added in his mind, "Even when I was being transported between different worlds, the NPCs recognized me without any problems, but now things might be different." Also recalling a moment of unease, Chin-song thought to himself, "When I was transported to BB's world, I felt something unusual. Perhaps the curse moved with me." Pondering this turn of events, Park Chin-song said to himself, "In that case, it's possible that this Van Walshad won't recognize me." Suppressing his hostility, Wang Walshad said to BB, "Oh, so you snatched up a man after all, impressive," but then realized he'd heard it wrong. Hearing Wang Walshad's words, Park Chin-song thought in surprise, "No reaction, he really didn't recognize me." After meeting with the leader of the Order and dealing with the enemies, BB said, "More importantly, did a large robot happen to pass by here?" After that, a soldier appeared, rushing toward Van and shouting, "Commander!" Approaching the group of people, the soldier drew their attention and added, "Urgent! There's an iron monster, a black steel monster, breaking through our ranks. As a result, we're suffering heavy losses." Upon hearing what his subordinate had just reported, Van Walshad headed in the direction where the boss was supposed to be and shouted, "Just in time! Forward, adventurer!" Arriving at the designated spot and once again encountering a considerable number of enemies, Van Walshad, destroying them one by one, clicked his tongue in annoyance and said, "Annoying." Meanwhile, having stayed behind to prepare for support, BB pondered, "Although the Sparrow Factory seems weak, it has enough firepower. I'll aim for the core and everything will be fine." Continuing her thoughts, BB added to herself, "I have a numerical advantage. If I concentrate, I'll be able to control 8 at once." Once again becoming an easy target due to her drone control, BB came under fire from 2 cartel members. Seeing several bullets fly toward the girl, Van Walshad, who wouldn't have been able to reach her in time to save her, shouted, "Adventurer!" But all her worries were in vain. Having hidden herself from the bullets with the robot's help, BB thought, "Hurricane will cover the gaps in our defense." Releasing the sparrows to attack the enemy, BB said to herself, "In theory, this is the perfect battle plan." With a sly smile, BB thought, "I'm capable of using this system to its fullest," and then shouted, "Newbie, you're not strong enough. Don't make me laugh." Hearing the girl's shouts, Park Chin-sun assessed her preparation and said, "This is the ideal BB has been working toward." After also assessing the girl's setup, Delisi remarked, "She's using the robot as a shield, but doesn't that mean she can't move either?" To which Park Chin-sung added, "The enemies won't be able to reach her, but she herself has no way to escape. Everything will be fine as long as she maintains her firepower, but what if..." Hearing the uncertainty in Chin-sung's voice, Delisi laughed and said, "Now that you mention it, she's actually controlling you, don't you think?" To which Park Chin-sung replied, "Hey, where did you pick up those words?" After his conversation with Delisi, Park Chin-sung recalled moments from the past and thought, "But I really have been relying on BB all this time. I thought I wouldn't be able to get help to maintain order in this world." Also recalling what had happened to him for deviating from the plot, Park Chin-sung wondered to himself why the rulers of time hadn't intervened yet. Finishing his thoughts, Park Chin-sung said, "Perhaps we could say this isn't help, but mutual aid between 2 awakened ones. I've saved her several times myself," just as he felt a powerful earthquake. Barely staying on his feet after the sudden tremor, Van Walshad shouted, "What kind of vibration is this?" Just as the leader of the Order of the Steel Wolf was asking his question, the boss monster appeared and fired several missiles at Wang Walshad. After analyzing the area under fire, Park Chin-sung began to retreat, covering his face with his hand. Also having decided to retreat from the strike zone, BB shouted, "Hurricane, retreat! We need to run!" But the artillery fire hit her first. As soon as the smoke from the explosion cleared, the boss monster of the South Gate of Genta, GT 9600, appeared before the characters. Getting to his feet after the boss's attack, Van Walshad groaned and asked, "What was that?" To which Chinsun, who was nearby, replied, GT 9600. That's the massive robot. Wiping his nose after hearing the news, Van Walshad said, I see why they call it the Monster of Empyrean. It really is an interesting little town. After neutralizing the two assistants, GT 9600 activated its search function and spotted BB in its field of view, lying beneath the rubble of the hurricane. Aiming at the girl, the boss monster activated its generators and set a course straight for her to finish her off once and for all. Seeing the robot hurtling toward his friend, Chinsun shouted, BB! The next moment, as the collision occurred, Park Chin-sung froze in place and called out BB in confusion. Watching as the GT 9600 continued to push the wreckage of the hurricane, Chinsun shouted, Stop, damn it! To which Delisi replied, Why the rush? The girl's already dead. It'll be easier to find her in pieces, haha. Meanwhile, staying behind and hearing Chin-sung shout, No, Hurricane isn't that easy to defeat, Van Walshad said, and you must be pretty close to that adventurer. The next moment, suddenly attacking Pak Chinsun, the leader of the Order of the Steel Wolf, added, Interesting. I thought you were trying not to draw attention. Smiling maliciously and moving to close the distance with Park Chin-sun, Wong added, I warned you, next time you might die. After that, Chin-sun thought, Bastard, he remembers me. Watching the robot approach her, BB climbed into the control panel and activated certain mechanisms. After that, grabbing one of the limbs of her hurricane, BB began to hope that everything would go exactly according to her plan. And a second before the collision, having waited for the activation, BB managed to leave the impact zone by flying into the air using one of the limbs of her hurricane. Having successfully avoided destruction and finding herself in a clear line of sight, BB aimed the hurricane's arm and fired the cannon at the GT 9600. But immediately after that shot, the limb failed completely and exploded, throwing BB to the ground. After landing awkwardly and looking around, the girl saw that GT 9600 had already returned and was aiming at her again. At the same time, trying to survive somehow, Park Shin-sung used his Great Wave skill and unleashed it at Wong Walshad. But for the leader of the Steel Wolf Order, this was nothing at all. Dispelling Chin-sung's attack, he launched a much stronger counterattack. Barely managing to dodge the enemy's attack, Park Chin-sung peeked out from his hiding spot and thought, Man, he's got some serious strength. A true master of weapons. After his failed counterattack, Wong Walshad stopped in his tracks and shouted, How much longer are you going to run? Aren't you here to settle this? Continuing on to a safer hideout, Park Chin-sun noticed someone appearing in his path, already preparing to attack. After another clash, finding himself knocked back and engulfed in a cloud of dust, Park Chin-sun saw a hand reaching toward him and shouted, Hey, now's not the time to fight. But Van couldn't care less about Chin-sung's warning. He grabbed the boy by the head, slammed him into the ground, and dragged him several meters. After the hard impact against the wall, sensing the approaching danger, Park Chin-sun ducked and managed to avoid Van's sword strike. Having survived once again, Park Chin-sun, breathing heavily, thought, I got too complacent. I thought he just didn't like me. Pausing the fighting, Van suddenly said, By the way, what's the reason for your appearance and all these provocations? Despite all my warnings? Just don't tell me you work for the administration. I already heard that on the Behemoth. Recalling the moment on the Behemoth, Van Walshad added, You came with us under the pretext of an investigation, but in reality you didn't do anything. You just watched our every move, as if... Turning his gaze back to Pak Chin-sung and pressing his hand against his chest, Van Walshad added, I wanted to make sure everything was going exactly as planned. Extending his sword a little further and pointing it at the young man's neck, the leader of the Order of the Steel Wolf added, And who the hell are you, you member of the Mages Guild? After receiving the question from Van Walshad, Chin-sun smiled following a heavy sigh and said, As you said, I'm just an observer. I'm not here to interfere with you. The next moment, shifting his gaze to the Order's leader, Pak Chin-sun added, That is precisely why, Van Walshad, you should return and complete your mission. Hearing these words from Pak Chin-sun's lips, Van thought in shock, That can't be the mission. He knows I'm gathering the Apostle's power. I must get rid of him immediately. Just as Wong was contemplating the elimination of Chin-sung, he noticed something strange and heard, So, you desire the power of the Apostles, is that right? Watching from the sidelines alongside Taku Delisi, he exclaimed in surprise, I can't believe my eyes. Activating the power of one of the apostles to confront the leader of the Steel Wolf Order, Pak Chin-sung added, Then let me introduce you to one of them. At the same time, continuing to fight actively, GT 9600 aimed his machine gun at BB and opened fire. Hiding behind walls that were easily pierced by large caliber bullets, BB bought herself time to escape and regroup, and when the moment presented itself, BB reloaded her gun and prepared to attack the boss. But there was a slight problem with her plan. She needed time to activate her weapon, which the cartel's robots wouldn't give her. Aiming her weapon at the approaching enemies, BB fired 2 shots and eliminated the approaching threat. But there was one more robot that attacked BB from behind and could have caused serious damage due to her lack of preparation. Reacting quickly to the danger that had appeared behind her, BB drew her gun and fired several shots. And as soon as she dealt with the cartel's robots, GT-9600 caught her in its sights again and opened fire with a machine gun, forcing her to change position. As she continued to flee the boss monster's fire, Bibi thought to herself, if I want to stand up to this firepower, I need to summon him. Recalling the weapon that would allow her to do so, Bibi added in her mind, but to do that, I'll have to disable target acquisition mode, take aim, and send the coordinates for the summon. After considering all the intricacies of her task, Bibi, remembering that she needed to avoid both the cartel's robots and the boss monster, thought to herself, it'll all take about 5 seconds. In a situation like this, do I have even the slightest chance? Immediately after these thoughts, Bibi recalled Chinsen, who had told her, as far as I understand, all skills for operating machinery are largely ineffective. The biggest mistake beginners make is assuming that a theoretical method is better. Theory can only be put into practice when you have the opportunity to do so. After these thoughts, she stopped instantly, grabbed the barrel, and said confidently to herself, yes, I'll make it work. Firing haphazardly at the cartel's robots, Bibi's robot repeated over and over, look here, I'm here, come on, come on. Hearing voices echoing nearby, the cartel soldiers arrived at the source and saw the skills of the EXS Viper mechanic, who shouted again, look, I'm here. While Viper was drawing the cartel soldiers' attention, Bibi continued her battle with the GT-9600. Hiding from its line of sight and buying herself a little time to rest, Bibi thought, it seems like because of the broken screen it can't turn to the right. The next moment, drawing her weapon and preparing to attack, Bibi shouted, I'll take this chance. I'm initiating target lock on 5 seconds before full charge. As she prepared to take on the boss monster, the girl began counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2. But at that moment, a shell flew toward her position. Caught in the explosion and interrupted in her reloading, Bibi looked in the direction of the shot and saw the cartel's weapon, the heavenly cannon there. Having lost her hiding spot and starting to flee again to avoid the cannon fire and the boss monster, Bibi shouted, call off the mission, Viper, cover me. But Viper didn't respond at all. By the time the order was given, Viper had already been destroyed by the cartel soldiers, of whom there were far too many. Realizing there would be no backup, Bibi, continuing to flee the fire, thought, damn it, even Viper is gone. I only have the G-series robot left. Continuing her thoughts, Bibi added to herself, but if I summon a raptor or a crown and they get destroyed, not only will I be unable to activate the capture mechanism, but I won't even be able to summon them. Fleeing from the GT-9600 that was chasing her, Bibi added in a daze, I can't use them, but what can I do without my robots? Glancing back and seeing that the robot was catching up to her, Bibi said, I need to increase the distance. But at that moment, she ran past the cartel's cannon. Having taken damage from a direct hit from the sky cannon, Bibi slammed into the wall and thought, 5 seconds. I just need 5 seconds. Am I really incapable of winning such a short amount of time? Just watching GT-9600 approach her, the girl thought to herself, am I really that weak? Seeing her friend in a bad state, Ah-hyun called out, hey, are you okay? Hearing her friend's cries, Bibi, lying on the ground with bruises, could only groan heavily, then asked, what are you even doing? When her friend asked, Bibi said, I was studying and leveling up a new mechanic skill, and then I tried to use it, but it requires total control. It's so hard. Hearing her friend's loud laughter as she helped her up, Bibi said, maybe you should stop laughing now, to which Ah-hyun exclaimed, oh, sorry, sorry. Getting to her feet with Ah-hyun's help, Bibi bowed her head and added, since I can fight while using the robots as cover, I thought I could help you that way. But no matter what, I'm just a burden to you. Why am I so weak? After listening to her friend's lament, Ah-hyun said, if you just stand behind and watch, unable to control the robots like a mechanic, then yes, you could be called a burden. After hearing these words, Bibi bowed her head and said sadly, I see, I'm just a weakling. The next moment, throwing herself into Bibi's arms, Ah-hyun added joyfully, but despite that, you never ran away. Even when you were scared, you never took your eyes off the battlefield. Continuing to hold Bibi tightly, Ah-hyun added, what's more, your battle is much harder than any of ours because it's a battle against yourself. How can anyone call someone like that weak? Having said everything she thought, Ah-hyun placed her hands on Bibi's shoulders and, looking at her, added, even without your robots, you're strong. Recalling this conversation with Ah-hyun, Bibi immediately sprang into action and, using a slide maneuver, headed toward GT-9600. Upon reaching the right spot, Bibi drew her gun and opened fire on the control panel. After making a few preparatory shots, Bibi used her sharp pierce skill and pierced through several layers of the robot's armor. Judging by the damage, her physical skills are no match for those of a mechanic. However, Bibi has been through a considerable number of battles, which is why the power of her legs cannot be measured in levels or numbers. The true manifestation of Bibi's true power lies far beyond the confines of the system. After knocking GT-9600 off its feet and damaging its other eye, Bibi jumped aside and thought, he suggested I do this because he knew something. When the second camera was damaged, GT-9600 fired a final salvo, blowing up everything in the blast zone around it. But BB, mounting one of the cannons and using the GT-9600's limb as a springboard, closed in almost point-blank range. At the perfect moment, she aimed her weapon at the robot and prepared to fire the decisive shot. After listening to Ah-hyun, BB said, "Thank you, but I still want to use the robots in battle." To which Ah-hyun sighed in disappointment and asked, "Well, even after my speech? But why?" Locking onto her target and activating her Battleroid G0, BB confidently exclaimed, "Because they're cool!"